right, microphone check. 1, 2. What is this?
Hold up, man. Wait a minute. You gonna waste your time building up these lanes? Or you wanna sit at the round table with kings? Niggas gonna stand on the corner all day, trying to bring groceries home to my kids, man. You know what I'm talking about? I'm trying to make something that lasts forever. Tell 'em again, my brother. We gonna leave a legacy, and don't you forget it.
Mic check 1, 2. Yeah.
I feel like Reverend Run when he first wrote Mind Eaters. Motor coach to Arizona, buying heaters. $250,000 deal with lock and eaters. Big fish only leave scraps for the bottom feeders. The Prada sneakers muddy cut, he got a lot of speakers. Brett's augmented, made him modify the features. The moderator here to qualify the teachers. The modern day terror don't apologize to tweakers. Take the males out so they can't pollinate the reefer. 30%, that's high quality sativa. We smoking weed on the speedboat. Drop a pin in Cash App, I send a drone.
Nah, I ain't get to see that yet.
He get way more than a nigga need. Potluck table, scrolling up the feed. Stallion stable, when it's time to breathe. So back up off me and let the king breathe. Roll up the cone, man, smoking, let's breathe. These men do strange things, all for the greed.
There's a reason they can't compare us, partner. A magic comparing Farrakhan to Farrah Fawcett. You be pointing like a sniper on the terror shot. Your rear
I'll
neck
be
and
doing
shoulder
that.
sleep. Farrah Jaka, Paris Opera, the terrorist operation proper. I told my therapist the tip of my pyramid copper. Mysterious off the pass when you're serious off of chicks. Tell me when I call.
Got my period, Papa.
I tell Siri to drop her. Tell Alexa to text a sexy little extra thick. But she not hearing me talking. Money bags on dummies, dad is never bummy.
Hey, shoot me that link to Solange Ashby. We gonna do that.
He get way more than a nigga need. Potluck table, scrolling up the feed. Stallion stable, when it's time to breathe. So back up off me and let the king breathe. Roll up the cone, man, smoking, let's breathe. These men do strange things.
All right, we coming cool. I'm gonna play one more banger. This off a whole nother album. You feel me? You gotta stay working. You gotta stay out there. Stay motivating. Stay inspiring. Stay doing your thing. And stay funky fresh. Hold on, blood. Damn. You going to the next song too quick. We ain't even got to say what's up to the people yet. Oh, man, I love it. I see my archers like, man, Solange Ashby was dropping bombs. Shout out to the Queen Mother Kandaki Solange, Dr. Solange Ashby. Oh, then Sadiq say it's a must-see. My man, I can barely see. My man Matari say, Smash, you need to debate those white historians who give us all lies about Kemet. You are well qualified. I appreciate that. And I'm definitely up for the challenge. Anybody. It don't matter your rank, your nothing is good. You feel me? I got some time in the study. But the thing is, to be honest, if you keep up with the field of information, it's not the white historian. It ain't the white Egyptologist no more that's doing that no more. They found they got their truth card. Like, this shit ain't us. Sheikh Anta Diop beat the brakes off him so rigorously that, Sheikh Anta Diop, Theophilo Banga, and the whole squad, you could go down to Brother Reggie. I'm not just going that far, but, Dr. Raketti Amin assisted them, and they basically put it to Egyptology. And so, if you read a lot of old Egyptological books, you're going to get the old European view. But if you read the up-to-date stuff, they be giving it up now. I'm about to just show hella Egyptologists. They be giving it up. Oh, but I didn't play that next song yet, though. I'm starting the show too quick. Because, you know what I'm saying? It's about, like, for real. We got to go on and creep into that. But I am giving y'all some different music y'all probably never heard before. off of a different record, just on GP. I'm gonna play the song called Smoke and Mirrors, and we're gonna get right into it. This is a remix
Don't
of Smoke and
fast
Mirrors.
talk me. What? I never did figure the niggas would pull on and shoot up about that cat. Sip up your lip, butter it up. My brothers is fucking the government. I've shut it up. That's enough of it. They loving the government. Hotter than the oven. It's not another rebuttal or brother who they fucking with. Stand in the line. I'm handling mine. Got bands on my mind. My man got hands like a pantomime. I said it before when I hand some rhyme. They blame make them dance like hammer time. I'm with the Amazon, with the cameras on, with pajamas on, and my sandals on. Dancing on the mansion lawn. I just ran through a handsome ransom and some. I make the music and them bands come. It's like an HBCU homecoming. You on your own, get on, go get your own woman. You know you're wrong, go snatch the microphone from them. The crowd loud and everybody choking near me.
I be having different smiles on. You gotta know how to switch it up.
Don't fall for it. Never fast talk a polkadilla. Hope you hear us. It's smoke and mirrors. Smoke and mirrors. Now I'm about to let a nigga have it. I never met a better rapper. It never happened. Another level of hell in the elements. Selling my benevolence, intense intelligence, irrelevant developments. What I said, intense intelligence. You should be in a circus intense with elephants. Shame on a nigga who tried to run game on a nigga. That's the figure. I figure that it is all niggas should know. I'm making it about fixing and kicking it up. Throw that chicken, getting it up. Say it slow. Throw that chicken, getting the dough. Pimping while I'm sipping on the fifth. You niggas sniffing blow. Your fast rap is ass crack. Ain't no bars in it. It's like a 12-door garage with no cars in it. Ours be flossy. We smoke large cigars in it. Arsenic, carcinogenic, authentic bars. Cloud loud.
Woo!
What's
What's up, y'all?
I hope you hear us. It's smoke and mirrors.
Shout out to my man, Dan Perry. But let's get into this information, though. I ain't even never really heard that much. I was like, that's Clapper. I mean, you know, I don't be sitting around like listening to her much. All right, so we got some hot stuff on the line. Let me see what we got here. And we're going to get right into this. We're going to let this set the day off. All right. So prepare for this presentation by Dr. Solange Ashby. And we're going to peep gang, kicking for, hold on. Let me fix my thing right here. We're going to peep gang, kicking for a minute and see what it do. I got to get my images right. Look, they got me all over the place. Hold on, let me fix this. That probably should be like that. Hold on. My bad. Got to get that right. All right, so this Dr. Solange Ashby, I'm going to give my little commentary as we tap. I ain't seen this before, but my arch is telling me we got bombs over here, so let's see what's going on. I'm going to skip the whole 20-second get down.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely, absolutely. So let's get started and talk about how you got into Egyptology.
Yeah, so I get asked this question a lot because as far as I know, I'm the one Black American to have a PhD in Egyptology following Andreas Wood, who is unfortunately no longer in the field. So I was visiting my mom, who was living at that point in New Orleans, and walking around the French Quarter past a bookstore and saw Martin Bernal's Black Athena there in the display case. And I thought, wow, a goddess described as Black. I need to get this book and read it. So of course I devoured the entire book, and that just sent me off on a search for more knowledge about this subject. At that point, I was living in Oakland, California, and really fortunate to be able to access classes through the adult education arm.
Now I gotta stop right now because I'm square daddy. I'm such square daddy, bruh. Oh, bruh. This how life be. And that's why I be telling you, stop playing with me. Because this is just what I'm gonna tell you, though. Y'all seen the video with me and Solange. I'm thinking she don't even know me. But now I know it's a fact she know me because we the same age. And from the same city. And I'm banging hieroglyphics at the time when she learned, when Martin Burnell book come out, we come out with our record. I'm not being pretentious right now. I always got to say that. I just be trying to say, look, I think this is the truth. My suspicions always get confirmed when I talk to the people. Last time I did this, I was like, man, KRS dissed us in 1990, Cats thought I was going crazy. Kenny Parker did a video on this show. He said, I think Casual was right. That is sound like my brother. That sounds exactly like something we'd do. And so I'm just saying, I used to say, we influenced the Outkast. That back in the 90s, I say stuff like, people be like, oh, you on some, but that sounds like some Buster shit, blah, 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 blah. Man, they came all out saying that on their stuff. Now, if you was in Oakland, I feel hella dumb. You know, I feel so bad because I look up to these people work so much, and to be able to just be coming up in the same proximity and not even knowing what's going on in that community, that's my fault. But here we go.
I'm at Berkeley, University of California, Berkeley. And so I took a class in New Kingdom history, maybe, and then we coerced that teacher, Terry Moore at Berkeley, to teach us Middle Egyptian, the language of hieroglyphs. And I was hooked after that. So shortly thereafter, I applied at UC Berkeley and the University of Chicago, and decided to start my doctoral studies at Chicago.
Wow. And that's very similar to myself. I'm
sorry. I'm still just gloating like, man, I could have been hella much rawer, dog. I could have been up under the feet of Obanga, Dr. Solange, Ashby, and still be the rap. Oh, my God. It would have been cool. It's still cool, though, but I'm just like, dang, it feel weird.
They got hooked with Ivan Van Sertma's book. They came before Columbus, and as well as Black Genesis by Robert Bauval. That was something that, and also this Black Athena book was also a big inspiration for me. Okay, so you're one of the few, obviously, that believes in the African, and talks about the African origins of ancient Egypt. How did you come to this conclusion of the African origins?
Somewhere toward my fourth year of study at University of Chicago. So we have to do 4 years of coursework before doing comprehensive exams and then proposing a dissertation topic. I stumbled upon, actually I was recommended by my advisor, Janet Johnson, to look at the prayer inscriptions at the Temple of Philae that's located at the southern border of Egypt and the northern border of Nubia. And as I was reading through this publication on the inscriptions, I noticed that a sizable number of them, up to almost 100, are authored by Nubians. And I didn't know anything about the Nubians. They're sort of really briefly referred to in most coursework, but there are no courses at University of Chicago about the Nubian culture, civilization, languages. And I remember asking Dr. Johnson, am I going to write myself out of the ability to get a job if I focus on the Nubians? And she actually encouraged me to go ahead and undertake this study, noting that the University of Chicago has an amazing collection of Nubian artifacts from their time doing excavations right before the building of the Aswan High Dam, which flooded all of Nubia. So my focus on the Nubians led me to start looking even further south, because the Nubian priests and administrators that I wrote about were actually in the employ of rulers from the Kingdom of Merowe, so still further south in Sudan. And so I have continued on this self-education process, which is always looking for connections from the south. And so I'm studying the ancient kingdoms of Kush. I studied the ancient church language of Ethiopia, Ge'ez or Ethiopic. I'm looking at the cultures of South Sudan, and I'm always looking for connections there. And what I see is very, very early connections before pharaonic civilization even arose. There were polities, kingdoms arising in the Sudan. And to me, that indicates that this Egyptian civilization originates from Nubia or even further south.
Absolutely. And that's something I've spoke about in regards to Narmer Menes. There's been a lot of speculation, particularly, and I say speculation for the fact that there's not enough legitimate proof that Narmer was from Central Africa or somewhere around Sudan. But we do know that a lot of the artifacts that the Egyptians had as well, Nubians had very similar traditions. So that being said, when describing Sudan in Arabic, the name Sudan means land of the blacks. And that takes us back to ancient Egypt, which was called Kemet. Mm-hmm. Also refers to land of the blacks. Can you tell us about the term Kemet?
Yeah, so it comes from the original term Kem, that means black. It indicates the color black, and that T ending comes on to make that word feminine, to mark it as a feminine word from the longer phrase Ta Kemet, so the land of the blacks. Mm-hmm. And so that is just purely referring to the color. And then we can extrapolate or decide, are we talking about the black earth, the soil that is dumped on the banks of the Nile as the river floods coming down out of the East African highlands? Is it referring to the people as black people on the land? Is it referring to the god and goddess Isis and Osiris, who are also described as black and sometimes portrayed with black skin? And Egyptologists like to say that this is meant to indicate that they are regenerative gods or gods of resurrection.
Mm-hmm. And that's it.
Oh, shout out to Solange Ashby. Hold on. Now, she's saying everything we teach, and she ain't saying it in layman's terms, so to speak. She's speaking to the average person, but she's qualified to tell y'all everything I'll be telling y'all. Right? And she didn't really go past. Egyptologists like to say that is because of regenerative symbolism. This is this Osirian symbolism we talked about. We blew up. In my book, we tore apart the lack of rigor that they put towards actually understanding ancient Egyptian color symbolism. And I won't put it on that thick like we tore it apart, but we add some perspective to ancient Egyptian color symbolism and the fact that you can't just keep taking these concepts and just attaching them to colors haphazardly without no substance to do so. And so the main thing that I would say to support her claim, which she cut off right there and say, and Egyptologists like to say it has to do with regenerative purposes or what have you. But think about this. And I broke this down yesterday. I'm going to close this window. There's something called Osirian symbolism, which is to say that we find these certain ancient Egyptians painted with this really black hue because they're symbolizing the god Osiris. But what you'll notice is the god Osiris is one of the first ones you find painted black. And that goes back to the problem of trying to define a word with the same word. You're trying to define a concept with the concept. You're saying something that's even worse than doing that. Because you're saying Osiris was painted black to symbolize Osiris, who he is. That don't make sense. So Osirian symbolism is not an adequate answer for why Wasir or Osiris or Asar is painted black. That don't make no sense. That would be a better assertion to say why those after him is painted black. Now, so when you say why is he black, now they start going into these regenerative purposes and they start making up stuff about blackness, attachment to death. None of this is founded by primary text. And this is why we learn to go through primary text so we can know what we're talking about.
Interesting you say that, because my title of my book is called I, Black Pharaoh. And a lot of people ask me, they say, hey, Emmanuel, if you know all the pharaohs are black, why did you put I, Black Pharaoh? And I said, well, black meant something to ancient Egyptians. Obviously, it meant to like descended into the God form. Is that kind of what you mean by like what they think this Kemet means, like something like God or royalty is what they refer to black as?
I wouldn't go that far. I was just looking at the biggest dictionary of Egyptian words is a German dictionary. And so I was looking in my sort of baby Egyptian dictionary, and it just said black land. And I thought, let me go to this Wörterbuch that will give, pages of description. And so what they say there is, first and foremost, it's the color black. But secondly, it means completion, like you have completed a work.
So this, and she's saying this 100% correct, but a lot of people who study the Medu like my partners, we make this mistake. And I don't think she's going to have time to give you the nuance that I'm about to give you here. And so I know she knows this though, but what I'm trying to say is, so the root to the word Kemet, it goes back to the I-6 glyph that we all know. Some say it's a charcoal, some say it's an alligator, whatever. It's called a biliteral because it represents two consonants, K and M. The part that you got to know from further studies is, obviously we don't have the vowels. So, in most languages, vowels separate consonants. That's their function. Else you will have a consonant cluster, or you are going to not be modifying the word. Vowels also modify the meaning of the term. So if we don't got the vowels, we have to assume at least 3 other digits at the maximum possibility of vowels that could be surrounding K and M. Why? Because there could be a vowel, because we don't have them. There could be a vowel, and this is another thing to notice. In order for me to use language and for you to know, see, I could do it with determinatives, writing the category of the word on the wall. But when speaking, you don't speak determinatives. Therefore, if I had a phrase that sounded exactly alike, how would the listener know which phrase I'm using? And now, context is one thing, but when the terms are so close together, you can't say, oh, well, then you're going to take the context. You have to presume that the vowels were different on different KM words that we find so that the listener could know which thought you wanted them to think about. You know what I'm saying? So if I said Kim, they would probably think black. But since that vowel ain't there, we just scholastically defaulting to Kim for what we know about the Coptic language and other languages. Some say the spelling of the rendering of Kemet isn't correct, but if you go into the Coptic, you'll see it actually is. Kemet ain't the one we're concerned about. We're concerned about other KM situations or words that we don't know the vowels around them. Therefore, as she put forward, Kim also means completion. We have to make a footnote on the show like mine where I'm trying to help and give a little bit more information that, you might find completion. You definitely will find completion under the KM definition in the Egyptological Dictionary. But what we have to make sure people know is those are 2 different words that could have been pronounced completely different. One could have been Just because it got a K and M don't mean it was Kim. One could have been Akuma. That still got a K and an M. I just put a A in front of the K, a U in between, and an A at the end. Now, every time I switch them vowels up, you're going to get a different meaning. And so we should have to understand that every KM we see in the dictionary ain't Kemet. That's the problem a lot of us be having, and I'm thankful that she gave me the opportunity just to build.
Or it could mean the sum of a mathematical problem. So again, completion, this is the total. So it's that kind of idea of black, of completion. But then further along in the definition, I see, of Isis as Set Kemet, a black woman, or of Osiris.
So I showed that in my presentation too. And what I'm going to do now, it seems like she's narrating. I teach what she, I'm under her. I teach what she teach. And it seems like she's narrating one of my presentations. So what I'm going to do is rip the audio from her saying all of this and do a video with the presentations. But in this video, I'm going to show y'all some of the stuff she's talking about. She's talking about how right now in the Vertible, and this is a German book by Adolf Armand, where you could clearly go down the list of black things, and he lists Isis as a black entity, a black woman. He used Schwarzer Fruar or something like that, and I don't know German, but I remember Schwarzer something. It means a black woman, but we'll let her continue.
Being equated to Kemet, which is a name of a goddess that I wasn't even aware of, but this is a goddess who is called Black, just like the land itself is. So there's a lot of association.
Now we know of the god Kemi, and if she's talking about somebody else, a feminine god, Kemet, that is also black, we're gonna have to look that up. I have not found her in no text, but we got the tools to do that right now. So in the mental side, in the expanded indoctrination that you get taught in America, you've been so convinced that by all of the little linguistic vices that this wasn't intended for you to see a black woman by the artisan who carved it. Like someone was so mischievous in convincing you this. Think about that. Just think about that. Just imagine if you plopped on the earth as an alien and didn't have none of the language that convinced you out of what you see with your obvious eyes. They said, oh no, that was just the color of the wood. Oh no, that thing on her head, that's just a hair wrap. They say all this stuff. But anyway.
Between black, between completion, between ideas of divinity. And honestly, I've not done a lot of work on it, but it would be a really rich dissertation for someone to do.
So hold on, we got that work. That's what we do, and I'm glad she said that. Primarily, I'm not stepping forward for that. Brother Reggie helped us to make the connection between the cattle, which we know this being a pastoralist culture. See, you could take all our work and put it together, and then you could really tie the picture together. And I'm not talking like we on their level. We do things to support what they're doing. So how Brother Reggie's latest publication about the cattle that everybody tried to laugh at and then tried to ridicule him until I hopped on his shoulders and was like, no, this facts. Where y'all at? Where anybody at who said Reggie wrong? Then they ran, right? But see, history is funny because we could go look at their publications since they thought they was hot. They wanted to discredit Reggie about what he brought forth about the cattle so bad, and I'm going to speak on that they wrote publications and they published them. It's a bad way to go down in history. So check this out. We understand from the work of plenty scholars before us, particularly a sister in our field, Dr. Shayla Monroe, who specializes on African cattle culture, right? So her work, which lets us know where these people come from, coming from the Green Sahara into the upper Nile areas. And when I'm saying upper Nile, I'm talking more like Cushy, Middle Nile is more Nubia-ish, and then descending downstream into the areas of Kemet and bringing with them this pastoralist, this cattle culture that we find going all the way back to Nabta Playa. As a matter of fact, the scholars who excavate Nabta Playa in the western desert of, sometimes I listen back to my show and I might be saying eastern where I meant western and I misspeak. If you catch a misspeak, bro, call me out or keep me on point. But I'm on the western desert right now, right? Man, I just got caught up thinking about another show when I was doing that. But anyway, if you don't know the areas of Nabta Playa, N-A-B-T-A-P-L-A, well, Playa, you know, it's in P-L-A-Y-A, right? Nabta Playa, not Napata Playa. I don't know what people be doing. But anyway, this is a ancient site that goes back all the way to, I don't want to date it, but some of the precursors of Egyptian tradition we find at Nabta Playa. Actually, in one of the burials, the excavation I was talking about, they don't find the remains of humans. They find a buried cow, buried cattle, buried bovine, as if it was high up in there, you know, I don't want to say religion, but they had a sense of veneration for that bovine. And so when we understand this, and then we understand that there was how sacred the black cattle particularly was in Egypt, and then we find that a herd of divine black cattle is called Kemet, right? Kemet, the same thing that a herd of black people would be called. Actually, before race and all that stuff, people seen things like the animal kingdom. And so if you look at word association in the ancient Egyptian language, you're going to find that the first type of groups and classifications, like before we had word like race, posse, crew, homies, to signify yo, platoon, even that word, to signify yo people. One of the first words used by ancient Egyptians was the same word to use to say a herd. A herd. And you can see how that develops. And we find particular texts where they like, I must be buried amongst my herd. And so Egyptologists start to figure out, oh, when they say a herd, they really like ain't talking about cattle, they talking about their people. But then we find in learning that the people in ancient Egypt are the cattle. They're synonymous with the cattle. And you will miss a lot of ancient Egyptian stories if you think they're talking about the cattle. Just like one text where he's like, I was like a bull. I was like a cow bull in the middle of, I was like a cow bull in the middle of some other red bulls. But he was the black bull in the middle of some Asiatics. This is really what was happening. It was, I think this is Sinaway telling them how he was getting it in while he was in the Levant. And he like, bro, I was like a cow bull in the middle of all these other bulls. There's also plenty of equations with the people and cattle in Kemet. So the concept of the herd passing over to the other black people who they spend, and we're not, it's before race. People talking about physical observation. They just seen that their hue was close to the color like that cattle, and some of that divinity got crossed over, and we could find it all in the ancient Egyptian everywhere. This is why the king, the ruler, was the bull of bulls, right? This is why the powerful ruler is naked, the powerful bull, right? And so you just being a powerful bull ain't nothing if you don't got a herd. And this herd of the king's powerful bull, the herd, the king of Kemet, the king of the black community, his herd was Kemet. 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 The same thing that you call a black herd of cattle or any collective that's black. You don't have to say the determinative. So when we look through the text, they might have some black jars. It might be 40 black jars in the room, and they'd be like, go get the Kemet. I'm giving you an example of how it works. And so people might find that hard to grasp, but if you give an example of the English language, we do it all the time as a grammatical phenomenon of simply taking a color adjective and making it a noun and using it as such. So without race and all that stuff, let's talk about chess. If I say move, you black, I wasn't saying the adjective black. I was saying that you are the black character. That's a noun. That's a thing. That's a person, a place, or a thing. I took the color adjective noun and then used a form of nisbation to change it over. Not even, nisbation, a nisba out of it, and to change it over to make it into something else. That's how that worked in Kemet. And so when they talk about the cattle, and they tried to laugh Brother Reggie out of the room, actually the work it supports some of the things that these scholars is bringing us.
Right. And you yourself, you're an African American woman, and you're in the field of Egyptology, which is very, very rare. I don't know how our listeners out there know that. It is rare.
I'm the one.
You're the one. So how have you gotten any type of harsh feedback being in that Egyptology region, maybe even from the African American community and also from those in Egyptology?
I wouldn't say harsh feedback per se. Although I do have to say it's just lonely being the only Black person anywhere, right? And so I have been privy to conversations that were sort of bordering on racist. And as a new graduate student, I just didn't really feel like I had the power or the place to speak up about that. I've heard, racist commentary on excavations that I've been on. And as a powerless graduate student, I mostly sort of was quiet and I just sort of powered on and did my work. That's really changing now that I have graduated and I can say what I would like to say. And so I participated in this trending hashtag of Black in the Ivory on Twitter and posted that as far as I know, I'm the only Black American with a PhD in Egyptology, and then a plea to please correct me if I'm wrong. I want to find my people. And so I got a lot of people who started following because of that, which was good. But I also have yet to hear folks say, oh, wait, I know of another person. Having said that, though, I work with and we sort of rally together, collaborate, and support each other, a group of Black scholars who are in related fields. So Ethiopian archaeology, Nubian archaeology, Nubian Christianity, Africology. So we are a small but growing group, and we are forever sort of traveling social media and publications to find other Black scholars. I recently became aware of a young woman doing a dissertation at University of Toronto and was like, girl, you got to come in with our group. So we are pulling together a group that's a support network, but we're also doing a lot of important work. And I recently collaborated with 4 other powerful Black women who are so close to getting their dissertation, so I will no longer be alone. But we wrote a letter to the principal Egyptological Association in the United States calling on them to do better about diversity in terms of hiring faculty, in terms of presenting Egypt as an African civilization, in terms of getting young Black students into the field and facilitating them getting into field schools and taking part in excavations. And so it's just a huge undertaking, but it is beyond time for this to happen.
Absolutely. And
So, my man BC Sudo say, Smash, you need to drop an application. You know what I'm saying? It'd be an honor if I could find the time to work that into my thing, but that probably is unrealistic. One thing we got a duty though, right? We got a sword though, and we got these arrows, and I don't really want to associate with nobody of particular esteem where they could just, I gotta talk a certain way and do a certain thing. I'd rather pop up on the scene with my own conglomerate, you know what I'm saying, and defend the Kandaki and all these sisters, you know what I'm saying, how we do it, because the playing field right now is social media, and it's an information war. And my account don't really gotta be associated to nobody else's, because I'm established and I'm independent. I feel like my voice can be established and independent. It don't really need to like pussyfoot or nothing. And I wouldn't want the way that I carry on sometimes to get a black eye on somebody's establishment or education. You know what I'm saying? So I just do it where I do it from where I do it at. But yeah.
Funny that you say that. Is a lot of Africanists, so to speak, or maybe even some would say Hebrew Israelites, or real extreme groups that do take trips to Egypt, and they sit there and they will debate with some of these scholars about this stuff. And that could have brought a lot of fear to why they don't want to allow so many African Americans to come and to be a part of Egyptology. But we're very excited that you're doing that, Dr. Ashby, because that's amazing that you're the first, you're the only one. Maybe not the first.
Andreas Wood. I need to give a shout out to my brother, and he did his dissertation at Brown and specialized in Demotic phase of Egyptian like I do as well. He's just chosen to do other things, but we're hoping to pull him back to collaborate with us.
That's good. That's awesome. We're here with Dr. Ashby on iBlack Pharaoh Radio on The Culture Show. Now, also,
I want to advise y'all to finish watching that. She already dropped some bombs. The channel was IBP Media Group. I'm about to subscribe. Shout out to them. You need to subscribe too. This is Dr. Solange Ashby, the only black Egyptologist speaking on Egyptology on The Culture Show. Shout out to that brother. I never met him, but I like to see good information dissemination. Right? So what does she say that somebody don't agree with? What somebody need to see? I probably got a video for it already. The cattle phenomenon is very interesting, I'm telling you. And I mean, I can't take credit for nothing that you could just go find in the dictionary. I didn't retranslate the words. But when working on the theory, to add that, I added an element to Brother Reggie's argument with a few other primary texts to show people ancient Egyptians seeing themselves like the cattle. If you can understand that, you can start understanding some of their black divinity, how it started to form in a metaphor, just how the human mind works, right? Just how the human mind, no matter where you at, you might still associate trouble with heat. You don't know how in the mental schemata a man associates trouble with heat? But I bet you if you go to any idiom about being in trouble, you can find the heat in it. Trouble, angry, you in hot water, right? You in hot water. How come being in hot water mean you in trouble? What about steam blowing out your ears? Not necessarily in trouble, but you hot. And we associate hot to that particular temperament just in the way that we form metaphors in our mind, right? And then different people form metaphors differently, so then you say, that's cold. What you mean is clean. But I'm not about to go too far off track on that. Let me read some comments. Did they have wills in ancient Egypt? Yeah, that's a very good one, Carrie. Damn, you just dropped the bomb. You about to make me go to some of my old work and whip it out right now on an article I wrote about a brother named Hakanakit, who we got to look at his will. But we found some very strange things in his will that dispel a lot about slavery. Because what we learned is that your wife couldn't get your possessions when if you was deceased, or if one was deceased, his wife could not get his possessions just on GP. That ain't how it went down. And so in Hakanakit's papyrus, we find a few things that's hella cool to know about ancient Egypt. We find that they do have rights after death on earth, like in the sense of a will. And he wanted to prevent his brothers from taking his... Now this story gets complex. Hakanakit wanted to prevent his brothers from taking his land and his stuff if he became deceased. But it wasn't Egyptian tradition for your wife to get it, and if you don't got an heir, your heir don't get it. So Renu Nefer was probably her name. And I'm going to pull this up because if I'm saying anything wrong, I got to fix it in the same video. What happened was he came up with a thing to adopt his wife, y'all. He adopted his wife and made her his daughter, so that when he was deceased, his brothers couldn't take his stuff. And so now let's pull that out real quick so you can get a source on that. I'm referencing old articles I wrote on rapgod.wordpress, right? And that's public. Anybody can go to it. Let me open this up. So rapgod.wordpress, and I was writing between about 2011 and 2015, trying to make the page smaller. So let me see if I can find it. So that will be in a document about slavery, Slavery. So I'm about to, now everything, I don't stand behind all of this research about slavery from 2012. I just don't. You learn more, and I learned how things work differently. I wrote some pretty good things in this 3 series of documents, but I'm willing to say that some of my views have changed about how things went down in ancient times since then. Nevertheless, and we can talk about that too, a lot of my views remain, and this is one of them that remains. And it's a quote from Paul Lovejoy. It says, Africa has been intimately connected with this history, both as a major source. Oh, hold on. No, this ain't the quote. This is Dr. Muhammad messing up Paul Lovejoy's quote, right? So I was showing how he messed up his quote. What he actually said was slavery was a thing since the oldest of times, but in ancient Egyptian, and I need to come on the camera so people can understand this. This is the words of Paul Lovejoy. He said it existed on the outskirts of society. It was not a central institution. And so in all of my arguments, that is what I stand behind. Of course, you can't argue against the existence of nothing. Hella shit existed, right? I mean, unless you're talking about technology. A lot of human actions existed, but, you feel me? Was it a central institution to that society? And what's meant by that? You talk about slave markets, slave raids, right? All of these things that are institutionalized and commissioned to make this be the foundation of your society, economically, basically. That's a big misunderstanding between the two. But I came here to not talk about that. I want to show y'all, we was talking about Hakanakit, right? So let me see, Hakanakit. So let me see if I can find that and if I said that correctly. But I got a lot of good sources in this document that was true. there was a document called the P count. It stands, I can't even say that word. It stands for Prosopographia Ptolemaica, right? It is a census from the Greek times in Egypt. And strangely enough, this is the note out of the P count. It says the P count is a project that lists all inhabitants of Egypt. And I got to look back in the P count now that I got some new damn research. I've been tripping. I forgot all about this. The P count is a project that lists all inhabitants of Egypt between 300 and 30 BC from Greek, Egyptian, and Latin sources, both authors and documents. I hope this link is still hot. Oh, if the link's still ready, I'm back in the P count. Let's see, because this is from years ago. It looked, is it still there? An interdisciplinary portal for the ancient world. Yeah, it's still here. But my link is dead, though. Oh, wait, maybe it's... So I'm going to get back into this later. That's just a finding for me right now. I'll go back to, since the link is still hot, it made me feel good. But what we want to see is this text so that you can see if what I said was true or not, right? And just pardon me for a moment. I don't know, I had it so my camera was showing on this screen, but right now I'm streaming on Facebook and YouTube, and for some time I don't see where my video feed went for I don't know, it's crazy. Maybe I did something wrong. Let me see something. Nope. All right, I'm not gonna trip off having my image on the screen. We just do the homework. Can I find it? This Hakanakity thing I'm talking about, it ain't this document. So I wrote multiple documents on the subject. Was it this one I was just on? I mean, if not, you can find it. It's in one of these documents, and I could probably push on with the show. But let me find it, just on the strength that it can't be that far. Oh, man. Oh, I'm sorry. It's in the last one I wrote. I just remember now. It is more sources on or something. All right, I'm not going to do this for hella long. Because when I'm trying to find something, and I will sit here and do it all night, bro. I thought I was just reading this document. All right, well, I think I'm in the wrong documents. And I'm not about to keep doing this over and over. So, since I know I can find it, I'm going to just come over here to the first month of me writing. It's like more on slavery, and I don't see that. Because it was like the fourth document I wrote on it. Sorry. I'm going to keep it popping. Damn. How much writing was I doing? All right, forget it, man. But I would like to show you that. So I'm going to tell you whose work you can find that out because I do remember it. All right. Yeah, that's true. All right, I'm about to find it while we watch this some more. Hold up, though. Gotta pull this off the screen.
Also, can you tell me about some of the similarities? You mentioned Nubia. Can you tell me about some of the similarities between ancient Kemet or ancient Egypt with other African civilizations?
Yeah, so there are a lot of, or perhaps not so obvious, but divine kingship is definitely one. Where in Egypt, the pharaoh was considered to be a a manifestation of the god Horus. And we see this in other African kingdoms. Certainly the staff of authority as held by the king. It's the was scepter in ancient Egypt, but we see that with Akan rulers up into the present, right? And we see that in Ethiopia as well. Priests are shown with this staff that looks very much like the Egyptian one with the forked bottom. So divine kingship, this staff of authority, a lot of gold, just because Africa is so rich in mineral wealth still. But we see the Egyptian kings, I'm thinking of Tutankhamun, that amazing gold burial, his sarcophagus. But we see that in other African kings as well, that there's just gold and their queens are dripping in gold.
Yeah, they are, and I'm gonna find this. And so that was a Nubian feature. Nup means gold in ancient Egyptian. Nubian isn't the real word, but we see that the Edamon could have came. Nup could be its Edamon, and the could be what Greeks put on it. But I find words related to Nup, but the people of Nup, right, wasn't called Nup-ians or nothing like that. It was a compound word. They were called the Gold Friends. You know how to say friends in ancient Egyptian? Let's see who can put it in the chat first. It's 3 consonants. I'll help you. And this is why I love the ancient Egyptian language. Check this out. The root word to friend in the ancient Egyptian language, the root word to friend is love. Okay? Check out the root. Check out this language. That's why you gotta fuck with it. The root word to friend is love. Now check this grammar out. To say this type of love, you say mer. All right? It could mean beloved, but just the simple root in no other state is love. Mer. M-R. There's a rule about prefixing in the ancient Egyptian language. That means putting another consonant. There you go, Sadiq. That's my dude right there. It's putting another consonant on the front. And it's S is a causative S. That sounds like I'm saying, no, that's not complicated. It means to cause the action of the noun or the verb or the whatever. It's normally a verb or whatever. So if you put a causative S on the root for love, to cause love, you get the ancient Egyptian word for friend. S-M-R, Samir. And so if you see what Sadiq just put in the chat, Samir Nebu were the gold friends who they would hook up with when they went into Ta-Nehisi. Closest thing we got to Nubians, I never found nobody called Nubi, nothing one of, yeah, I'm sorry. It might be Nubi too. Nubi might be a real name, but this is not. This is saying one of gold. You feel me? And so just to think, a lot of the, first of all, Slick Rick wasn't dumb. He was smart. All that gold around his neck increased so much in value since the 80s, right? And just being attached to gold for some reason is kind of like epigenetic. I'm just saying it's just some things last with you, right? And so what I mean by that, the hieroglyph, and I'm just going to say this quite frankly, the hieroglyph for gold in ancient Egyptian is a gold chain. I said I'm going to say it quite frankly. And now it's called a golden neck piece, but it has to be tied behind your neck. And it's gold. In the front, you got a neck piece, which is similar to Slick Rick medallion or any of those things. You know, I found a text No, that was my imagination. Excuse me. I thought it was a text, but it was something I imagined back in the day. But I have found texts that talk about how elaborate. Let me just show you one, bro. Text that
and then
miss.
less obvious things
Sorry,
like
I won't play the rest of this video, but I encourage you to watch it. When I got some pauses in this video, I will play it. Well, we're gonna go to a particular text. All right, we're gonna go to a tomb. The tomb of Amenhotep called Huy. Now, I just put up the tomb of Huy, Huy. It's TT40. Theban tomb 40. Right? And in TT40, what we got? I want to show you something. Oh, so I should take it from a better location. I'm going to get it from the Metropolitan Museum of Art. It says Nubian tribute presented to the king, tomb of Huy. Now, doing a real investigation into this text will reveal a whole lot of things. But people don't go that far. A lot of Egyptologists don't even read the ancient Egyptian language like that. And people get to looking at texts like this, right? And I keep saying presuppose over and over and over, but they start forecasting on whatever they thought onto the ancient text. Write it in a book and call it scholarship. You feel me? And so you could go to many books and many, especially YouTube videos that exploit scenes like this because they don't tell you the details of the scene in order to set up their exploitative premise. I don't know if I said that right, but you got me, right? So if we started just, let me zoom out so you can see where we started from, this top register here. I'll start to talk about some of the figures here. Obviously, and this is Tutankhamun. Not obviously, but the biggest figure here, this is said to be Tutankhamun, right? All right. His name ain't in the cartouche, so we can't do no reading on it. Or the Shinus. We see some stuff up here like give life forever. That's what that's at. But we have to go in on this. Now, I want to say something. This is Horemheb, right? No, that's not Horemheb. This is Amenhotep. This is Huy. I take that back. That's Huy, right? And all right, I need to see what they say. Because I'm under the understanding that he's the Viceroy of Kush. You feel me? So right now I'm about to just see before I put something out. Watch this. So his name is Amenhotep called Huy. Let's click right here. Look, Amenhotep Huy. Let's see if he's the Viceroy of Kush. No, he's a vizier. Okay, he was a vizier. And it's high. That's a higher rank than a viceroy. All right, but let's see. All right, that's why I said that. Because look, it is not entirely clear who served as in vizier of northern Egypt. You see? And who served as vizier. Okay, so no, I'll take that back. I take that back. So he was not a viceroy of Kush, but that's not really elemental to something. That's why I wanted to look before I said it. Now let me break this down to you though, once we get into this photo. people said that this is, I mean, I've argued against people who said that this is evidence of slave raids in the Egypt. And I'm going to blow it up bigger because it's small on some screens, right? And it's not because they were showing you the parts that you're looking at now. I'm going to show you what happens. Look, you get right here, right? You see these 1, 2, 5 bound men. Look at their arms. Their arms are tied and bound. They have different hues of blackness. The brown, black, right? They all got this orange and gold hair, and they are bound in this procession behind a woman whose face is evidently scratched out, and I can tell you it's scratched out for multiple reasons. The one reason is possibly this person was a looter, right? Because it just ain't gonna break off right on her face like that, right? Like this person was probably a looter, wanted to take some of Egypt, or it just fell off haphazardly. But what you would think if you was looking at this, right? And then even worse, let me show you how they do it now. This is how they do it. It's called, I call it croppership. Even though that don't mean much. It is photo crop scholarship. They won't even give you the privilege of seeing this much of the image. And this will grace the front of people's books. Guess what they do? They take everything out, dude, and only snip from here to here, right? Right? And then they'll write a little paragraph or two about slave raids in ancient Egypt like Dr. Wesley Muhammad did. And then use this photo crop, dog, so dishonest, as evidence of slave raids or even slavery in Egypt. And particularly, and I have to keep this clear to you so you can understand what's going on, it is used and weaponized particularly just like the treasure chest of Tutankhamun. It is used particularly to push forward the view that ancient Egyptians did not like Nubians who were supposed to be Negroes, and that they took them as slaves and performed slave raids in Egypt. Now, if I showed you this picture after saying that in a scholastic book, and then I put the source in the footnote, Tomb of Hoy, doom, 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 you're probably never going to come to the entire image and investigate what's really going on. So let me tell you, this ancient Egyptians was sharp, right? And they wasn't stupid. They wrote on here so that later in history, when cats is misinterpreting stuff, some people could actually come back and say, nope, you messed that up. You see, what would happen if they photocropped this section? Look. And then they put this on their book. They then would not even be able to enforce the lie that they pulling off, because what you see here, contrary to what you might think you see, and let's be very clear about this. Before I say this, I need you to understand, Nubian is a scholastic term. It appears really as a real term in history about the times of the Romans and stuff, all right? A little bit before that. But that's not real, all right? That word ain't in here. So, and understand this, it is used in Egyptology and in, I won't really say anthropology, but it's used in Egyptology to have a category to separate out certain findings that are obviously black people, right? So say me and you doing an excavation and we in the middle of and we pull up some remains and they phenotypically look straight African or whatever, they categorize it as Nubian in order to sort those people out of Egyptian history. Shout out to the Black Raven for the contribution. It feels so good when you get a contribution on the show, and I appreciate that. So look, would they be able to tell that same fanciful tale? Now that I told you that about the term Nubian, I'm still about to use it in order for you to understand how it's been weaponized. Because if I told you these weren't Egyptians and they was just Nubians, well then you'd say by default of seeing some blackness that that's the category you should place them into. But if you look closely and really closely, you see multiple hues, multiple phenotypes, and different hair colors and styles, right? Shout out to the ATL boy for another contribution, man. Y'all done just made my day. I appreciate that. Arrows up. You see that, right? But that ain't all the people who commissioned this drawing wanted you to see. They wanted you to know quite clearly that these ain't no Egyptians bringing no damn Nubians to Egypt for slavery. Even though they wanted you to know that, they probably didn't think nobody would forecast something so silly onto the text. But let's see what's really going on. Because you have to be visceral and check this out. You probably can't even peep gang. So what I'm gonna do, you probably can't even notice this is what I mean. And so what I'm gonna do is do another snip for you, and we're gonna really start getting it in. See, it's like somebody scrabble, right, on the answers on the back of the book. Now you see the part they intended for you to actually read. Instead of just, see this? This is language, right? And it's telling us who these people are. So we would not even have to let no Egyptologist presuppose. And then I'm about to do something for you even better. I'm about to open up an ancient Egyptian dictionary, right? And I'm just gonna pop these in the dictionary and let you say what it means. Right? And the first thing you're gonna see is they are royalty. These people are royalty. It's the first thing written. So let's zoom back out and see, is anything else written? I mean, I gotta go, because I said it's the first thing written. Like, you got writing down here, but these is multiple sections where I'll show you where we find out who the people is and what their function is. There's also something written up here, but I don't think we're gonna snip that too. Right, after we read this. Because the first person we talk about when we learn about him is this brother down here with the darkest hue, right? And he has a feather. He has 2 feathers in his head. So he even more bossy. Mostly Nubians, if you see them in the ancient Egyptian iconography, you're going to see that feather, right? And I told you I'm using that term. If you want to defer, you're going to say Southerners. If I keep saying Nehesi, as new people come in, they just ain't going to know what I'm talking about. So just pardon me, right? But y'all understand my view on that word. Now look, so when I'm saying it's meaning people from the South, right? Now check this out. I said the first thing said was that he was a prince, so I'm going to zoom in. I didn't say a prince. I said that he was royalty. Because the first word we see here is actually a S and an R. You don't see an S and an R, you see one image. Let me help you out with this image. It's a man, 2 legs, and a stick. He's holding the stick right here. I can't make it no bigger, I don't think. Right? I can't make it no bigger. So now you go to the dictionary, and since I know the transliteration for that word, I'll be able to pull it up for you so you can confirm what the ancient Egyptians thought about these people. All right? So I'm going to put an F so I can go to the finder tool. And now I'm looking for what? Oh, it's an S and an R. That's how you transliterate that term. It says no results found. But why did I find it as soon as I clicked it? So look. See that man holding the stick? Let's go back See the man holding the stick? All right, so you got your first word. This isn't a determinative. When this can be used as a determinative for you to categorize a word, but when it's written like this first, it's just the word. So let's see what European Egyptologist says this word means. Nobleman, magistrate, official, excuse me. That's one rendition of that right there. Now let me slow it down for you. I want you to see other renditions. This is aha, not seer. It means to stand up. This is one's position. You see, a seer is an official. Seers are seeru, excuse me. I took it and said it in English. I said Sears like Mervyn's, like J.C. Penney's. But it's actually seeru right here. And you clearly see that it's plural now, and it's a group of officials. Now, I can tell you this is some elder officials. You see the one that's bent over on the cane? But they just stand officials. But they want you to know that these, it's not an official and an elder. This would be an elder official, but you don't have to go there. You clearly see this SR is hooking us up with official, but it goes further than official, and they want you to stop at official. It's not. These dudes wasn't no officials. Watch who they was. Right here. Now, this is a prince. Okay? Who is a prince? The son of the king. But the word prince is not ancient Egyptian. In order to say prince in ancient Egyptian, you say just that. You don't say seer, even though a seer is a title prince. All right, that's confusing, right? A seer is a title for prince, so that might be best to say prince. But the prince is the king's son, and that is Sa-Nisut, right? So I'm really wondering here, because they also took the term Sa-Nisut and attached it to people who were not blood related to the pharaoh, so that they could have rank when they went out into the world. So I would wonder how that worked. I would have to presume or assume that in the case of, all right, let me make sure this is right. If you're going to take a term that means the king's son and appoint that to a person, that's how you say viceroy. There's no viceroy. That's like some other language, Greek or something. The ancient Egyptian says Sa-Nisut to say what the other people tell us is a viceroy. It is a position. It's not a birth position, but it means the king's son, right? So you see it's a rank. He telling people don't mess with this dude. This is the viceroy of Kush. This is the king's son in Kush, who is not the seer, as we clearly see. He could be the seer, but a seer ain't gonna never be always the Sa-Nisut unless he was getting that appointed to him by the king of Egypt. Now you can see how it'll become significant in a minute, because he is the seer in, you see this in? This is a ni. This goes back to the genitival adjective ni, which gives us belonging to. I want to stop again to give a shout out to the Black Raven and the ATL boy for supporting this stream. You know what I mean? I want you to know your contributions mean a lot. Now, so we got a seer, a SR, you translate, you write SR on the paper, you already seen what it means. In means belonging to. So how can I choose that? That's a good question. BC Suno, can it be proven it wasn't the king's son? Quite often, yeah, because when they look into the what's it called, family trees, for lack of a better word, of most of the royal families, not the Nisut, but the viceroy don't necessarily be a part of the family. Yeah, that is a good point. that he could have been a king's son by another wife. That's an investigation we're going to have to do. Because that's a very good point. Now, y'all see this second, this is to be taken as a preposition, which is used here, is changed into a genitival adjective to say belonging to. It's just an N. Its wavy lines look like water ripples, but it represents the sound like an N. Now, I'm going to come here. Remember I told you it was neat? Because that Y is what you call a second week, and it'll fall off. So I'm going to type NY here, and notice every place we find knee, the real knee, that's not the knee we're looking for. It got to look like the one that you looking like so you can know it's right. Right? See, there was one of them right here, but the next one is the best. Notice this says knee, a N-I. How do you say N-I or N-Y? Same sound. And then here's an N where you don't say knee, you'd say N, like mer in pata. It's not mer ni pata because it's not the love belonging to. It is the love of or for. The love of pata. Well, they can use of right there, they put it. But see, of right here is normally in. See, of and belonging to means the same thing. But when you see ni, grammatically correct to say belonging to because it's a genitival adjective, which implies possession. Genitival implying possession. You got it? And so if it implies possession, it belongs to the noun that follows it. If you see the knee, then the first word, this is a grammatical phrase, it's called an indirect genitive. That's what it's called, right? It is because two nouns are separated by a genitival adjective of possession. When you find that in the ancient Egyptian language, the first noun belongs to the second one. All right, so now we can read this text because we know the grammar. This is a noun, right? This is a seer, and we got a genitival adjective in the middle. So this is the prince belonging to. Now, all you got to know is how to read this, and you know what he's the prince of, right? So this is a me symbol. It looks like a exclamation point or whatever. In ancient Egyptian, that is an M and an I. It's me. It's just a sound me. It doesn't represent my entity. It means like. But we ain't worried about the meaning of it here because it's used just for its phonetic sound in this word that is spelled out. So this is an M, a I, this is an A, and this is an M. All right? Mayam. Now, I don't even have to go to the Egyptological dictionary for this one. I'm just going to hit you off with the wiki. When I put Mayam, M-I-A-M, and I'm going to put Egypt, and they're going to try to take me to the Sudan. I'm going to say Sudan then, since I already know. S-U-D-A-N. When I say Mayam, it takes me to Aniba, and I wanted to say that before I clicked it. It takes you to this place called Aniba. And they say Nubia. Now look, Aniba, Mayam is in Aniba. If you go look at the glyphs for this, it's going to have them same glyphs for who the person was. All right? So that right there is key to understand how that dispels any tales about ancient Egyptians doing any type of raids or whatever into Nubia to get slaves. Because if you go back to this procession we're looking at, the prince, the royal figure who is in the front of the procession is actually from the same, well, I don't want to say from the same tribe, but he's from the south just like other Ta-Nehisi. I'm getting a call from my daughter. Allow me to take this for a moment.
like that wooden headrest that we see people buried with, and that we know that people actually used in ancient Egypt, we see elsewhere in Africa. So there are a lot of similarities, and I'm probably forgetting some, but we can very much understand the royal iconography in Egypt in terms of how kings and queens are depicted elsewhere in Africa, and that is a fruitful area for study.
Now, would you say, there's always been this argument between the African perspective of ancient Egypt, and then there's the Middle Eastern, and of course there's the European one that existed as well, which has kind of got diluted and pushed into the Middle East, so to speak. So would you say Egypt, ancient Kemet, shared more traditions and values with other African nations than they did with the quote unquote Middle East? Or would they have like a fine mix because they're right there,
There was certainly a mix. I heard a scholar recently refer to Egypt as the New York of the ancient world, right? So like anybody who wanted to make it big would have headed to this very wealthy, very powerful cosmopolitan area that was steeped in ancient learning with libraries and scholars. And so it did end up having a very mixed population, but I will stress again that I am convinced that the origins of Egyptian civilization are African, and that you can still see that today when you visit Egypt. In the south, you see people who look like you and I, and they're definitely African people. Those are the Nubian people. And then further north in Cairo, the people are looking much more Arab, and those are much more descendants of the Arab invaders who came in 642 into Egypt. Absolutely. Even in the Pharaonic period, though, there was a lot of interaction with the ancient Near East, as we call it. There was a lot of trade, there was conquest back and forth, exchange of brides, although the Egyptian pharaohs never sent their daughters, they received daughters from other kingdoms in the ancient Near East. That was also happening to the south.
Hey, y'all want to look at that? Ancient Egyptians never sent their daughters, bro. Africans wasn't sending their daughters as no tribute to the Levant. You got me crazy. I tell you, man, it's just how you feel right now. What? That's lightweight beef that you even suggest that. You know what I'm saying? And that's how the ancient Egyptians took it. Nah, you can send your daughters if that's what your tradition is. Man, there was a Mitanni king who almost sent his mama as a gift. Think about that. You think I made that up or something? Just gotta read some stuff. Now, I need to be fair to all people. Even that king who supposedly was damn near sent his mama. He sent all his daughters and his sister. I don't know if he sent his mama. His name was Dush-Rata. If you want to look that up, you can put a T or a D. Dush-Rata. He's in the Amarna tablets. All right. Now, Amenhotep III had a harem of women from Mitanni. And I'm trying to pay respect to that culture that we don't pay respect to. The word harem, I don't know the ancient Egyptian word for harem. We're going to look that up. But it means the untouchable. Now, suppose, well, you got to start thinking what it'd be like to live in a whack kingdom. A vassal kingdom that wasn't popping as Egypt was popping. And then the biggest boss of your stuff said, hey, I got a line for you to go live with the king of the most populous civilization at this time. You won't be in the bushes no more or in the sand and the dirt. You're going to be on paved roads and stuff. You're actually going to live in the palace. You're going to be one of the untouchable women that's only there for the pharaoh. Man, I know chicks today that ain't turning that down. Today. So you trying to act like that was a bad thing? No, it wasn't. Because the pharaoh can't get to all of them. You know how many women Amenhotep III had from Mitanni? And this would be what you would consider closest to, I don't even want to disrespect Mitannis and say that, but they are northern, more Mediterranean, different looking people, right? He had 317 Mitanni women in his harem that he received as a gift from Dush-Rata. That's why I say he almost sent his mama. How you even find 317 women? They were signing up for that. He didn't do it by force, because if you had 50 men trying to take 300 women to Egypt as a gift, the men would get the brakes beat off them. If you had 100 men trying to take 317 women someplace by force, the men will get the brakes beat off of them. All the women's got to start doing is picking up rocks, and your little advantage is gone. You see what I'm saying? And so you can't be supposing all this stuff is done by force and overwhelming people all the time.
Further south into other areas of Africa, it's just less written about. And so the north, I think, is much more associated with the ancient Near East, and the south is the cradle and the heartland of the African people of ancient Egypt.
Now, in that being said, is there a racial tension there between Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt?
All right, well, we're going to talk about that. I mean, I don't even want to really know. I know she knew that the majority of her questions would pertain to that. I want to go back to these facts. I showed you where my arm was, right? And who the person, look, let's zoom back out again. He's leading this procession of people. Now I want you to notice something, because you forgot the whole reason why we even came here is when we start talking about gold and Nupe and all that stuff. Well, let me show you this. So now we already read who the first people were. I don't know if we gave respect to them because I didn't read his name. His name is under there. And I need you to see what his name is, because some people think that the Hyksos means shepherd kings that mean Hebrews. But I want you to look right here, and guess what you see right here? It's hard to see if you're watching on the vertical. Maybe you can zoom in. But what you see right here is it looks like a cane or a staff. It is a symbol for the word Hakah, right? Hakah. So if you can see it, I can snip it. I don't know, I ain't gonna do it. The word Hakah is a ruler. It is the first word in the compound word Hekakasut. Hekakasut. Kasut is a foreign land. Hekakasut is rulers of foreign lands. But this does not say Hekakasut. After this Heka right here, and I'm going to try to move my mouse so you can see it, there is a Nefer glyph. A Nefer glyph. So his name is not Hyksos or ruler of foreign lands, but the prefix for ruler, Hakah, is a part of his name, and he formed a different compound word, Hakah Nefer. Hakah Nefer. Now, I could take you into I'm giving you the primaries. This is what we do. I could take you into the Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt, and it's going to say what I'm attempting to teach you, and I'm taking so long to show you, way better and a lot more concise. I think it's on page 26 of the 3rd volume. But if you don't want to trip off that, you're just going to keep getting this edutainment, right? So I can verify this in various ways, but just go like this to Wiki again. Because in Anuba, they already going to have to tell us about Hakan Nefer, because that is him. He's one of the most known people. This is a different viceroy. I knew it had something to do with viceroys, but I didn't find what I wanted to find earlier. That's Pa-Nehesi, right? But let's keep going. So what I'm going to type here is Heka, Hekanefer, and you're going to see what pops up. Hakan Nefer with a Q. It don't matter. They both work. So that's the dude we just looking at, Hakan Nefer. Now check this out. You see, it even tells you right here. This is a Ushabitz of Hakan Nefer. It is a small figurine of Hakan Nefer at the Nubian Museum of Aswan. And I want you to look at this. Remember that biggity black image that we seen of the brother with no hair, short hair, jet black, kneeling over doing the ta? Is it ta? I gotta remember the name of that. He's ta-sent. He's kissing the earth or something like that, right? Well, this is another representation of him, or this is one of his Ushabits, and you can tell me whether a Ushabit is supposed to have the effigy or image of the person whose spirit it contains or holds or not. But I just want you to see this traditional, standard Egyptian representation of someone that people calls a Nubian. Right? Now check this out. Which Pa-Nehesi was that smashed on Thebes? We have to look into that. Now watch this. If you go read what I see, they're showing you that this is him still. Not so I can go back to teaching about it. That's the part that says Hakan Nefer, the beautiful ruler. Okay? So now read this. All together. The prince belonging to my the beautiful ruler. That's who the ancient Egyptians was saying this was. Nobody could take nothing I just said, and if they translate it in any other way, they don't know ancient Egyptian. Ain't no ambiguity, and ain't no leeway to lie here. He was a prince of my And now, I don't want to go into the whole section of how it's modern day Egyptologists who separated my out of Egypt and all these areas and said they wasn't Egypt. All you gotta do is go to the Stela of Simroset, which he established way down in Simna beyond the Second Cataract, to say everything above this is Egypt. But see, so what they would, I'm saying it and I'm using their colloquialism. I'm calling them a Nubian, but you should know that don't mean Negro. It means a Southerner. And Aniba is in the South. And this is how they reference they people from the South. Nehesi. Now, we don't see him ever being called Nehesi on here. I just need to be clear about that. And who he's presenting to is Hoy. Because this is Hoy's tomb. It's not Tarak Amen's tomb. So now we're going to actually, after all that was probably an hour of breakdown, we're about to go in on what's going on here? They won't let me go left and right? Oh, there you go. I just got to grab it. We're going to go in on what's happening in this procession. First, we identified that this is royalty. Don't let nobody tell you nothing different. And now you know it's Southern royalty. And now we can see the different, but this is what you're going to have to notice. And I hate to have to put it this way. You see this little person right here turned the opposite way, like tripping off this cattle right here. That is a traditional standardized image of a northern Egyptian right here. But since this Egyptian is only since this, and I'm gonna prove it with the text. Look how, well, I don't know if it would be right to say scantily clad, but look how that person ain't got nothing on. Don't got a shirt on, no bracelets, no beads, no jewelry. Barely only got some sandals on. I wish I could make it bigger because she rocking with these Nubians right here. But I'm going to point this out to you. These Nubians came through more draped than Tutankhamun. Go look at Tutankhamun or Hormel. They ain't even got nothing on. I don't even think he got shoes. Look, Tutankhamun. You know them gold sandals? That's all coming from Nubia. I'm trying to show y'all everything. Hormel don't got on shoes either. Do y'all think this is insignificant, what I'm showing you? Then I'm going to prove to you that it's not by showing you how the people get less and less rich, or they're less and less royalty as the procession goes along. And then we'll read the things. So it's said that they was royalty, but you see it's another one right here. See? So they can't lie about this. Ooh, I know that sister must have been bad. Watch this. Let me show you. If you was walking around ancient times, and I'm going to put it on thick right now. Look, let's look at this. Look how she was walking around in ancient times. One thing I want y'all to peep is something that I never trip off. They be calling this type of a crown a damn Roman crown, bro. Look at her. So let me show y'all something. Y'all just ain't gonna believe this. I'm gonna try to make it as big as it could be, y'all. Tell me she don't got a gold circular crown with jewels in it on top of her head. Now I'm gonna even snip it bigger as much as I can in order for us to be able to try to see this image. Wait, hold up. I gotta start over. Y'all, oh, Jay Mill, I forgot. Jay Mill sent me an image of this. I can use my own partner photos of this, and we can make it stupid huge. Right? Because my partner went to Egypt and took pictures of this in order to further our research. His research, and he let me access it. Now, y'all see this crown? Hold up, man. It's time for pimping to get to unlimping. Hold up. I'm about to take, I gotta press that. All right, so y'all see that crown she got on. Is it safe to say that that is a circular headpiece with jewels in it? Kind of like what I'm about to show you. Yep, that's what I'm about to show him. That's my dude. I love Yurik, bro. That boy gets it in. You be reading my mind, bro. That's because we on point. Watch what I'm about to show you. I'm going to type the exact word that my dude just put in there. Ballina, B-A-L-L-A-N-A, right? Oh, Ballina? I'm tripping. Ballina, yep. A-N-A, that's just Ballina. I should put an E. I'm going to put Ballina crown. This crown is found, oh my God. This crown is Ballina crown Nubia. This crown is found, bruh, in AD times. Let me show you. Look at Ballina. From the post-Meroitic period. Look at this crown. A Nubian crown, they say, but what got all Egyptian iconography on it. They want you to think Nubians is somebody different. You see that crown? This is some 1700 or more years after this, baby. And they still found the crown circular like that, looking close to the one she rocking. But I ain't tripping off that. What about the round the way girl earrings? See, what am I showing you? That they took the word gold. These people were the gold people. They took the word gold and told you it meant Negro. You feel me? And they tainted a lot of people's mind. These people was the gold people, but it's not about to say that here. Anyone can read this Medu Neter. This first word right here is a word for birth. And since I know they're not talking about multiple births, you also can say mess for child. Right? This word under it is were or And I'm about to open up a stream and see if we can keep this stream going. I'm going to open up a Zoom. But when I put up Zooms and I'm streaming vertical, y'all can't click the link. I don't know how to fix that. Let's see if I can fix that. But then we could get us a nice conversation going on and it'll be cool. Now check this out. Check this out. If this is children, since the root word is birth, mess, but they put 3 strokes under it. You don't think about births, multiple births. It is a group now, a collective of something that was born. So these are like, this is another way to say the children, or if, you know, it's not the only way. Khared would be the major way to say children, but this says children. Now this right here is word. Let me just show people. I forgot. Because that be stopping people for thinking they can run up on my show. I'm going to put the M and the S, and you're going to see it's rooted to birth. You see right here, that's exactly the glyphs you're looking at, but it has a house next to it. So they saying this is the birth house, right? But you're going to see that birth will also get used to say, oh, I got to make it bigger. I'm learning about being vertical, bro. Don't trip. Right? You can see that's a mess. Just this is exactly what we're looking at right here. It's just a different direction. And then it got 3 strokes under it. So when I go back to the dictionary, you'll notice the rendition with 3 strokes. It'll probably say something like child, children, youth. Let's see. Child. There we go. We got it right there. So I don't have to go further with that. This is the children because it's a collective group because of these plural 3 strokes. They're great children. Now I got to prove that too. Worming great. Okay, this is a bird. Yeah, that's what I said. She was bad, bro. They tripping. That could like, Beyonce could literally play her. Cut her hair a little short. I'm just saying. Now look, this is the great children. Now here's where they from. And it's gonna, who gonna be able to tell me what, oh man, hold on. I can't tell you where they from, and I'm having something I'm going through right. Oh, okay, I can tell you where they from. Now, they're from all the foreign lands. Because I wasn't reading this right, because he put the single stroke way down here. See, this is still a genitival. This is not a this is a genitival adverb. It's a nubo. It still means belonging to. But it's not the one we seen earlier. If I take you back to the dictionary, remember when I just typed the N and it took us to the genitival adjective ni? When I put NY, look, and it said belonging to. I'm about to show you another. There go belonging to. I'm about to show you how this is the same thing in a different context. Watch this. Now I'm going to take off the Y and put a W. I got NW. It says nothing is there, but you're going to see it is something there. And new, you're going to see that if you got a new bowl, it could do the same thing as if it's in the position of a preposition. See, right now it's saying this and these, but that's demonstrative. So you can find a new bowl in a particular position like this, and it's saying this and these. Let me see if the new bowl is also saying belonging to, which we know it is because we do the grammar. But I don't know if all grammar instances is going to be cited in this dictionary. It's just another rendition of ni. It's hard to find it. The other one I know is this, but here we go. The genitival adjective. See? Of is belonging to. New. It's the same as the other N. It's just another version of it. If you see it says genitival adjective, it means a describer of possession. It's describing possession, right? And so new is describing possession. So what possession is it describing here? You got to remember, it's something called A Pu B, and you can learn about A Pu B constructs in ancient Egyptian, and I'm going to make up a new one right now, and I never heard it, but this is A Nu B. Not A Pu B, but A Nu B. It is a way to, so A is a digit like A, B, C, D, E, F, G. We're given a formula, and the formula is A Nu B, where A can hold the position of any noun, and so could B hold the position of any noun. If you have an A noun, and then a nu, and then a B noun like we have here, so we got this adjective separating the A noun from the B noun. This is still what you call an indirect genitive. It don't matter if it's an adjective on the first noun, which is great, children. See what I mean? So now you can say, okay, well, this is a genitival adjective. I already can tell you what it say before I know what it say, because this first noun is a formula. The first noun belongs to the second noun, but belongs to ain't always a sense of possession like I can grab you and hold you. It's like of. And in the sense of this one, I wouldn't say belonging to all. This is all down here in the bet, and this is kasat. So this is new kasat in the bet. Belonging to all foreign lands is kind of like trying to fit it into too much King's English. You could simply say of, because of is belonging to too. Of foreign lands, all. Of all the foreign lands. So these are the great children belonging to, even though, of all foreign lands. That's who they are. And look what they look like. Hold on. So without this, you let a person just come to this image and come only crop this part, you ain't even getting no context. From everything I just showed you, you could clearly see that's some royalty now, and then we ain't even got to the royalist sister, because her headpiece go up to a whole damn fan, it looked like. I don't even know how to... No, her chariot was so clean, and by the way, I didn't go to this picture the other day when the white boy talking about black people ain't never even had the wheel when Europeans came to Egypt. It's so many wheel pictures. I just went to one trying to go to 3600 BC. But don't you see a wheel here? Now let me tell you something. I'm about to show you some ancient technology just on GP, general principle. Watch this. I'm about to type Hyksos chariot. HYKSOS CHARIOT. And I want to see what you notice. Let me get my drink. All right, that's unfair because right here, that's not really fair. Let me see. See, they showing you Egyptians. I want to see a depiction of a Hyksos like chariot in something so we can talk about what we need to talk about. Okay, so I'm going to ask my phone real quick. What were some of the features of the Hyksos chariot?
The search results suggest Chariot is a co-op platformer game.
No. Excuse me. People say the Hyksos brought the chariot into Egypt.
Yes, the Hyksos are generally credited with introducing the horse-drawn chariot to Egypt during the Second Intermediate Period, around 1650 to 1550 BCE.
What were some of the features of the Hyksos chariot?
The Hyksos chariot, which was introduced to Egypt around the 16th century BCE, was typically lightweight and two-wheeled with spokes, likely 4 spokes initially. Built with a solid wood frame, a feature that the later Egyptian-designed chariots improved upon by using a more flexible construction of wood and leather. Horse-drawn, as the Hyksos are also credited with introducing the horse to Egypt. Crewed by 2 soldiers, a driver and an archer/spearman. The introduction of this chariot, along with other Levantine weapons like the composite bow, gave the Hyksos a significant military advantage.
Oh, yeah? Where was the axle placed on a Hyksos chariot?
The axle on the early chariots, like those introduced by the Hyksos, was typically placed toward the front or middle of the platform.
Let's stop.
Later improved
Let's stop. Now let me show you something. I just want to show you something just so you can get it. YouTube. Bad. I'm going to put bad.
As far as a name, an ancient Egyptian having a name, Kem.
I put
And it
bad
happened-
trailer loading. This is exactly what would happen in the Hyksos chariot. Now, be fair. It's horse drawn, and this is horse power. So don't say it's not being pulled by a car. This is why Hyksos chariots was hoopty. Because they was front loaded. Oh no. Hold on. Let me show you. I don't want to get the opposite of what the video shows. See on the video, but it's the opposite effect. You feel me? They coming through like this because they didn't have no weight stability, and Egyptians learned to move the axle, right, to the rear. I don't even want to say they learned to move the axle to the rear, because that's presupposing that they got the whole idea from the Hyksos, which I think they made that up. Because I can show you images of Egyptians using chariots before the Hyksos, but people say, oh yeah, that was just for agriculture. Well, you trying to tell me somebody made something with wheels for agriculture and just didn't hop on that thing? They trying to tell you they don't know black into. We hop on everything, bro. Like, you can see me on the shopping cart at 13 riding the shopping cart down the street. Why, if I made a carriage that had wheels and stuff that could carry my stuff and it was cattle pulling it, what made you think I wasn't just going to hop on it eventually? So what you see here, you see advanced technology. Not only is it laced in gold, bro, right? Not only do she got a full golden neck piece and all the bracelets that Tutankhamun don't even got. Not only is she a Southerner, which they call a Nubian Negro, right? Not only does she have this big ass fan on her chariot, dog, but she got prisoners behind her. Let's just keep it real. Now you can see what the hell going on. Because if you deny and reject all this royalty at the beginning of the procession, you can say anything about these people. But ain't nobody coming through like this. Then you got 5 dudes bound behind them. These dudes was either disruptive, and let me allow my conjecture, because it's based on the knowledge I'm showing you. You could come to the same conclusion. These dudes was either disruptive in the society. They was either from another tribe that was trying to get it in, and they got caught up, and now they're getting sent to Egypt, right? Or they got whatever. But what you do see is people, because they dress different than these people. They got shoes. I want you to notice this. All these first procession got bracelets and shoes, right? Then you come back here, they shoes get off. Now you think I'm being over? Nope, because they're wearing leopard skin kilts, right? Leopard skin kilts. They do got some of the same hairstyles, but I would propose that either when you become a captive, you ain't wearing no clothes, or this is maybe a different tribe. But what you need to see is most important is their female loved ones and children, and somebody snipped that and told you it was an alien. Let me show you. This is why I don't be liking getting the information from others no more. Because I seen this in the book right here. Let me show you. See, that could be an alien, huh? Tell the truth. How much could you go write your whole book about aliens in Egypt? Should I just turn pseudo? Get some paper real quick? Aliens in Egypt. What if I show somebody this? Y'all would not know how to refute this. Thank you. Egyptians were obsessed with fine details. Can't look over shit like this. I'm going to prove it more. Because what you're going to learn is after these captives who they turn back in, it's either another tribe on this procession here. Because look, I'm just looking. They got the same sash. These dudes right here got the same sashes as these dudes, but they're not leopard skin kilt wearers. And I said the leopard skin kilts, yeah, the clan wear them. Now I turn your knee suit to a fan bearer. That's because that's what them archers do. They whatever they did, they lost, bruh, and their arms is bound behind them. Don't nobody put that on slavery. You can't do that. Now, I'm telling you like a man, and if I was ever a king, I don't even know if capital punishment would be what I did when you violate it. Do you know slavery exists right now in America? Stop being dumb. What amendment was that? The 13th Amendment or whatever. It say abolish slavery except for a punishment for a felony. So if you got a felony, you get locked up in that voodoo bing, you are a slave. Ain't nothing against that, ain't nothing, you know. It's just what it is. I understood that for a long time and never wanted to get that status. That's what that is. The American Constitution say that. I'm telling you this. I'm talking about capital punishment, right? This is what I'm talking about. If I'm running a nation, all right, and some motherfuckers try to say, get to the point where they need capital punishment, I probably wouldn't think killing them is the best thing for us to do. See? I probably wouldn't. I don't agree with the American jail system. You have to think like a leader and come up with something better. Is locking a human in a dungeon for the rest of their life better than making them work? When you think too real talk like this, people don't like the reality of the situation because they think it'll depress upon their history, their freedoms, or anything. It don't, bruh. Put them on an island. Ancient Egyptians tried that. So we have various different pharaohs who tried different things with people who tried to beef with Kemet. And one thing we learned is letting them back out into the wild don't necessarily work. We learned that with the Pelishet. Ancient Egyptians didn't learn it, not the Pelishet, with the Pelishet, who would in turn grow to be the Philistines. Because they came in trying to fight, and instead of killing them all up, and instead of even he didn't even subject them to slavery. Some people lie, right? And they say Egyptians branded people and took slaves. They're talking about from this one, damn, I need to come on the screen. They talking about from this one attestation, yo. They talking about from a time period of Ramses the Third, where he was fighting. Now, keep in mind, when they do the DNA of Ramses the Third, he E1B1A, just like me and everybody else who got African DNA. Okay? E1B1A. Ramses III got invaded, bruh, by cliques that teamed up on him. And they formed a confederacy called the Sea People. They didn't even know where they came from all the way. They didn't even know where the Sea People came from all the way. And they knew where some of them came from. We got the Lebu. The Rebu is the Lebu. The L and the R is interchangeable. Therefore, the Rebu is the Lebu is the Libyans. We got that. That's who that was, the Libyans. They hooked up with the Meshwesh. Now, I don't even want to trip. I said they hooked up with the Meshwesh. That was another group that was with the Sea People, the Shirk and the Pelashet. When we come to the Pelashet, hold on, man. I'm about to take a break. Go out to Ashby real quick. I hear something out there.
As far as
I'm gonna try to get back to that video I was just showing. Where is it at? It ain't here no more. Damn. Oh, I know I can go to my history. Let me see. I'm just gonna play some YouTube because I gotta step out. I don't know if I'm the only one here though. I gotta go to my history and go right here. All right, we're gonna continue. I'll be right back.
In Lower Egypt in this day because of the different cultures, obviously.
Yes. So I've been to Egypt, I think 5 times. And when I first went there, I wasn't really that aware of it. But in getting to know Nubians who live here in America and then talking with Nubian people more in southern Egypt, and just my own experience. I mean, sitting in a fancy hotel in Aswan and having people, both white tourists, because I mostly don't see black folks when I'm there, white tourists and Arab Egyptians kind of looking at me like, what are you doing in this hotel? Like they're not expecting people who look like me, or sitting by the pool and seeing Nubian people who are serving as the wait staff or running around after the children of Arab Egyptians. And so there is definitely a division between who has power and money. That would be the Arab Egyptians, and control of the government, obviously. And then who is in the service sector. And so they were certainly not expecting to see me come strolling into this 5-star hotel in Nubia, because I have the face of someone who should be back in the kitchen cooking food or, serving drinks.
Right. So we see that. We still see that racism existing even in Egypt today. What would you say was your favorite Egyptian dynasty?
Oh my God. Yeah, I saw that question and I thought, I have to choose. That is such a hard choice because I wrote my dissertation on the late period. And so it's already in the period when Greece and then Rome were dominating and ruling Egypt. So it's not exactly glorious, but there is this flourishing of cultural exchange and sort of a battle for the survival of traditional Egyptian culture under this foreign domination. I love the Old Kingdom. I wish I knew more about it. Those pharaohs were just fine brothers.
Right.
and it's such a glorious period of initial creation of the Egyptian state. Everything's bigger, including the pyramids at Giza. The statuary is just gorgeous. And this is where we can look at the earliest manifestations of Egyptian religion. Although, truth be told, that's already happening in the pre-dynastic period. So hard to choose.
I know, I really.
All right, I had to step out. I'm back. I just be having to, let me see. All right, so then, really, to do this text like a scholar, you got to read all of it, right? But this ain't pertaining to the section we're in. That's pertaining to this over here. It would be this text right here. See, it's written under them. Remember when I told you that the word for gold in ancient Egyptian is a neck piece? And I said I was going to open up the zoom. Let me see if I can get a zoom. So my cats could take over the show if they want to. A zoom, 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 zoom. And we could keep building. Because I ain't doing no short stream. I got like an hour more maybe. I try to do at least 3 hours, so it's only 2 hours right now. I don't trip. Some people do an hour. I be having too much stuff to say. I could explain something for an hour. You know what I'm saying? Let me see if I can get this invite link, copy link. Oh, did I send that? Hold on. Oh, yeah. All right. I'm about to share this link, and anybody watching this video could feel free to join in, right? We be taking it easy. Now, I don't know if y'all gonna see that. I just shared that to the multi-stream thing. Yeah, it did go there, but it ain't clickable, huh? So I don't know. You might have to copy it and put it into a browser. I'm about to share it in the back chat if anybody in the Archers back chat wanna click the link. I'll do that right now. And then we can see what happens. I could be playing a banger right now, though. Oh, don't tell me I gotta log into Discord. Oh, man. Because I got that authenticator on there, man. But give me a moment. We about to just get this popping. Share this code real quick, and we're going to do it. All right. All right, they go to new login. Let me tell my Archers arrows up real quick. Let me see. General. All right, if anybody, I just posted the Zoom link in the Magi back chat. And then that's what it is. I'm going to continue until somebody hit the link on the menu. Time to take a break, though. I've been bumping my gum for 2 hours. Let's listen to some hip-hop. Let's listen to some hip-hop pertaining to the music subject. It's always be my hip-hop. Because who else be rapping about ancient Egypt and can hide it in the music so that people can't tell and shit? Why? Because if not, they won't even listen to it. How do I escape from this screen? Damn, there you go. Click the link, man. I'm taking the break real quick, but I ain't going nowhere. We're just going to listen to a banger. I'm going to go to Bandcamp. In my Bandcamp, you can listen to the majority of my albums for free. And when you get inclined to buy it because you want to listen to it in other places, you can so do that. It'll probably let you listen to it for free for like 20 times or something. And after that, it'll be like, it's time to break bread, bro. You listening to this and ain't supporting. But anyway. Hit the link. Feel free to hit the link. I want some. Nobody has contentions. We lay out our argument, right. People with contentions be tripping. And I got some primary source material up on the screen that we can dive into if we ready. Not primary, but some facsimiles of hella ancient Egyptian stories that I wouldn't mind busting out. I don't know if nobody gonna be able to hit that link though, but if it is cool, hit it. In the meantime, we're just rolling up real quick. About to get back on it. Give me a Sis necking. All right. What blapper we need to hear? I got an old song with some knowledge in it that they never liked. I'm gonna play that song. It's actually the song is a pun about rapping about knowledge. And I was telling you, this is the stuff y'all don't want to hear. The song is called Ain't Trying to Hear. It's off an album I did with Jay Rawls. I'm gonna type casual. Then let me tell you the trick to this. And I'm gonna come on the screen. This will be the easiest learning you ever did. Let me tell you something. Look. Yesterday we did a video talking about the history of Egypt with Manetho, right? I took that whole story that I told yesterday. That's how I know it by heart. The way I know the history of Egypt by heart, the way to pull it out like that is because I wrote it into a song. And I kind of like told you can listen to this song and you about to hear everything we was talking about the Romans, the Greeks coming in. But I'm in the first person in the song as Manetho. I'm Manetho in the song. I know that's not a concept that hip hop is ready for. You think I care? I just be being me. I'm like, okay, cool, I'm about to be Manetho. Now when I play this, listen to it and listen to what the lyrics is. It's called Casual Ain't Trying to Hear by with Jay Rawls, right? Then I'm gonna take this little break. If somebody click the link, we're gonna get it popping. But if you remember this song, you can remember half of the story of what they call the Zep Tepi. That's what this is. And I was just trying to, just listen.
History as it was given by Manetho.
Bring that back, Selecta. Really, but no.
Here Casual go again with another tweet about some knowledge, man. Hey, why don't you kick that knowledge on a record, man? You scared or something? Come on, man. What's up?
If I started kicking knowledge, it'll probably be finito, cause I know the history as it was given by Manetho. Ptolemy, the first hotel, Philadelphia. One of them clowns asked me to do the history of Kemet, so I wrote that down. I broke that down. I penned it in Greek so the freaks could read. They couldn't match the melanated frequency, but he bothered me and asked me to read the glyphs, so I bothered him.
You mean you son?
Yep, I told him the history, and here we go. I said 36,000 years ago, it was the Zep Tepi. The first time, it was the god that Ptah, the Greeks call him Hephaestus, but really he's a deification of the Twa. Ptah was infinite. The first man had been here forever. After Ptah was Atum-Ra, who ruled for 1,000 years. See this here, that knowledge I ain't trying to hear. See this here, that knowledge I ain't trying to hear. So I ain't trying to go there.
Oh, what you mean you ain't trying to go there? Come on, man. You tripping. Listen, you need to drop that knowledge, man. I think people need to hear that, man. I need to hear that, man. Come on, we need that. Hey, yo, it's time to continue. What's next?
Next was shoe. Let's go in, let's begin. Seeing Medunetta, shoe means the win. And Medunetta, that's that ancient tongue. I've been outdoing you dudes. Face it, young. I never get in arguments on whether Egypt was black, cause on the real, yo, we founded that. 999,000 raps, I'm like the SPCA. Jay, I'm housing cats, arousing your spouse about her blouse. In fact, my ladies get up, they stand up on the couch and clap. It's entertaining, don't mean to get off track, but my energy was telling me to just relax and bless the track. Dynasty 1, founded by Mena, but when it comes to Kemet, Mena's not the beginning. You wouldn't know how to receive a sacred gift, cause you're faker than that Hebrew creation myth. Adam and Eve, please, Adam and thieves. I'm adept, you're inept, you're inadequate, leave. You can measure me to see that the distance between us is longer than a day on Venus. You'll spend 43 days bombarded by sound waves, and the next 200 you're running.
Hold up. No, don't give them no more.
that's
Give
not
no more. They
hip-hop.
have to go dig, man.
See, I do that old school hip hop, still got some knowledge in that shit. Joey Francis entered the waiting room. I need y'all to click the link. Let's get this popping. Yeah, that was a joint off that album I did with Jay Rawls called Respect Game or Expect Flames. You know what I'm talking about? That's the whole premise. What's up with Joey?
What's up, man?
Peace to Joey.
What's up?
Oh, let me tell you, if y'all remember that song, that's how I'll be remembering it every time. Look, I said it was Ptolemy the First Soter of Philadelphia's. Didn't y'all hear me say that the other day? I was referencing back to that sound. I said one of them clowns asked me to do the history of Kemet. So I wrote that down. I broke that down and penned it in Greek so the freaks could read. They couldn't match the melanated frequency, but they bothered me and asked me to read the glyphs, so I fathered him. What, you mean you sunned him? Yeah, I told him the history. Now here it go. I say 36,000 years ago, it was the Zep Tepi, the first time. Blood. All you gotta do is remember that. You got the whole homework done. What's up with Joe? What's up with you?
Yeah, man, I was doing some lives with Robert Brown. I don't know if you tapped in to check them out or not.
No, I didn't get to see it yet.
Yeah, I did 2 parts. I was trying to do one last night, but my internet was tripping on me. So I'm gonna have him back on Friday, right?
All right, that's cool.
So you can tap in if you get time, or you can make some
yes,
time
sir.
Friday around 8, 9, 10 o'clock, something like that. Because I would like to have you tap in and, you know, bless the platform. Since you haven't done that yet, so I would love for you to do that.
Word up.
But what you got going on for the future, man? What's your future plans for lives?
No, I'm not switching up. We staying on what we building still. Feel me?
Yeah, man. I want to come on your platform and do a presentation, man. But I don't know what I should do a presentation on.
So you more just want to present, and you don't even got nothing you want to present.
No, see, you see, here's the problem. It have a man named Smash Rockwell who goes over these things so well, right? What am I gonna say after you said all of that?
I'll be talking about one thing all the time. You got to realize that when people talk about things like the mythology, and I don't be with the most well versed at that, I stay in my lane. You feel me? When somebody want to talk about what it's saying, some text and shit, I'm gonna step right up. But there's plenty of things to bring to the table that we ain't hitting on the subject.
All right. So, question: if you wanted to, if you were to pick a topic that you think I could talk about, what would you say? I'm gonna leave it up to you. What would you like to hear me break down on your platform?
We got a new person coming in. Shout out to them. It's Pseudo Science University, but they not here yet. So what you say?
Based on how our interactions, what would you like to hear me present on your channel that you think I could handle?
I don't know, but that's not the best content for right now. We could talk about that in the back chat. You want to change the subject to what you should do on my show? Let's just build and give people knowledge and information. You feel me? That's just changing the show about what should your future presentation be that you ain't even got yet. That's a better place. We can talk about that in the back chat.
Fair enough.
Nobody about to glaze your intellect, nigga. What up, though, Smash?
Huh? You over there coming hard at it. What's up?
So, I don't know what I did to the
so
brother.
hard like that, bro. I was trying to say it nicely. I was trying to say it nicely. I know what's up.
No, not you. I'm talking about him. He know me from
Yeah, y'all be battling.
You know who that is, right?
Yeah, I know both of y'all.
That sound like anonymous Hebrew.
Nah, that's worse. Nigga. This is worse than anonymous
This
Hebrew.
Uncle Lance, nigga.
Uncle Lance worse.
Shit.
He's more of a character.
I like Uncle Lance, yes?
Uncle Lance think the earth is a pyramid.
Listen here, right?
Absolutely.
I'll tell you this, Smash. I like Uncle Lance, man, because I
like a lot of brothers I don't agree with, bro. That's
I see where he's trying to go.
I mean, I'm saying it like this: like don't mean you right. That's the part people be messing it up with.
I'm not saying he's right.
I don't care if I like you. If you wrong, you wrong. But I like, you know, those things ain't the same thing. You feel me? Like I can kick it with somebody who I disagree with, bro. We could just talk about some other shit.
I agree with you. Smash. I agree. I definitely agree with you on that one.
Matter of fact, I like kicking them. I hate yes men. I don't like kicking them motherfuckers who don't give you no pushback, bro. I don't want to kick it. I'm gone. Because everything I say get the green light. I need some motherfuckers say that shit ain't true, because it is. Then we kicking it, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
See, but here's the thing, Smash. When you come on and you do thorough presentations, people can't really refute you. They have nothing to refute.
It's too late because I'm about 50 now. Like, wait till I'm 60, 75. But at 40, cats could have knocked me down. If you walk me up out that language, you might be cool. But I'm not trying to be no master teacher. I would more or less try to be a specialist. Like, you know how society collapses and you want to come to somebody who you know they know that shit? I would want to be that for the glyphs. If we lost all that shit.
Yeah, after that, push it off.
Pardon me?
Well, yeah.
Are you talking to us?
No.
Oh, well, you should mute if you don't mind. So what's up with Lance?
Yo, what's up, my guy? You all right?
All is well. I can't complain, man. How about yourself?
Shit, same old same, man. Trying to find a way to make more money than the motherfucking hospital can get me.
Man, I be trying, man. This shit be crazy.
That
you know
shit. You be having some shit on your shit, bro. You be lacing it. You be lacing it up. I've been posting a lot more music and just content, per se. And I realized, and I think you said this a long time ago, you got to show your face.
Talk to me.
You got to show your face when you do your content, because people want, they'll hear a beat or your music or song, and they'll be like, okay, great, but it's got to be something they can connect with, and you got to hit them with multiple sensory attacks, you know what I'm saying, and your face and your smile and even if you ugly, even if you handsome, something that they can remember you by, and the more you present yourself, the more people are attracted to what they hate or what they love about you. And that's how you build your foundational fan group. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I only been...
And just for the record, and I'll talk about a little bit of my experience, for the people who ain't into showing their face, I got some partners who ain't comfortable with their age and still rapping shit. I'm not talking about my immediate partners, but I know some people who, you feel me, just ain't all the way comfortable with their skin and rapping at this age. So they don't even want to show their face. And I'm in my head like, all right, there's a lot to be said about that. I'm not going to say it all right now. But there's another alternative. It's called a trademark. You feel me?
Uh-huh.
And you could build your character and your personal image with your face, but you build your brand with your trademark. You saw what I'm saying? So it's a way it's an image, an icon that they can attach your work to. See what I mean? And so that's what your face is too, and that's about becoming famous. But if you think about it, all of the richest companies, we don't know the face of none of them. We just know their logos.
Right. Like the Hyro logo is known worldwide, nigga, where nobody can even know what y'all look like still.
That's what I was about to say. To add on to what you were saying, I was walking down the street. I always walk down people, but I walk right past people. They be Hyro fitted, bro. They don't even know it's me. And if I'm on a quest for the fame, which I have been for so much time in my career, that didn't feel cool. But if I want to just get paper out of society, bro, and be able to go places and do shit, that shit perfect. You see what I'm saying? Standing right motherfucking there, you just spent about a couple $100 on my shit, and you don't even know it's me standing right next to you.
Yeah, that shit kind of uncomfortable for so many people to know your face, bro.
Oh,
and
man,
you not to know
cool.
if you rub somebody the wrong way while you was online, and somebody be like, yo, Lance, what up, nigga? This lady said that to me at the store one day. She said, they sound like Lance. And then I was like, yo, well, how I know you? She was like, I knew that was your crazy ass. Like,
From
you call him crazy.
YouTube, well, one thing I'm not into is intentionally, maybe if it happened, it happened. But I don't be trying to rub people the wrong way. Most motherfuckers come at me, they get it hard, right? But I ain't really trying to, that ain't fun, really. Like at this age, I'm coming on public to congregate. I don't want to just wind up screaming. Should be crazy.
Bro, I get hate from motherfucking Pyramid Earth. Niggas didn't send, bro.
Oh, well, that's that, again.
Yo.
Oh, I hate on Pyramid Earth all day. I'm saying, but I'm not gonna like hate on you because of that, baby.
No hate, nigga, like real hate.
Oh, okay, that's
like
not
your
cool.
mama should have swallowed you.
Oh yeah, that's stupid.
Like, bro, just because I pointed out that on this map right here, this is a tetrahedral shape, this form right here. If you turn it sideways, disc to eye to disc, this motherfucker is going to emerge out of water like a mountain.
Nah,
that's
bro.
all I said.
Well, they don't know how to respond to that in any qualified way, so they turn to slander and shit.
Well, Smash, I think it's well documented that the Earth or no other planet in the solar system is pyramid or flat. I think we've established that.
Yeah,
we haven't.
I let
We
him
haven't.
say what his content is, but I ain't entertaining that, bro. Come on, man.
Bro, everything mimics the Earth. From the what we live in, even the houses right now today. Most of them are pyramid shaped.
No, sir.
The teepees, pyramid shape.
No, sir.
Yes, bro. Yes.
Yeah. No, you
Man,
need to.
let that go, bro.
You need to understand the geometry of a pyramid. It's a square. It's a square and several triangles. You realize
I know what it is. I know what it is. I pointed it out on the map. I designed it.
But let me just say something, though. You wouldn't even be talking about that if Flat Earth hadn't came out. That's how you know
I
you're
was a flat earther first. You're right.
That's what I'm saying.
But
you don't
see,
just
I was
find a
biblical.
new shape all of a
No,
sudden.
I was biblical about it. See, because I always thought that the according to the scripture that the holy temple would land on the earth and as tall as long as it is wide. And I always picture that as being a cube. That's the description according to the narrative, of course.
So this is half the problem, and I'm glad you're a black man because I can talk quite frankly to you. That's half the problem, the mental side. You trying to tie it into some shit from the Bible? I mean, it's from the Bible.
That was my walk.
Huh?
That was my walk. I grew up praying to God.
But we grown now. I'm not saying that about God. I'm talking about the Bible. And people get those two confused. I'm talking about the stories that prescribe what God said to mankind and all them and what's gonna happen. You think they're right?
Well, no, it's not just that. It's not just that, bro. It's when you hearing things like God's holy mountain, which he calls the earth, God's holy mountain. You hear things like Satan will rise up above the mountains to the pinnacle. Well, fucking mountains and peaks have pinnacles, like things like that. That's pinnacle. You know what I'm saying? A pinnacle. 4 corners of the earth. You got South Africa, Australia, South America, and fucking Zealandia, which is beneath the Pacific Ocean, which is why you have Hawaii and all the other islands. That's the top of the shit.
So
That's 4
I'll be
corners.
wondering, do you really believe this, or is this just your spit for YouTube?
No, nigga. If you Google Pyramid Earth Theory by Lance Single, it's going to tell you that I exist.
We don't have to
say I'm pseudoscientific, nigga.
You
I ain't even
are,
present.
though. No doubt. That's not an insult.
My brand is Pseudoscience University.
Okay, that's what's up. So you in the pseudoscience. I'm with that.
I'm into the Blinier. Did they exist? I'm into Kaina Kefli. Did they exist?
So I made up something that I'm going to give you for pseudoscience. And you can run with this. You could probably make $1 million. Guess what it is?
What is it?
Barmaids.
Barmaids?
Barmaids.
He said mermaid.
No, I said barmaids.
What is a mermaid?
A flying mermaid. Go get your money, bro.
Nah, Smash.
I never heard of a mermaid.
Nah, Smash. That.
He said he in the pseudoscience.
Not Smash. Don't do that, man.
Told you he getting 1,000 thoughts right now about the mermaids that flew in and then they went to the water.
Pseudoscience is something that's ancient, bro. And it could be a misinterpretation. Some people like to evaluate analyze it and interpret as it's written. You feel what I'm saying? So pseudosciences is basically, all science is pseudoscience before it's accepted, whether you know that or not.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
I understand what you're saying. And in philosophy, before people know about concepts, they label it pseudo. But then it start going through a process to prove if it's pseudo or not. It's a rigorous methodology that you take ideas through to see if they pseudo or not. Now, if you took them through that process and you find out they pseudo and you still promote them, then it makes you pseudo. Not you. I'm talking about anyone will be made pseudo.
No, I'm pseudo.
You are, but it's not. I'm not saying that as an insult. I'm saying it scholastically. Like, yeah, that's not really. Yeah.
What Smash, based on the linguistic origin of pseudo, it's an insult. There's no other way to use that term.
Well, that kind of seemed like that's true, but and it was used as a pejorative because science was to rule, but it also got turned into something to label anybody thinking outside the box as negative. It's kind of like how conspiracy theory is used to make you not think that anything other than the state-sponsored story is true.
I agree with you, but we need to let people understand what the linguistic origin is and let them understand that, as you said, they're using that word as an insult, but the use of the word itself is pseudo because they don't know what it means.
The field of science,
looked up in the dictionary.
It's about proving that your theory is not pseudo. And if you don't prove that, you're pseudoscience.
All right, but what I'm saying is in this community, in air quotes, people throw the word around. But if you ask them what it means, they don't know. They didn't look it up.
It means fake.
Well, let me give you the linguistic origin. It has a religious connotation. It deals with false religion. It deals with lying. It deals with being a hypocrite. It deals with windbaggery. That's the linguistic origin of the word pseudo.
That's cool.
Yeah, that's why I accept it as Pseudoscience University.
But are you trying to make anything out of that? Or like I'm not talking about monetarily. Like if you're not trying to qualify what is accepted as pseudo now to be a fact later, you just gonna rock with it being pseudo and not take it through the process or the methodology of proving that it ain't pseudo?
Well, that's what it's about, because there have been scientists that have theorized on the tetrahedral Earth. And if you look into their sciences, another science comes along that, debunks it. But if you understand the trend of trying to eliminate the truth and rewrite, chronologies and change histories, you have to question the narrative itself.
Oh, that's fine. That's what it is, because the person who debunked it questioned his narrative. So I'm asking you, what happened to the questioning of the debunker? Like, who reestablished the theory after it been debunked? Because if you push out something that's debunked, you pseudo. You spread misinformation. That's a better way to say it.
Well, all right, so the only way to debunk Pyramid Earth is to fly up away from Earth, but high enough. You can never be high enough to see all of the land. So let me explain this. In my paradigm, Pyramid Earth theory, there is the atmosphere that is bubbled out. It's not straight across the horizon. It's a bubble because of the magnetic field of the Earth. The noble gases, they have their own layers in which they rise and they stop at a certain height based on their density, right? Then you have the sea, the ocean. The ocean is a circular form. It's encapsulated in a circular form. The land comes up out of the center, dead center. The land is in the center of the ocean. So all of the ocean surrounds the land. Now, the pyramid is a 23.5 degree angle. As they tell you that it is a tilt, is the reason that you see the sky tilted. You don't see the constellations. You're up a latitude or down the latitude of the pyramid, which is 23.5. That's not a very steep slope. And man himself actually chips away. He excavates according to the horizon at the distance. And he excavates to make the land flat. But we're always chipping into a mountain to occupy more space on the great mountain. It's a mountain, bro. It's coming out of the water. It's not flat with the water. Water is flat. The sea level is flat. The land extends out of the water above, like mountainous areas, regions.
See, I try not to get trapped into these type of discourses. I'm willing to allow it, and I'm liking hearing it. But when people just make stuff up, you can't refute stuff people just make up, bro.
No, I can show you, bro. I'm not making it up. I'm saying according to them. When you go up north, you're not going up to the sky. You're going up a hill, up an incline, up north.
I know.
North is the center.
I know, you're right. Because north, yeah, okay, keep going. Ain't no north, and all right, keep going.
North, the northern region, the north center of all of the continents. But when you descend from the center, you're going to go into three regions. You're going to go into South America, of course, you're going to cross Canada and then into America. And then on the other side, you're going to go from Russia and then out into, the northern European areas. And then, the Australian region. So that's three different directions you can go. They do not converge at the South Pole. They stay the same 3,000 to 4,000 miles apart in a square. The Pacific Ocean is another region. Those are 4 corners of the earth within a circle. It's like the water is in a crater or at the top of a volcano. The water is encapsulated in a crater. And the land is in the center of that. That's
Have
just
you
a
wrote
fact,
a book
bro.
yet?
I'm working on it. I'm working on the book.
You should write a book. You know what
I'm working on
category it's going to be in.
It's an alternative. It's an alternate because what I do is I literally recreate an alternate. Like watch this. We get taught that the blue sky is because of Rayleigh scattering. The white light shines through the molecules and they cause scattering and blah, 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 right? That's what we taught.
Yeah.
But once you realize that the noble gases such as helium and argon and xenon and all of those, they extend upward above the upper atmosphere, right? According to their density, they're layered. As the sun shines through, the sun is comprised of electromagnetic properties that ionizes these molecules that they never tell you are noble gas, and it causes a light. They ionize because and then when you see the nighttime come, they're destabilizing. They're deionizing because they're still stable because those noble gases are the only gases that are stable on the periodic table, right? So there now the only argument to science is, well, that can happen if there's a strong enough the sun is close and it's a lot smaller than they say. It ranges anywhere from 3,000 to 7,000 miles above us. That's why you can see it looking like it's within the clouds. Not that it's within the clouds, but that it is.
Did you say 3 to 7 miles?
3 to 7,000 miles above. Yes, and it's small, and the moon is the same size. Yes, and the sun. I'm not trying to change science, but what I'm doing is presenting my alternate. What I'm showing you is I can show you this. It won't be arguable by sight, observation.
This is nonsense, blood. I don't know how much longer I can listen.
All right, brother.
It ain't trying to be disrespectful, blood, but it's just like, blood, come on, bro. The Earth is 3 miles up. How high do airplanes?
No, not the Earth.
I mean,
the Earth is
the sun.
The sun revolves around the Earth 3,000 miles to 7,000 miles.
Oh, I thought you said 3. You just switched it.
No, 3,000. I can show you my PowerPoint. 3,000 miles to 7,000.
Did y'all hear 3 miles to 7 miles or 3,000 to 7,000, bro? I'm the only one smoking, but I heard you switched it. You don't remember?
No, if that be the case, I'm in smoke.
You might have missed that. I'm smoking, but I thought I heard you say 3. Because I said the sun 3 miles, and you doubled down with me.
Yes, but Smash, the planets revolve around the sun. The sun doesn't move.
That's what you taught, but you observe the sun around us like a clock, like the hour hand on the clock.
No, Lance.
That's
the
what you
sun can't
observe.
move.
Okay, I would be willing to absorb this if you pay some credence to the comment made by the person in the chat. He's speaking metaphysical. Are you speaking beyond the physical?
No. I'm speaking
man, you talking
physical.
about it's really like that, bro?
I'm saying this, brother, that I'm saying this in all confidence of all of the science that's been presented by them, is that the Earth is not a dot and in this grand universe, and there are more Earths. I believe. Hear what I said? I believe. I am theorizing based on their science that the Earth is an isolated place. Its expanse is unknown to us because we only occupy a small portion of it by allowance, whether it be by the weather or what. We only occupy a small portion of this greater expanse. If you fly to Mars, you're flying to a luminary which is actually above a land mass.
Now, I'm not even going to probe the concept like that to make you try to prove it, because that's just going to encourage more and more discourse on it. I'm going to ask some few questions. Are aliens in that concept?
No.
Why not? What rules them out of that concept?
Because I've seen NASA footage. I have NASA footage, actual NASA footage of light beings, not aliens, because they're here before us. They already
where would the
been
light
here.
beings come from in your concept? Because is there outer space in your concept?
There's a above Earth immediate atmosphere, yes.
So once you get out the pyramid, there's something outside there. That's the firmament, right?
So the pyramid is just the land that's sticking out of the water. Where it's a mountain. Let's just make it more feasible. You can't see the pyramid unless I show you the shape of what would make me say.
But that don't make sense for the structure of the earth.
What?
I mean, I'm
Because
trying to feel you, but I gotta make so many concessions to make this try to be true. Like, if I imagine the shape of the earth, how could I imagine it like a pyramid popping out the water? So, let me just explain what I mean. If you go over the topophilia or the land lay, what have you, right? You're going to go from different sea levels up to mountains and back and forth and back and forth. So what type of texture of a pyramid is that? I'm not even getting it.
Okay. So even in my theory, I hypothesize that it's in ruins, it's destroyed, it's not in the glory that it originally was. So I show other pyramids that still have the pyramid type shape. However, the smoothness of it is not, and it looks like ridges, it looks like plains, it looks like valleys. You know what I'm saying? It looks as though it's in ruins. So when you look at the Earth, if you look at even if you look at the NASA footage of Earth, the land is not a part of the bubble. The land is always flat.
All right.
Meaning, not as far as ridges. I'm talking about looking from above.
So you're Pseudoscience University, but this is just one topic. I need to know more. Like, I'm about to ask some questions. Where was Egypt?
Egypt originally was in the Americas, in Asia.
I'm going to ask again because I don't even think you heard what you said.
I said that Egypt originally, the old world, America is the old world. And when the earth was destroyed, people migrated to another place that was feasible, because when the earth is destroyed, the sun don't feed the area that gets destroyed. It moves to another spot and heats up another portion, and they have a different season than they normally have. For instance, when you and I was a kid, Siberia was a frozen place. Permafrost melting. They were finding things that was in tropical regions, like palm trees and animals that was normally like the woolly mammoth, right? But now today they have resorts and beaches because the sun has moved. It has moved to a different place. It's revolving around us in my paradigm.
So this is what I be doing. I've been training myself to keep track of how people ain't answering the question. And I'm pretty much sure that you don't even remember what you talking about right now. I'm not. That's not even an insult. It's about having.
You asked another paradigm for another paradigm.
Pardon me?
You asked me for another. You said you're not just pseudo. You said you're pseudosciences university. This is just one subject. What is another subject?
Mm-hmm. And then you start explaining what that subject was. You remember what it was?
Of course not.
That's what I'm saying, blood. And that's not as insult, but I'm just like, okay, this ain't an explanation of what you think it's an explanation of.
Hold on, what was the subject? Cause I'm smoking too, nigga. Damn.
I'm just being clear and illustrating how we can start walking down off on a tangent and forget what tree we was even on from the get go.
I admit I have lost my way. Point me to a direction, and I'll continue with path.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna bring you back. Cause then what's gonna happen? We about to continue along that road. So let me just keep asking. Let me ask another question. You gonna remember when I asked you this question, and you gonna remember exactly what you said when I asked you this question. All right, but I'm gonna ask you another question.
You said, where was Egypt?
See, I told you. Oh, you looked in the chat. But now I'm about to recant.
I can't see a chat.
Listen, my bro, I'm about to say verbatim, because I've been training myself to do this because I debate a lot. I'm going to say verbatim what you said back to me, and it made me trip out. You said, and this is what you were explaining. You said Egypt was in America, which was in Asia. You remember that?
America is part of Asia.
See, now you remember that now, huh?
Yeah, America is part of Asia.
So when I brought you back to that point, like, what are you explaining? You wasn't explaining nothing about how Egypt was in Asia. That's all I'm saying. And in order to win like them discourses, we got to just remember what we talking about.
All right. You're right, because I got off on a tangent on how the weather changed and people have to migrate. And when they migrate, they often take the names that they had from one land and bring it to another and rename that land. And you can see instances of it here in America with the English and the British and the Spanish and the Portuguese.
I'm willing to follow that logic, but how would migration tie into... I'm hearing you, but I want to understand Egypt was in America, which was in Asia. How was America in Asia?
Because the space that's between, so when you leave California and continue west, not far, you're going to run into Japan, right? But if you go up north and leave Alaska, you're going to run into Russia. So we know that when the sun sets in the west, it immediately is rising in the east, the land of the rising sun, right? So that's a part of the same parallel. It's part of the same root of the sun. That portion had there. When I told you that the ocean, the Zealandia, New Zealandia, you can look it up. That is a continent that sank. Hawaii and New Zealand and other continent islands within the Pacific is the tops of that that continent that sank. So, which raises the water in that area. So I have maps that show that there was land in between, and it was once called India Major.
So I understand. I'm hearing you. I got a question because it seems like what you said about the sun rising in the east and setting in the west, that fits into your theory that the earth is a pyramid?
Yes, because the sun revolves around the sun. So if you take a mound and I tell you that the sun revolves at the Tropic of Cancer. The Tropic of Cancer, that would be more of our region. It's summertime for us, right?
But you messing up a lot of things here. Because you're trying to take something about the sun revolving around the galactic center, right? It ain't and we revolving around it.
No, that's what they told us, bro. But we don't see that, and I can have that. Like I said, I'm pseudoscience. That's my argument. I'm creating an alternate, and until I can be able to fly up there, I'm not going to take NASA's word for it. Every time I see a college balloon or some type of scientific experiment being done independently, every time they've sent one up, you see Earth glow, which is blue haze, and you see the sun, whether it be a glare or whether it be off to a distance. Not one NASA Earth film do you see the sun unless it is a lower atmosphere video. It's never going to be the Earth and the sun. And if you say the sun is to the back of the Earth, well, where's the Earth glow? And I'm able to see things. I'm able to notice things and point that type of stuff out, bro. So I'm pseudoscience.
Nothing. I'm just gonna ask questions.
I'm pseudoscience on purpose because I'm showing an alternate that it cannot be argued other than you saying, well, NASA said. Well,
so just to make this dialogue useful, we're gonna make it. Also, we'll put another layer on the dialogue, and we're gonna have some type of debate training. What do you remember? What you're explaining right now?
Yes.
No, you don't.
I said that I explained that, yes, I know it's a pseudoscience.
No, that's what I keep saying. And now when I remind you what you're explaining, you're going to trip off how the tangents you keep running off on ain't supporting your argument.
No, we was talking about the sun and you was about to correct me. Real science.
What was the question I asked you, though? For real, though, because this is what you answering. Think about it. I asked you, was the sun in your theory about pyramid Earth?
Yes.
So explain to me how the sun works in the pyramid Earth. You got to keep on point, just for everybody. How do the sun, for instance, is there a shadow cast on the East Coast when the sun is setting on the West Coast because it's going down below the range of the pyramid? Like maybe you're not hearing my question. You feel me?
I understand.
Yeah,
I understand.
Okay, there you go.
I understand what you're saying. So it doesn't go down. All right, I will have to show you my display in order to explain it. But the best way I can do this is to say, if you ever been on a mountain and you seen the sun at a distance, the sun moves away from you. It appears to be. Yes,
the Earth, no lands. The accepted science.
He's just saying with his theory. Let him finish it. Then you.
This is not. I'm the creator of the. See, niggas keep trying to throw. I went to school, nigga. That's how I'm able to see the alternate.
Come on,
I know what the science is.
You got it. Go.
The sun moves around us like a disc, like in a ring. Spiral motion. This is how you get. So look, let's say if it's wintertime, the sun is high above the Arctic or the Tropic of Capricorn, high, about 7,000 miles, 7,943 miles above the Tropic of Capricorn. That is the farthest tropic away from us. We are near the Tropic.
I got a question about the Tropic of Capricorn.
It's
now
a ring.
You're talking about latitudinal, longitudinal lines on a globe Earth?
No.
How could those same latitudinal, longitudinal lines be the same on a pyramid?
I'm explaining to you because the pyramid is the center of a disc. The disc is water.
Don, I got you now. I got you. I'm about to blow holes through your whole
now,
theory.
when you look at, okay,
so I'm going to let you finish, and then I'm about to break it all down why your hypothesis could never work.
Okay, so when you look at longitude lines extend from the north down the south, down its latitude, down its degree. All the longitude lines converge in the north. All of them. It goes around 360 degrees from north to south. The latitude lines are west and east lines. They're circular. Okay, they move around the
Yeah, you noticing what I'm about to say right now. Go ahead.
They move, the latitude lines move up and down around the mountain, if you will.
So
circular.
Just let me
They're
ask
playing.
one question. I'm gonna let you continue. In your concept, latitude lines aren't stationary. They move.
No. What moves is position up and down the pyramid on the mountain. So if you're in the north, you're in a higher latitude. If you move down, you move like moving south. So everything in the north is center. It's towards the center of the disc.
Bruh.
Everything in the south moves away from the center. So you can have many souths, but there is only one absolute north.
So I got a question. What's in the north hemisphere of the pyramid Earth?
So well, it used to be a pinnacle, right? Because you have maps that show a pyramid dead center. I'll show you.
Slow down, I just dissed you. I said it fast on purpose because I'm an orator. Listen to what I asked you.
You said, what's in the center of the pyramid Earth?
No.
What did you say?
What? I said, what's in the northern hemisphere of the pyramid Earth? What's the hemisphere?
Well, there's no hemisphere. There is no hemisphere.
Got you.
According to your understanding.
You started explaining to me what's in the northern hemisphere. What's a hemispyramid? Because it ain't a sphere.
So let me explain this to you.
Hold on, Max.
Got it.
Hold on. Smash,
Hey, have anybody ever got you like this, Lance?
Yeah, it ain't about getting me like this. I already know that it's not a hemisphere. I just didn't pay attention to detail. I was having dialogue with the understanding that you were asking about the northern region.
Because I don't know how, if this was a pyramid shape, is the atmosphere pyramid too?
No, that's what I'm about to tell you. The atmosphere
is a sphere.
Is dome shaped.
Okay, yeah, that'll happen. But too bad
it's not solid.
Work,
it's not the atmosphere is not solid.
The atmosphere, we're talking about the hemisphere, which is a part of the Terra, the Earth. It is one side of the spherical globe.
So let me jump in.
Let me finish real quick. Then you go next. He's supposed to tell us what's happening in the northern hemisphere of a pyramid Earth.
There is no hemisphere on a pyramid Earth. However, if we're talking about the region that can be described on a map as the hemisphere, which are the regions above the circular equator, the circular equator is all rings. So, they're not bands, they're circles.
So let me ask a question. The northern hemisphere is at the pyramidion of, the capstone. That's the northern hemisphere.
No.
The circumference, that wouldn't be?
No.
That's not the top? What's the northern hemisphere?
To equate what northern hemisphere is everything from the equator up the mountain.
Yeah, you're right. And the pinnacle, the North Pole, I should say, of a pyramid Earth has a hemisphere that circumference would be infinitely small. It would go into zero, into nothing. How would you be able to? Because it comes to a point that you see what I'm saying? But then if you go into your southern hemisphere, the latitudinal lines will be as big as the circumference of the pyramid. It would make no sense for navigation.
Well, here's the deal. The water, the land, and the air are all separate bodies. on the globe, they're one body. They all connect around in a circle, like in a, you know, right? But not on mine. The land is separate from the water. The land is mountainous. It extends from the water. When you leave any southern region, you're going to go from a beach and then go inland. It's going to go higher. The not to say there's not crevices, and I'm talking about overall. That's why you cannot see the Northern Star from Argentina, because you're so far down the mountain, the horizon is false to you, and this Northern Star still where it is, but it begins to meet the horizon because you're farther down the mountain. This is real time. Go up the hill, and then you'll begin to see, just like on a mountain. You can't see how high the mountain is standing right up on it, but when you go back down it and move away from it, you can see the height of it. But go up it.
Can I say something to you, Lance?
Yes.
You are aware what Smash is doing, right? Because pyramids don't have a circumference. Only circles do.
The base of the pyramid is a square, and the square has 360 degrees. They don't use the word all 90 degrees.
Lance, they don't use the word circumference. It's circular. Only circles have circumference.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying
Squares
to
have
figure
perimeter.
Listen what I said. The land is not the part that is the circumference. The body of water is encapsulated within the circumference of the earth, 24 million something miles of circumference.
Lance.
But
the land itself.
What is the shape of whatever has a hemisphere in your concept? You're telling us a pyramid has a hemisphere.
No, I'm only talking your language, brother. I told you already, when I say this, I'm talking about to equate what you call the hemisphere is everything from the equator up the hill.
I'm with you on that, and I went into that concept with you, and I asked you, that's very fine. But one thing it seems element, what do we think these points are for? Like longitude and latitude is ultimately about navigation. I can be corrected here, but it's ultimately about us being able to get coordinates to any particular spot on this earth, right?
Correct.
So this is what I'm saying. And so now it goes in a circle, and that is broken down into degrees. So if somebody give you your coordinates, they're going to say 32 degrees west and this many degrees what? That's giving you longitude and latitude coordinates to arrive at a particular place on this earth. Because it's circular, it works. And I'm simply probing, how do that work on a shape that ain't circular? If you have a spherical latitude and longitudinal lines, a person will arrive at a point that ain't even touching the pyramid because it ain't circular. Certain points would touch it, but inside of giving out longitude, and that's why I went to the top of the pyramid to basically ask what would be the coordinates for that.
Brother Smash, can I share my screen? Can I share my screen, brother?
Yes, sir.
But Smash, what I'm saying is you asked him a trick question and he didn't get what you asked him.
I did.
Because there's no such thing as a circumference on a pyramid, and you did answer that.
Oh my God.
Circumferences are only circles. Spheres deal with circular objects. Longitude and latitude deals with a spherical shape, not a pyramid.
Okay.
And you didn't catch what he's trying to tell you.
I did.
Those things don't work.
I did. I absolutely did. I knew what he said. He even knows that I know what he was saying. I even explained it for a disclosure, if you will, in my explaining it.
Hey, Lance.
Now, what you're saying is that this is the circle, right? We're being the Polaris star. This is a God's eye view of looking down on the earth.
So that's
right. So it's not a 2D shape. We know this, right?
You're saying it's a pyramid with a circle base.
According to this right here, just looking at the land, looking at these lines converging in the center, all of the longitude lines, they're converging. As you notice, when you follow one, you notice the distance from the other gets farther apart. So this is a diagram. This is showing you the layout of the land, if you will.
Hold on, but I don't want you to misread even what you're seeing. You still know those coordinates only work because the diagram represents something that's global, a circle, spherical.
Yes, circular.
But you're looking at how the lines converge into that center point, and you basically acting like we're looking down on the pyramid, correct?
Yes. Well, I'm gonna show you. You see this land up here, this latitude. This latitude represents a space, an area. As you move down the longitude lines, the area widens. Even the latitude lines widen as you go down. The diagram is showing you the layout of the land. Move down further, and the latitude lines even more distance.
Could I ask?
Because the land is widening.
But bro, I'm just gonna do this. I'm about to ask a simple question to AI. And I don't know if it's gonna know what we even talking about. It's gonna think we stupid, but watch this. Would latitude and longitude lines work on a pyramid Earth? Let's see what it says.
The traditional latitude and longitude system is designed for a spherical or near-spherical object like Earth, so it would not work optimally on a pyramid-shaped Earth. For a pyramid, you would likely need a different coordinate system or a modification of the spherical one, which would encounter singularities, points where coordinates are ill-defined, at the sharp edges and the apex.
Dang, didn't I just say
You hear that? Did you hear that? It just showed you that's what happened right here.
Oh my God, did he try to hop on that like a did you hear that?
That's exactly what it did. That's what it said.
This is what I told you that you could not. This is why I threw out the trick question that Jory tried to illustrate to you. It was a trick question. I set it up and I said it fast on purpose. I said, what's the northern hemisphere on the pyramid Earth? I got you to bite and you still trying to run with it. When I told you like a man, nah, that's a trick question, you still trying to make it not a trick question.
No, brother. I'm telling you, I understand what you mean. What a hemisphere on your world is everything above the equator. The hemisphere on my world is everything above the equator. The equator,
that, but you have
the equator is a ring. Different... This is the equator right here. It's a ring.
So it's still a sphere in your concept.
No, a circle.
So that's a sphere.
No, this is a circle.
It comes from a cipher, bro. It's a circle. It's a sphere. It's a circle.
Well, in order for it to be a sphere, it would have to be, you see what I'm saying, bro? This is clearly a circle. Every one of these latitude lines are a circle, bro. They're not complete spheres stacked on top of each other.
You're saying it's a circle, but it's not a 360-degree circle, so it's not a sphere.
Well, no.
No, I'm saying, I'm not talking about 360 degrees in 2D. I'm talking about in 3D. Like, it's not a globe. I understand what you're saying.
Each latitude is not a globe stack. So each latitude still represents a circle and an area space. As you descend down, the area space widens. It widens. Now, just imagine all of this is one solid piece. You got one corner, draw a line from there, here, one corner here. This is land right here beneath here. You can look it up. It's called Zealandia.
I'm totally with you. I'm grasping what you're saying, but you're not grasping what I'm trying to say or what AI just explained.
What AI said is...
You're talking right past that.
No. AI... First ask AI, what is pyramid Earth theory?
All right, so let's just think really, really, really simple.
Because you asking it it's like you asking it.
I don't know. It probably will mention your name, but what do you want me to ask it? I'll do you that courtesy.
What I'm saying is, is your AI up on what pyramid Earth theory is for it to even?
No, I didn't ask it for a theory. I said if the Earth was a shaped like. I didn't say shaped like. I said if the Earth was a pyramid, would latitude and longitude lines work? And everyone who knows that won't work because that's a spherical system. So it explained exactly what I explained to you, but I'm gonna try to say it in the simplest way, right?
Well, let me ask you this, and I want you to be honest. Ask the chat. Do you not see that this is a pyramid shaped form right here in your face? It's just,
No,
it's
I
just,
don't see
even
that.
look,
Pyramids have square bases.
well, this is what I'm showing you. 1, 2, 3, 4. These are the southern portions of all the continents. This is the base. That's why this is the
It's
base.
totally, you got to start being fair to yourself. You got to stick with one method. At first, you're showing us how these lines go out, and those lines extend to the center of the graph. But in order for you to make your point, you're modifying this and telling us just look at any points you're touching on the map that you draw a square, bro. Like, you're doing some crazy stuff.
Bro, this is one corner. This is South America. This is another corner, South Africa. These are really this is a part. This is Australia, another corner. And the Pacific Ocean where the land has dropped. This is one corner.
The ocean is land?
The land, Zealandia is a continent beneath, which is why you have New Zealand and Hawaii and all of these other islands here.
So this is one concept that I would like you to try to work to refine to make your shit sound stronger when you go on other channels. Latitude and longitude got to be taken out of your theory. AI will tell you that. You have to come up with your own.
No, it doesn't.
You have to come up with your own coordinate system that shows how people are getting around this earth. Because we're getting around this earth on a spherical system that would not work on a pyramid earth.
It's not a spherical. It's a circular. It's a circular. East and west are circles.
So let me prove to you how it's not 2D, it's 3D,
it's
spherical.
Up and
because
down
latitude
and east and west.
is one axis and longitude is another axis.
Yes, that's what I just said. It's up and down and it's east and west.
So then where the points connect, it creates then you get your sphere. Like,
right, okay, so tell me this. All right, in my paradigm, this right here is the shape of a pyramid. It's just not complete because it's dropped here. Lands have dropped beneath the water. Right?
Like,
so this is one solid.
Refute that.
Let me just say it. This is one solid.
Well, Lance, if land has disappeared, then it is no longer pyramid because water is not land. Nobody counts water as land.
Well, it's not black space beneath the water.
Bro,
you can't
so this is not space beneath the water. It's land beneath the water.
Lance, hold on a second. What you're talking about is what they call volcanic islands. That's what Hawaii is. The underwater volcanoes that bubble up and build up some of those islands. That's not land. That comes from inside of a volcano in the earth.
Right.
And becomes solid. Listen. That's not land. It doesn't come from land. It comes from in the earth. That's molten earth. That's molten earth that comes up and becomes solid over
No, it's not. No, it's the top of another continent called Zealandia. Look it up.
Cut it out.
Listen to what I just said.
But that'll work.
All right, so this right here is the shape of a pyramid. It is.
Okay,
this is
I could go on that drawing and do a square anywhere, bro. You're just making things up all the way. I thought you were going to try to follow some logic.
So
I think you were just trying to scribble on the map.
Hold on. So you're saying this right here, this Australia, where Australia isn't the actual location of Australia, and where South Africa is not the actual location of South Africa.
Lance,
and where South America is,
we're not saying
spherical.
Huh?
We're not saying that.
Looking at a globe.
So listen, so if this was a spherical thing, then that would mean that these land masses would actually converge in the center like America, Russia, and Canada. But they are actually the same distance apart that is shown right here.
Man,
that's not what we're talking about, Lance. That has nothing to do with what we're saying. What we're saying is the land that you see there does not form a square base. That's it.
He's just
Have you never seen a pyramid?
He won't answer the first question. How do you? So can I make this simple illustration for everyone to understand what we're talking about? Let's go back to when we was itty bitty kids and we got that machine with the shapes and the blocks, right? We're going to take it all the way back to there. Now, we just picked up a pyramid, right? And we went to the little toy and we see a circle. I just want to illustrate this for people. we already know it's going to be hard to try to get this. If we turn it upside down, we're getting it halfway upside down, right? But if we're trying to get it in right side up, we're not going to be able to force the bottom square of the pyramid through a circle if it's at the width of, you know what I'm saying? If it's really small, you just throw it in the circle. But if they're the same size, you're not going to be able to get a pyramid shape inside of a circle. But I want you to look at this illustration. So the kid then, since he can't get it inside of the circle, he sits the pyramid on top of the circle, right? Now think about this. The pyramid is only going to be touching the circle at 4 points, the corners of the pyramid that are able to touch the circle, right? And we all got this, right? We talking about a little kid with a toy. All he did was sit a pyramid, some pyramid shape on top of a circle. It has a square bottom. So when he sat it on the toy, it's only touching one part of the circle, or that corner is touching 4 parts of the circle, right? That's easy, Lance. You got that?
I don't get what you said, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to do it hella simple. You remember when Blood tried to fit a square block into a circle receiving shape?
Right, I got that.
It won't go in, right?
Right.
Why won't it go in? Because it's going to be 4 corners that's preventing it, that's touching the circle, right?
Right.
In your pyramid concept, those would be the only 4 points, as AI said, that fall on a hemispherical system. Everything else would be outside of the pyramid, just like the little kid with the toy who sat it on top of a circle, who could still see inside the box through those little gaps that are created between the straight lines of the edge of the pyramids and the rounding of that circle. I know you see what I'm talking about, right? Because you got to think
circle,
of it.
But in my case, the circle is a crater and it's larger than the pyramid in the center.
The circle is a crater and it's larger, so the pyramid falls right into it.
So it's a circle. It's basically, dog. It's a circle, a square, and a triangle.
So just hear me out. I'm with you. The pyramid falls right into that circle you're trying to fit it into. It still illustrates how if you use a hemispherical, I keep saying here hemispherical, I'm sorry. Latitude and longitude, I don't know what that system is called, right? But if you use that system, you're going to be hitting the circle that it fell into. You're never going to hit any point on the pyramid, ever.
All right. Ask your AI, how do you grid a mountain?
Okay, I'm just going to ask it that. Listen. Let me see. Oh, is my phone woke? How do you grid a mountain?
How do longitude and latitude work on a mountain?
Gridding a mountain typically means finding its location on a map using a grid reference. 1. Find the grid square. Use the vertical lines, eastings, and horizontal lines, northings, printed on the map to find the 1 km by 1 km square the mountain is in. Read the easting, number below the vertical line to the west, first, then the northing, number next to the horizontal line to the south. This is a 4-figure reference. 2. Determine the 6-figure reference. To pinpoint the location more accurately, divide that 1 km square into tenths, both horizontally and vertically. Estimate or use a compass's roamer to find the tenths east and north of the square's bottom left corner. Append the easting tenths to the first number and the northing tenths to the second number, giving a 6-figure reference accurate to 100 meters. Alternatively, in geospatial mapping, gridding refers to creating a digital elevation.
He giving us the real breakdown. Do you want me to ask it in a different way?
Yeah, what did I say second when I said
so we're talking about how does
latitude and longitude lines work on a mountain?
Exactly. Okay.
Explain that,
I can explain it, but I'll let them explain it. How do latitude and longitude lines work on a mountain?
Latitude and longitude define a point's horizontal position on Earth, regardless of elevation. A mountain peak and a point at its base with the same north/south and east/west alignment will share the same latitude and longitude coordinates, though the mountain peak will have a greater
So you see your problem, right? I want to stop it.
No, ain't no laughing, nigga. It just told you
No,
that shit
no,
work
you
on the
didn't see
same
your
thing.
problem was it's on Earth. And so it's just an elevation on Earth. In your theory, the whole entire Earth is a pyramid. That's the difference.
No, the
You
water
can
isn't
never-
a pyramid. The atmosphere isn't a pyramid, just the land.
I know, and it's still not working because look, you can navigate to any mountainous shape with latitude long because it's on a spherical Earth.
Brother.
He don't believe you,
Oh.
Smash. You think you made that up?
The AI just told him.
No,
I'm
I
gonna
wouldn't
say
agree.
repeat that.
Listen,
Watch what
listen,
the AI
listen,
say.
listen.
Watch this. Can you
Listen.
repeat that, please?
Please specify what you would like me to repeat.
All right, what should he repeat then? About how it works on a
No, let's just ask it questions about
You do the
I mean,
Ask
we
it
could go
this.
to the next
Ask it
subject. I don't want to beat you all the way up. This is what I'm saying. This
You're
is the
not,
part
bro.
of your
This is good.
hypothesis that you should work on to be able to hop this hoop. You should have an answer for this. That's all I'm saying.
The
And
problem
let me
is
put it
this,
this
bro.
way.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. Those latitude and longitude lines, they're not connected to the ground. They're above ground. They're not the ground. So when
no,
you
no,
look
but
through,
they
they're-
no,
they're
you're
a
wrong,
filter.
you're wrong, you're wrong,
Listen,
you're wrong.
they're a filter. Yes, they're imaginary, bro. They're not real.
They are.
Okay, they're
There's
a grid.
a system for us to follow if we follow it. Look, if I go to some coordinates on that and you go to the same exact coordinates, we'll be in the same space, the same space on Earth. There's nowhere around that. Because
Yes, I know. That's what I'm trying to. That's exactly what I'm trying to show you. That while you're looking down at, listen, look. If you can take that we call it that equidesimal map that I showed you, and you take it and put it sideways, like you take it from it and make it 3D, and turn it sideways, like putting it flat on the table. That land is going to be a mountainous type land. The water is going to be flat. You're going to see the cliffs and shit off of the northern regions of that water because it's high above.
you just making points to try to strengthen your argument, but you got stumped by something you need to address, and it'll be stronger for you to work on addressing that and just trying to say other shit. Because if you can't get past the fact that a spherical coordinate system wouldn't work on a pyramid.
It's circular. It's not spherical, bro.
It's the same
hemisphere.
thing, man. It's the
Northern
same thing.
hemisphere, southern hemisphere.
It's the same thing.
All right. So you believe that South America, Australia, and portions of Africa, South Africa, are beneath a globe, or beneath the bottom, on the bottom, and that gravity is pulling everything towards the center of this grand geode, if you will.
That's your first time asking a question in this whole discourse, damn near. You might have asked one, but as a debate tool, that was your first time asking a question. You got to ask more questions, even if you're defending yourself. Because you're never offering me the time to fry myself. You just letting you fry yourself by saying hella shit, and I'm just asking questions, letting you feel me? Just in Discord. I'm just talking like sharpen our tools. I know we be on the internet doing this every night. You can ask motherfuckers questions and let them talk all the time and then just see what part you want to beat up.
Mash, you know what you have to ask him? You have to ask him. The Kemetic people built pyramids. And when they built the pyramids that they built on Earth were based on what? A circular Earth, correct?
No, it was based on Earth.
I can't answer that, but I do want to answer the question that I was speaking about. I just spoke about it instead of answering. What was the question again? If you can recall, sorry, I talked.
Do you believe that the Earth is a globe shape, and those portions of South Africa and Australia and America are beneath this globe, and people are living at, if you will, upside down to the northern people?
I think what modern science says about the shape of the globe is correct. It's not a perfect circle. It's more like ovally or whatever, and that's because it's been spinning for a while.
It's kind of football shape. It's kind of football shape. It's not. It's
That's
not
not
exactly.
what Neil deGrasse Tyson says. He says it's like a pear shape.
Yeah, well, that's true. It's augmented circle. I'm with that. I'm with you.
So
on that.
with that saying, a pear shape is saying that the northern region is smaller than the southern region.
Nah, he didn't really say. We might have said a pair, but I don't think he was intending to imply.
Now, when you look at the pear shape,
now, I don't know if he said pair. You want to pull that up?
Yeah, he absolutely said pear shape. He said, well, the dude said it's oblate spheroid. He said, well, it's pear shape.
All right, yeah, you're going to talk past the points where we got you. You can't tell us
well,
how
no, I'm just showing you this. This is what I'm showing you.
You're going to hop in the Uber or you're going to use your GPS, right, when you hop in the whip, and you're going to be using latitude and longitude to get to wherever you at.
Bro, I'm trying to show you that those lines are imaginary, and they will work on a square, on a circle, on a triangle. It don't matter because they're above the land. They're not the land.
This is what you have to do. You have to take the same type of system and come up with a new one that works in the shape of a pyramid. It wouldn't be him.
Well, what you think triangulation is?
I don't think it's that, but I understand triangulation is taking let me break it down. Triangulation is taking 3 points on the global positioning system to figure out an exact location by measuring up the distance between all three of them points.
Why you say global, I say ground.
No, it's not ground, it's a global positioning. You talking about triangulation. Think about it. You can't triangulate in 2D on the ground.
Well, a pyramid is
it goes off the ground.
Listen what you're saying. See? Tetrahedral is the triangulation. What are you talking about? All right,
this is what you got to understand, bro. The axes and coordinations of triangulation is off global position systems. Let me ask AI. Are the axes used in triangulation off of a global positioning system?
Oh my God, really?
Just listen.
GPS does not use triangulation. It uses trilateration to determine a position by measuring distances to multiple satellites. The coordinate system the position is referenced to, the axes, is typically the World Geodetic System 1984, WGS-84, which uses a 3D Earth-centered...
So I got him talking about... He said it used something that sounds different than what I said.
I just told you it's
hold on, though.
above the
Because
ground.
I asked him the wrong question. I should just say... What is triangulation? So we can have that answer. Feel me? Is it working?
Triangulation is a method for determining an unknown point's location by measuring angles to it from two other known points at either end of a fixed baseline. By knowing one side length, the baseline, and two angles, you can use trigonometry to calculate the lengths of the other two sides and find the exact position of the unknown point.
Now, are we saying that works on a flat surface? Because I'm not, I didn't take trigonometry or whatever. So I'm open to learning right in the discourse. That works on a flat surface. That works on a flat surface? Hold on, let me ask.
Bro.
Does that work in 2D or on a flat surface? Here we come.
Yes, the fundamental principle of triangulation is based on 2D geometry on a flat plane. In surveying, the calculations for small areas can use plane trigonometry, flat surface. But for large-scale Earth surveying, spherical trigonometry is used to account for the Earth's curvature.
Hold on. So I was about to say, I was about to say you right. But then at the end, he threw in a caveat. You heard it, right?
He had to throw that caveat in. But watch this. Ask it, say, so why doesn't, hold on.
He kind of got you. While you thinking of the question, I'm going to ask him to repeat that for the people. I'm just going to press the button. It should repeat. Let's see.
Yes, the fundamental principle of triangulation is based on 2D geometry on a flat plane. In surveying, the calculations for small areas can use plane trigonometry,
so you're right
flat
about
surface. For large-scale Earth surveying, spherical trigonometry is used to account for the Earth's curvature.
But for large-scale Earth surveying, what
Yes.
type of trigonometry? Spherical.
Now ask it how large of a Earth survey do you mean by how large? How large of land is covered to do this?
I know you're trying to get around that. Hold on. How large of a land survey requires spherical whatever? It knows.
Spherical trigonometry is required for a geodetic survey, which typically covers an area larger than 250 square kilometers, 250 km squared, or involves very long distances, as this is the point where the Earth's curvature significantly impacts accuracy. Smaller surveys use simpler plane trigonometry.
Curvature.
Right.
Why they gotta use spherical
Listen.
trigonometry? Because of the curvature of the spherical Earth, bro.
No, bro, no. So you're under the impression that the land is curving and
Nah.
people are living on. No, bro.
See, we're not gonna go off on tangents. We're gonna have better fun than that on the show. Let me show you. This is like a variety show. Check it out.
He didn't say.
You know how they got the game called "Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader"?
Yes.
We're about to play Can You Beat AI? But you don't get all night and you don't get unlimited questions. You already got it this far. You have to convince AI to say you're correct in the next 5 questions. I do that about Kemet. I do it. I say it's the ancient Egyptians black. It's going to start with no. I'm going to give it 5 questions, and by the end, it's going to say, yes, the ancient Egyptians black. I did it on my show last night, but it took me like 40 questions. But you want to do it?
Yes.
Make this AI right here say that you right. Anything you can say to it, and I'm going to repeat it.
All right. Say, can the locations Australia, South America, and South Africa and Zealandia be considered 4 corners of the Earth? Absent minus
Australia, what else?
South America, South Africa, and Zealandia. Minus
Can
Antarctica.
Australia, South Africa, what else?
South America.
I'm going to ask again. And Zealandia? South
And
Africa,
Zealandia.
South America.
Strong sporting rivalry in cricket and rugby union.
No, they messed that up. I'm going to ask an easier question. How about I say, what are the 4 corners of the Earth? Is that what, or do I got, are you asking? I'm going to press the button right now. Just say it.
Can South Africa, South America, Australia, and Zealandia beneath the Pacific Ocean, minus the Antarctic region, be considered 4 corners of the Earth?
Let's see what it says. Did it hear you? That was a good one, bro. Sorry to waste your time. I don't think it hurt you. Damn. All right, well, I don't think that's going to help. I'm going to try. I'm going to keep this game going because it's good. Hold on. I'm going to ask. Can South America, what else?
South Africa, Australia,
All right, I got it. And Zoolander?
and Zealandia.
All right.
Zealandia.
Can Zealandia, South Africa, South America, and
Australia
be the 4 corners of the Earth?
This phrasing is not scientifically accurate. The Earth is a sphere, not a flat shape with corners. However, if you are referring to the 4 extreme points of continental landmasses, these locations are not the correct set. The continents you mentioned are Zealandia, a largely submerged continent, with New Zealand being the main landmass above water. South Africa, a country on the continent of Africa. South America, a continent. Australia, a continent. These 4 do not represent the most extreme or widely separated continental points on Earth. The concept of 4 corners often refers to extreme geographic points, but there is no single accepted set of 4 land points that definitively represent the corners of the globe. The 4 cardinal directions, north, south, east, west, are used instead to describe global positions.
You're never going to
right.
get him to say the Earth is a pyramid. That's question number 1. What's question
right,
number 2?
are east and west curved lines?
You think this gonna lead to him saying that the Earth is a pyramid? You want to try another question number 2?
Ask that.
All right,
Are
what's
east and
question number
west
2?
line?
Are east and west curved lines? Seriously? All right, I'm gonna ask that. Are east and west curved lines?
East and west are represented by the lines of latitude, parallels, which are circles that run parallel to the equator. Only the equator is a great circle, the largest possible circle on the Earth's surface and the shortest distance between 2 points in this direction. All other lines of latitude are smaller circles that curve to follow the spherical shape of the Earth. Therefore, for any line other than the equator, the due east-west direction is a curved line.
Okay. Can you fit those? Right. Hold on.
Okay.
Because it keeps saying it has to put in. That's the algorithm. That's the way it's programmed, bro. It has to say that it's a globe.
So keep going. You
now
got
watch
3
this.
more questions.
Can you put? All right. Can east and west lines? Can those east and west lines be represented on a cone?
Can those east and west lines be represented on a cone?
Yes, the east-west lines on Earth, known as lines of latitude or parallels, are represented on a cone in a conic map projection as concentric circular arcs. Conic projections are often used for mapping mid-latitude regions that have a predominant east-west orientation, such as the United States.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
You got
That's
2 more questions, right?
That's a yes. All right. All right. Ask it. Is the reason you cannot see, hold on. So what I want to know, this is concerning the Northern Star, right? And what I'm going to try to get it to admit is that Australia, South Africa, South America are lower in incline from the north, which is why you cannot see the Northern Star from those positions.
Dude, that's not gonna help you. You want to say that for real? How to say it? I'm trying
Hold on,
to tell you,
let me try to rephrase it. Let me try to rephrase
there
it.
you go. Come on. Because you only got 2 more questions. Then I'm gonna just make it say that ancient Egypt.
All right, watch this. Because it just admitted that they are concentric circles, right? That widens as you go south, right? So that's conical, right? So it admitted that. Now watch this.
Come on now.
Is the reason you cannot see the Northern Star from the southern continents is because they're at a lower latitude?
You want to ask the question or you want to tell it?
That's what I'm asking the question.
So I gotta keep going and say it's because the what? Say it again.
All right, let me ask the question for him. Is it true that the reason the Northern Star is not visible from the southern continents is because of the incline of the lower latitude?
Is it true that the reason why the North Star is not visible from the southern continents is because of its lower latitude? Did I say that right?
That's incorrect.
Ah,
the North Star, Polaris, is not visible from the southern hemisphere because the Earth itself blocks the view due to the star's position almost directly above the North Pole, not because of the South Pole's lower latitude. It's about declination and celestial sphere geometry.
Not South Pole.
The horizon line hides the North Star for observers far south of the equator.
See,
he refuted you, bro. You heard
No,
that.
he agreed. He said the reason you can't see
it again. The first thing he said was that's incorrect, but you might not have heard it.
I know because he misunderstood you because he mentioned the South Pole. I didn't mention the South Pole.
No, I said the South Lands. He had to mention that to tell you that it's not a different hemisphere. I mean, not a different.
Listen.
Bro,
listen, let me explain it to
you. Bro. You ain't gonna accept nothing.
Yo, Smash. He is agreeing with me. The earth blocks the view of those in the southern hemisphere, right? According to this, the southern hemisphere, the earth blocks the view because they're at the lower incline. Being so small and looking up, a false horizon is created. So you can't see beyond a certain point. So yes, the earth blocks the view. Like I showed you earlier with the mountain. If you stand at the foot of a mountain, you can't see its pinnacle. You can't see its height. You're going to get a false horizon.
I ain't tripping because you forgot what you was doing right now. I mean, not like that, but you got one more question. That's what I mean. So you can explain to me all you want, but you're going to lose this game if you can't make it say that the earth is a sphere in the next question.
Okay, watch this.
No, Smash, you have to make it say the earth is a pyramid.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I messed that up. So you can convince me all you want. I'm just the dude standing at the game show with the music going. You got to beat the computer. I'm about to do it in 5. I'm just going to use some wit and do it in 5 questions. This is a really hard, witty game. Only experts could do this type of shit.
Hold on, let me think of a question for this AI.
So imagine you can still correspond and talk to the AI. I want you to be able to figure this out before your last question.
Hold on, did you remember the answer that I did get right?
I don't really remember him agreeing with nothing. I can't front, bro.
You don't remember when he said that East and West are
he said
circles.
He said East and West got curved, but you try to act like ignore that.
And then I said
they're a circle. That's because they're a circle.
Right. I said, can it work on a cone? It said yes. They are conical circles.
Okay,
that's why it can work on a cone.
But the timer's running out. You're supposed to be able to make this AI say that the Earth is a pyramid because you're smarter than AI. 5 questions.
Okay.
Come on.
Ask you
but
this.
I'm gonna be fair to you. It's just like throwing you a lifeline. You should notice that you can still correspond with the AI without asking questions as much as you want. Just don't ask a question. So you maybe can convince it to go down your line by making statements. State something as a fact. That ain't a question. But you still got one more question though.
Well, Smash, it seems like AI agrees with us that the earth is a sphere because everything he says goes back to sphere.
Yeah, we know we just having fun with
square,
this theory, dog.
Nothing.
We know that this is nonsense. We just having fun with it on YouTube. It's no big deal.
Bro.
I want to see if he's smarter than AI. Because just like you think the pyramid, I think the ancient Egyptians was black. But I bet you, if I don't do it in 5 questions, I'm going to be mad at myself. So you got your here's Custer's last stands. I don't even know who Custer, I just know that statement.
Well, Smash, I did a live called Fights with ChatGPT, and I think I got it to agree with me in about 3 questions. 2 to 3 questions.
All right, so it's your turn. He could save it. Because it's going to remember what you was talking about, Lance. You'll never get it to say the earth is a pyramid. But I will, in a few questions, get it to say the ancient Egyptians are black people. What would you get it to say, Joey?
Well, let me be proper. I was arguing about the term Kemet and what Kemet meant. So in about 3 questions, I got it to admit that black land and red land, even though they appear within primary texts, the primary text don't say that Kemet means black land or red land. Not black people. So I'm going to be fair.
All right, so
I didn't ask it about
you want
people.
to stab at it? I think my phone's going to die in a minute is the funny part. You want to stab at it?
Yes.
All right, what's your first thing you're going to present to the AI?
What does Kem and Kemet mean? So answer that question and see what it says. And then we could go from there.
What does Kem and Kemet mean in the ancient Egyptian language?
The ancient Egyptian root Km, often transcribed as Kim or Kimi and related to the name Kemet for Egypt, generally means black or the black land, referring to the fertile black soil of the Nile floodplains. The phrase Kim and Kim does not appear as a known fixed phrase in the language, so repeating the root likely just emphasizes the meaning of black.
All right, what's next?
Can Kem and Kemet be applied to the people of the land and not just the soil using primary text? Now, to be fair, I modified my question because I didn't ask you that question before. So I'm just being
Can you repeat the question?
Can Kem and Kemet be used to describe the people of the land and not just the soil?
Can Kemet and Kemet be used to describe the people of the land and not just the soil?
Yes, the root km, meaning black, was used in ancient Egyptian to refer to both the black fertile soil, Kemet, the country, and also, with different grammatical endings or determinatives, to people who were black or from the black land, Kemetu.
Okay, so it agreed with me. Halfway. So I did get to agree with me halfway.
Agree with you what?
Say it again? I did get it to agree with me that it means black people.
No, you didn't ask it that. And it ain't gonna agree.
So what did it say?
So ask it. So you doing this is you wanna ask it that?
But didn't I just ask it that? No.
You tried to get it to say something like that. You could just ask it that. See if it agrees then.
Is Kemet specifically used to refer to the people of the land?
Let's see. Is Kemet specifically used to refer to the people of the land? See how you changed your question? You didn't say black people. You're trying to be slick.
Yes, a related term, Kemetu, KMTJW, which derives from Kemet, black land, specifically means Egyptians, or the people of the black land.
See,
while Kemet, KM.self, most directly refers to the fertile land / nation. The use of the root KM in the plural form Kemetu is one of the terms ancient Egyptians used to identify themselves as a people. They also collectively refer to themselves as RMT and KMT, people of Kemet.
I'm waiting for you to strike out. You want to ask him? So let's ask him if he agree with you yet. You want to ask him?
So let me be fair, Smash. Let me be fair. All right. Okay. Let me just ask you this question straight up. Were the people of ancient Kemet black? Okay. Let me just ask you that question. And
this question number 4, you're going to have one left after this. Were the people of ancient Egypt black?
The population of ancient Egypt was diverse and varied across time and region. They were a North African people at a crossroads with the Near East and Mediterranean. While modern racial categories are anachronistic when applied to ancient people, the population of Upper, Southern Egypt and Nubia had closer ties to Sub-Saharan Africa, while those in Lower, Northern Egypt showed more genetic affinity with Near Eastern and Mediterranean populations.
He didn't agree. So you want me to show you how to make it agree?
First of all, I want you to tell ChatGPT I said fuck you. That's number one.
Oh, he's not gonna be happy about that.
I got one for it, bro.
No, it's my turn. Hold on, I'm gonna show you how to do this like a pimp. Watch
fair enough.
Well, I hope my phone don't die. So I'm gonna start with question number. Well, I ain't gonna start with a question. I'm gonna start with a statement.
Hold on, Smash. Let me concede that I couldn't do it.
Okay.
Before you
I got 2 answers right out of it, nigga.
All right, check this out. I'm about to tell them this. I'm about to teach you a few things strictly about Egyptian grammar.
That sounds interesting. I'm ready to learn about Egyptian grammar. Please start whenever you like.
Now, I'm not about to ask a question yet. Look, I have a formula that I need you to adhere to and verify that it is sound.
Please present your formula. I will adhere to and verify its soundness.
I will use the example Kemet plus land determinative N23-049 to state it means the black community.
You're presenting an interpretation of a hieroglyphic combination. Please state the formula you need me to verify based on this example.
When I say plus and equals, this encompasses my formula. I'm not asking questions.
Based on your
yet.
example and clarification, the formula you want me to verify is, specifically, is this the precise formula you want me to adhere to and
All right, I'm
verify
gonna
its
tell him.
soundness?
No, here's the formula. Noun plus determinative equals a determinative that is described by the noun. We'll see what you say.
That formula is clearer. You are proposing that the combination redefines the determinative itself, making it a specific instance of that determinative, qualified by the preceding noun. I adhere to this formula and will verify its soundness based on standard Egyptian grammar principles and your
Okay.
subsequent examples.
Now we're ready for the questions. I had to load it up. Okay, what would Kemet plus determinatives in 23 mean?
Based on the standard formula, where noun plus determinative equals a determinative described by the noun. 1. Noun, Kemet, KMT, meaning the Black Land, ancient Egypt, referring to the fertile black soil. 2. Determinative, N23, land town plan. The hieroglyph, or Gardner N23, is a plan of crossroads, a town, or a piece of cultivated land. The combination of Kemet plus Zas means a determinative of land or place specifically defined by the preceding noun Kemet, therefore signifying the Black Land country of Kemet, Egypt.
I'm with that. I'm cool. I'm not going to argue. I only got a few more questions. Okay, what would Kim plus A1 render?
Well, hold on, Spy. This is your third question, right?
Yeah. No, that's my
Using
second.
your formula, noun,
But it could be my
KM,
third.
phonetic value,
Listen.
meaning black, determinative, A1, Gardner A1, the seated man, which is a common determinative for a man, person, masculine name, or singular pronoun, I, me. The combination KM, black, plus core, man/person determinative, would render a man/person described as black. This configuration signifies a black person or a black male individual.
See, this is how you game the shit. Now watch me. Before 5 questions, I'm going to end it right here. Following the same formula, what does Kemet plus A1, B2, and Z2 render? Let's see.
That's an excellent follow-up that directly tests your proposed formula
See?
on a complex determinative group. Using your formula, noun plus determinative equals a determinative described by the noun. Analysis of the components. 1. Noun, Kemet, KMT, meaning the Black Land, referring to the rich, fertile black soil of the Nile Valley, and by extension, Egypt. Phonetic root, KM, meaning black. 2. Determinatives, the collective, A1, B2, Z2. A1, the seated man, a determinative for man, person, male, I, or me. B2, the pregnant/nursing woman, a determinative for woman, female, or birth/life-giving. This is a variation on the more common B1E for seated woman. Z2 won't. The 3 strokes, an indicator of plurality or collective number. The rendered meaning, the combination of the person determinatives, anson, and und, followed by the plural sign, und, is a common way in Egyptian to write a collective group of people, or mankind. Applying your formula, the combination Kemet plus A1B2Z2 would therefore render the specific, collective people or community associated with the Black Land. This term is the ancient Egyptian equivalent of a demonym, a word for the inhabitants of a place. It is linguistically distinct from the word for the land itself, KMT, but the determinative group forces the interpretation toward the inhabitants of that Black Land. In some contexts, and supported by the phonetic root KM, black, it can also be interpreted as
I was about to say, did my phone die? It said it also could be interpreted as, and it just stopped. Oh, it say the black community. Do I gotta show you on my phone?
No.
I gotta show the visual because people think my phone just stopped. Look, you gonna see that say the black community? Look,
That motherfucker had to not show that.
I'm gonna come bigger on the screen. Look, hold on, change the scene. Look, it stopped right before the black community, interpreted as what? The black
screen is not even
community.
sharing,
Y'all
you know,
see
you can't
that?
see what-
Who can make the
Oh,
AI
we
say
can't
that
see it,
Kemet
though.
mean the black community in 4 questions?
We can't see it, you know.
Oh, I'm gonna put it on the Zoom, but you gotta look on YouTube real quick because I can't switch up.
But
Y'all
it's
see
not-
that?
not-
Now
not-
I'm gonna ask. I ain't even got to question 5. I will.
Now hold on, Smash. Now let's be fair here, Smash. Your skill level and your understanding, your methodology with the language is not the same as I use.
But I hit it with the formula. I just want to ask my last question. I already got it to say what I wanted to say in 4 questions.
No. But
How many, hold on, how many
I
you
gotta
got right?
end it with the bomb, though.
How many you got right?
All right, I ain't gonna do it. Go ahead. Y'all got the flow. Hold it down for a minute.
How many did you
y'all.
get right?
I'm gonna step out real quick. I gotta go see what my
Hold
wife
on.
doing.
All I'm gonna say is this, right? His skill level with the language is different than mine. That's a fact. And I didn't use the proper methodology when I tried to learn the language. So I wouldn't have been able to do that based on me doing things that I'm not supposed to do when I was trying to learn the language. That's a fact. My skill level is not the same as his when it comes to the language. I just want to put that out there. Even though I could recognize some of the glyphs, but my skill level is not the same. I would not have been able to do that because I couldn't have explained that formula in that kind of way.
All I know is I got his AI to admit that that latitude lines are conical circles. Okay.
Right,
That's all I know.
but at the end of the day, Lance, we're still trying to get you to understand that the reason why it is based on that is because the consensus is that it's a circle and it seems to work. So there has to be some sort of
Yes,
fact.
yes, conical, a circle. Circle,
Right,
not a sphere.
But Lance, a circle and a sphere are synonymous.
No, a sphere is 3D.
Bro,
A circle is 2D.
bro, what we're saying is for the purposes of this conversation, we can consider a circle and a sphere to be the same thing.
No, we cannot. We cannot. It never will be. And it's not even in fake life. And it is definitely not in real life. A sphere is 3D. A circle is 2D. A ring, a belt, a band. A sphere is an orb, globular.
They're all round, aren't they?
No.
Yes, they are round.
Okay. A circle is round.
Spheres are considered round too. Spheres can be round too.
This is true, but that's a misconception that you're having. When I say circle, when they say, listen, when they say circle.
Lance, if you were to look up the definition of sphere and circle, I'm sure that they would say that they are synonymous.
But circles
they're
and
not.
lines is different things. You keep messing up, bro.
A circle and a sphere is not the same thing.
Are you talking to me or are you talking
No,
to
I was
Lance?
talking to Lance, obviously.
Right.
But I ain't trying to go back to that convo, bro. You lost that, and you couldn't make the AI even say nothing.
Yes, I did. I got it to admit that the latitude lines are conical, convex, conical shaped lines, circles.
And let's say it again, Lance. For the purpose of the English language, a sphere and a circle are considered to be the same thing.
They're not the same.
We'll argue with the dictionary. Argue with the dictionary because the dictionary would say that. I'm sure the dictionary would say
even
exactly.
when you listen, but when you look at latitude lines, they're not spheres stacked on top of each other, like bubbles stacked on top.
We're not saying that.
They're circles, rings.
We're not saying that, Lance. We're
All
saying.
right, so a sphere is not a circle.
Listen, we're saying.
Like, I mean, but
Let me leave you alone, Lance. Let me leave you alone.
Listen, when you run around your high school, when you run around your high school track, you running in a circle.
Blood, not really, but feel me. I hear you trying to say a sphere is not a circle. That's why it has a different name. But a circle is the base to a sphere. Like, you see what I'm saying? If you don't have a circle in shape, you won't have a sphere. So it's not just a 2D circle, but there's a 2D circle around every degree of a sphere. You could draw a circle around any point of a sphere.
Thank you, Slash.
And you can also draw a circle around every point of a pyramid.
No, I know, and that's what I was trying to illustrate for you why longitude and latitude won't work on that type of a circle. Because what happens when you draw a circle around a pyramid, either you draw it smaller than the pyramid, so it's inside the pyramid, or it will have points that are not touching the pyramid, which would not be good for a coordinate system. It'll show you how to get 3 feet outside of the pyramid because it's in a circle.
No, bro. It works the same.
You can't imagine this. You can't understand. You gotta understand this.
It works the same, bro. That's why it's shaped. That's why I just told you. Look at it. Ask it again.
All right, what's the next
Latitude lines are conical.
Cone. I ain't even tripping off that, bro. I ain't tripping.
It has to. It can't. Listen. It can't be one circle because there's elevation.
A cone is considered to be a sphere-like shape.
Oh, y'all couldn't get ChatGPT to say nothing. That's what happened. Gemini.
Hold on, I got one for ChatGPT.
What are you talking to me?
Come on, y'all couldn't get it to say shit. Come on, Gemini.
Okay.
You got one last question. This is your final question, right?
But hold on, Smash. I already conceded that I don't have your skill level.
Lance, I thought he had one more question. I thought a long time ago.
Yeah, I got two. I got it to admit two things though. So here go my
But
last
don't forget,
question.
you can talk to it and fill it up with how you need to see things. Like, you don't waste your question. Just say something that make it feel you. It ain't gonna feel you.
What? Let me say this, Smash. You taught me something new that I didn't know about AI. Because I'm not that familiar with AI. So now I know in the future, when I want to talk to it, I can give it formulas and give it these different things.
Let me qualify what I just did, and don't consider this one of my questions. Real quick. Was my grammatical formula a standard accepted formula in Egyptology? Listen.
Please state the grammatical formula you are referring to.
Oh, it already erased out that last track. Sorry, it already erased out that last track. Basically, I just used what we learned in every book. Go ahead.
But remember, Smash, I am one who is a window jumper outer. So I really did use the proper methodology when making an attempt to learn the language.
See, here's the thing. The only way Egyptologists get away with that is by breaking grammar rules. So if you tell AI, which is supposed to be unbiased, to stick to these rules of how they taught us how to read this language, it's going to have to tell you that Kemet mean black people. It won't have no way around it.
I'm not arguing with you.
I know.
But I'm just saying, while you're giving me a lot of credit, the fact of the matter is I didn't do what you did. I didn't use the sign list and use the proper methodology as I was supposed to. I jumped out the window.
Well, it ain't over. Start at any time. I had people telling me I would be a lot better once I learned the grammar, and I was like, whatever. Then once it got clear for me to learn it, I learned the grammar and realized I was much better at reading. So
I read two grammar books. Apparently, I have to do what you do and continue reading them until I internalize.
No, it ain't just about reading them. You got to read them motherfuckers hella time.
So all I got to do is say, according to Lance's pyramid Earth theory, and then it's gonna automatically know what I'm talking about.
Maybe not. It might not. It has to be familiar with what you're talking about.
I'm about to ask it. What is pyramid Earth theory and who developed it? You about to get busted out.
The concept often referred to as pyramid Earth theory is pyramidology, a collection of religious or pseudoscientific speculations mainly about the Great Pyramid of Giza. A key idea within this is the pi relationship, first proposed by John Taylor in the mid-19th century, which suggests the pyramid's dimensions were intentionally related to the Earth's dimensions and mathematical constants like pi and phi, the golden ratio. Taylor specifically claimed that dividing the Great Pyramid's perimeter by its height yields an approximation of 2 pi, suggesting it was a scale model of the spherical Earth, with the height corresponding to the polar radius and the perimeter to the equatorial circumference.
Man, you better go remember that argument. That's why.
I already got that. No, bro, I already got that, and that's what I show. That's what I show in my PowerPoint. That Earth, why would the fucking pyramid be a small replica of?
I'm sorry, you telling me nothing about that today.
Yes, I did.
I don't like when that happened. When we go to some source and it throw you an alley-oop and you trying to see you seen the alley-oop all the way.
Bro, let me show you.
I didn't hear you say that, Lance.
He seen the alley-oop all the way from down court. Huh?
Bro, I said, I'm going to show you when I said it. You're going to remember. We live in pyramids. The very earliest conception of what dwellings were, the shape of pyramids. Remember I said that?
Yeah, you said, I do remember you said that, but I don't remember that man saying that.
I said Earth. I said the pyramids are a replica of Earth. Everything is a replica of Earth.
But you didn't mention pi. Not all today. You didn't mention that.
I didn't mention pi. We didn't get off into that portion, but I have it in my PowerPoint.
I must have missed that. I must have missed that.
Yeah, I did not mention pi, but I did say that the pyramids themselves are a replica of
But
Earth.
if we was looking at this with no emotion, right, and we just talking about theories that we want to bring forth, you want to bring, why wouldn't you take the recommendation of even articulating it in that way? But furthermore, my first recommendation, if I was doing like some type of peer review, I'll tell you to figure out how we are getting to destinations and location using a spherical longitude and latitude system on a pyramid Earth. You should be. That's a whole book. You could be able to explain that in the whole book.
So when you say don't ask the AI in a pyramid Earth, you have to say conical.
All right, I'm gonna have to whip out Canva because we don't understand shit unless we see shit. I'm gonna make a simple ass demonstration and you won't be able to get around it. Because asking the AI, we're going to keep going in circles. You got the floor. I'm about to just do something real quick.
You can ask AI if the magnetic field forms the dome-like lines that converge at the poles, wouldn't that actually imply a pyramid or dome energy structure rather than a perfect sphere? It's going to say, whatever the fuck, because when you see what the a magnetic field of a pyramid or domes or when you see what that looks like, it don't create the Earth field that looks like a damn atom, how an atom look. You know, they telling us that ours is a diode type, magnetic field, but it's not. That's not what the field looks like. The field looks like an atom. Like how the atom field looks like. You know what I'm saying? That's what it looks like.
I'm about to just break you down because people can't understand shit unless we see it. Can we all see the image?
Yes.
So on this image, the black square represents the base of your pyramid Earth. Can we agree on that?
Yes.
All right, cool. Now, in this same image, the circle represents, let's just pick any point. Let's say the equator of a hemispherical system, longitude and latitude. This is the, we're looking at this, we're looking down on the top of the pyramid. So this would be, that'll be the equator. You feel me?
Where's the equator?
Well, I can't say it's the equator because we can't see at what point of your pyramid we're at.
Okay, so the equator, so let me,
but so
the
that you get
would be half of that square.
Real quick, so that you get the concept, we understand that this box is the square of the base of your pyramid. The circle represents a spherical system, right?
No, a circle.
No, I'm laying out the graph. I'm laying this out so we can do a certain experiment. So I'm not trying to be authoritative. I'm saying like in this example, this is what it is.
We looking down on it, right?
Yeah, we're looking down on it, and I need. So it's just like when a kid.
So are you saying that's a solid cube on top of a sphere, a ball?
No, this is it? So right now, this is a solid. Imagine this empty space in the ball. There's no space in there. Remember when we was at the point when the kid was putting the pyramid inside of a circle, and you said the pyramid is smaller than the circle. So this is what it would look like. For a kid putting a pyramid shape inside of a circle, but the pyramid was smaller than the circle, this is the image we would get. Do we agree on that?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So now we got to remember the circle here represents a coordinate system that we got worked out to find out how we get to specific locations on a spherical Earth. See what I mean? So now, in the same image, and I can do the same thing with a circle and it'll work. But then, with this image, now that the square is smaller, how could you tell what point, what coordinate on this latitude line could you tell me that'll put you someplace inside of the square?
Well, See, that's what I tried to explain to you. This circle that's outside of the square represents the boundaries that the square is within, is what holds the water. The actual grid would cover the square.
No,
So
no, you
if
got
you-
this circle as a different thing. I'm willing to accept that, but let's just note that wouldn't be a hemispherical system. You saying that's just the atmosphere?
I'm trying to
the
show you
atmospheric container of the whatever you call in the ocean or whatever. It's in the circle. You said that part's in the circle, right? I'm with
Right.
you on
So
that.
what you would have to do, circle within the square.
But are you not understanding that this the
Yes.
circle represents a navigation system of degrees? See, you know the degrees.
Well, it
would-
represents a bounded system. It's a bounded system that once you put points in here would represent a degree, but
Yeah,
you don't have
exactly.
those things right now. So it only represents the bounded system where navigation could occur, but there's no coordinates. There's no line.
No, that's you're 100% right. Now let's talk about the coordinates. They come because it's broken up into 360 degrees. Remember, because it's a circle, right? So let's break
Yes.
it down. If I said if I was at this point on the map, and I'm just being arbitrary, but we're gonna kind of like have it. If I said go 32 degrees west, you count 32 degrees west and start going along this line 30, and you never touch a point on this square. Easy.
Yes.
Now
Right.
but let me give you really to illustrate.
That's why you have. That's why you have north and south.
I'm about to give you another scenario, bro. Because remember, this is what I was illustrating at first. Remember, the box wouldn't fit inside. This is what AI told us, and it was hard to see because we couldn't see it. This is someone trying to fit a pyramid, and this is the base of the pyramid, so it looked like a square. They're trying to fit it into a circular navigation system. This is exactly what AI said. The only coordinates you'll be able to tell me how to get to is this point, because it's touching the pyramid. That point, this point, and everything else, you'll be in outer space. You'll be telling me how to get to somewhere in
No,
the
that's not how
firmament.
that works, bro. That's not how that. You just said you're looking down, right?
Yes.
Right, and we know that the bounded area is a disc. We know that, right?
No.
In order, so you're telling me in this example, we only can go east and west.
I agree with you on that, but I hope you understand that I was agreeing that this circle illustrated in the demonstration does not represent the outer atmosphere, whatever you want to call it, that would encapsulate your pyramid in the circle. That's not what this is representing. This is representing something we got on Earth called on Earth. That's on Earth. Longitude and latitude ain't in our atmosphere. It's just
Well, you
on
don't
the
have
actual
any
globe
longitude
of the
lines here.
Earth.
You have a one latitude line.
Huh?
One latitude. You only have one latitude line here. You have no longitude lines. If
Yeah,
you
you're
take
right, you're right.
if you take a line and cross it down from the middle down and then one across and create a cross in the middle, then you're creating a grid.
Okay,
And then
so
you
now
can-
that's a better answer. So I mean, it's logically leading to something. So I'm about to do what you said, and we're going to entertain that because that makes some sense. You saying you only got the one line, huh?
That's only one latitude.
Okay, that's fine, but I'm about to do what you said, and we're going to keep it all in perspective. So now I'm taking another line. I'm running from hypothetically north to south, and it'll be representing the circle on the outside. You know, that's like what longitude.
That's actually from south to south.
All right, how you saying that this white line I just put through it? Well, I need to make the background a different color so everybody can see. You said the white line that I just put through it is from what angle?
From south to south. It
Why
crosses
is it
the
south
north
to south?
because it crosses the north in the center of the box.
Okay, I'm willing to look at it like that. So you saying right here then would be the center.
Wherever the center is.
Now
Yeah.
you still see how that's not working, but it helps it start to work better. But you're still gonna have all these gaps and coordinates that don't
Okay,
touch.
all right. So watch this.
the
Now
pyramid.
take this line and run it from east to west. across the
So
center.
add another line.
Yes.
All right. Across the center. And so we can imagine if we kept doing this. You
All
still
right, now
don't think
take a
you're gonna have
line
these
and
gaps
run it
over
from
here?
one corner to the next. White
All right,
line
I mean,
from
we
one
can
corner
do
of
it.
the
We
box
can
to the next
imagine
corner of the
all
box.
of the latitudes, right? And it ain't gonna stop the question. You think it's gonna take away the gaps, basically?
I know that's what it's going to turn into the actual shape. Remember, the pyramid is there, and you're creating the exact lines that I just showed you on the actual
but
map.
you're not peeping game that what I'm showing you is a tad bit different than that. So what you're proposing is now that I put these lines here, that these empty spaces aren't there anymore. See?
Now what
the
you
empty
do
spaces
is
are still there.
now what you do now is you add more longitude lines because we need to get to these spaces. There is no representation of these spaces.
I know,
so
but
now
you
you
can
go
only
from
get
one
to
center
this
to the
space
cross.
So what does the white represent in this theory that the longitude or latitude? Lat lays down, right? Lat lays down and long stands up, right? Long is north to south. Lat is east to west, correct? So
No.
Huh?
Go ahead, say what you gonna say.
I thought the long way was standing up like north to south. And latitude was east to west. Okay, cool.
So you only got one latitude line.
Black is latitude and white is longitude, right?
Now watch this. Now you got to take another longitude line and put it within the box.
Well, I can put
circle.
360 of them in here. That's what it'll end up with. The divisions we do is 360 degrees. So I can put all of them, I can put 180 of them, and then I'll end up 360, and it won't fill in the space.
Listen what you're missing. Take some circular latitude, because latitude lines are circular. Only got longitude lines from north to south.
Every line that we see on this graph is represented as a circle from a different angle. So they're all circular.
No, it's only one circle.
Blood, are you serious? Oh, you doing a different? Are you doing it? I'm helping you with something. We got to come up with the name of this.
No, bro, I'm showing you. You only have one latitude circle.
System. It's all circles on Earth, bro. Like longitude, it goes around the Earth.
I understand, but I'm trying to show you, bro. The reason that you can't cover this space is because you don't have the latitudinal circles to cover this space filled in.
No,
you have to take more.
I understand you, but you could only use you could possibly use coordinates with one.
Watch what it turn into.
In your theory, you have to tell people we use coordinates that only represent one axis, right? Because if it's only going to be a white line touching the black square, no point on the black line would ever still be touching that. The only coordinates that'll work for you is where the black line, the square, and the white line, the black line, and the square touch each other. That's how you can tell people how to get somewhere on that square.
No, listen, let me explain it to you, brother,
it bigger
please.
for you. Go ahead.
Take a small circle and put it in the center.
All right, now you're trying to make some more stuff happen. A small circle.
No, because this is how my pyramid Earth theory works. I'm trying to tell you.
Now I'm taking how small, and what I'm gonna make it red so we can keep track. Now what? What does that do? How does that help?
Now take take another circle. Make another circle.
Dude, we could do 360 of those too. It's gonna be the same thing.
This is how you create a grid, bro, and that's the same thing. I'm showing you.
I'm with you, but I need you to see. Do you play chess?
Yes, very good.
You gotta look a few moves down the board. No matter how many circles I put in here, there is going to be points in your thing that don't touch the black.
It's not, bro. It's not.
So where you see where my mouse is?
Yes.
That space is going to still exist.
That's going to be water.
Oh man.
That's water, and you still put bro. You put a ring. So let's say
that's
this.
Water, though. All right, that's water.
Look, let's say this. Let's say that a ring represents. You got to look at a map.
So
key.
Can I ask you a question though? I mean, because you're trying to throw me off. You said that's water. So water in your concept ain't on the earth? Because the pyramid is the earth. And the water is on the earth. So the water would be
surrounds the
inside of
earth.
the black part.
No. You got rivers, you got streams, you got seas that, because this is broken up.
But you got ones that go off the earth?
No. Listen, brother. The ocean water surrounds the earth. Okay? The ocean water surrounds the earth.
No. That's a tricky statement because I would be pressed to agree. But in the grid we're looking at, it don't make sense. You're saying water is off of the earth in the air somewhere.
No.
Well, on this coordinate, see, we trying to be pseudo-scientific tonight.
Hey, do this. Fill in the blue.
But I'm trying to lead you along some type of a method of explaining something.
I'm trying to show you. You the only difference, bro. You just did not fill in the that would create the spots to go to.
No, I'm trying to. That's why I asked, did you see chess? Because let me just show you the theory. No matter how big I make the red circle, a point is still going to exist where it's touching points outside the black square.
Wait a minute. You need more circles and lines, bro, to be for real, to cover the gridded space. You gridding space area.
I'm solely with you, and I'm that's how I play chess. So I can imagine if this was filled up with 360. I mean, enough circles to constitute 360 degrees, right? Right, so that we can be able to. So if that was the case, we'd see a whole lot of red inside of this place that still does not exist on your Earth.
Yes,
your Earth is a square. The Earth is a pyramid. You can't change the shit. The Earth is the pyramid that don't fit in the circle.
The Earth, listen, the Earth is only the land sticking out of the water. Right, Earth is land. If you even in the Egyptian, Egyptian nigga, Earth is land.
No, I'm with you, and Earth is land to us right now. But you clearly changed.
Now wait a minute. This is what I'm trying to get you to see. They include air, sea, and land as the Earth. I'm trying to show you it's separate. The water surrounds the land. The land
and the water
is in the
form of a circle. You have to say that in order for
a circle.
See.
A circle. The water is in the form of a circle. The pyramid is in the center of the circle.
Man, where's my real lighter at?
Now, where have you seen that at?
No, I'm not with you.
Man, that's some Egyptian shit, bro. The pyramid in the circle within the square, within the triangle. Stop playing.
I'm with you. I like the dialogue just because I'm just bored at the house. I ain't even tripping.
Don't do me like that, dog. Come on, man.
We could go for a minute.
Don't do me like that.
You still didn't get past simple logic that you could clearly see these gray areas would still exist. So you changed the makeup of the Earth and you took the water off the Earth, even though we witness it on the Earth. Like your theory is crazy. But you took the water all off the Earth, which is because you got a pyramid Earth. You took the water off and said now the Earth is surrounded by it, even though, it don't work. It's just not working, bro.
So if you take anything solid, right, that was once a solid piece and put a crack in it, water is going to rush in.
Man. Let me show you what to do. You don't even know how to develop your own theory. Let me show you how to do it. I bet you the AI will tell you this. First of all,
did you just see?
Go ahead.
Did you just see that the Giza pyramid is a small replica of Earth, and the circumference and the height and distance from the moon and all that is in the symmetry of the Giza pyramid?
I took nah, bro. I can't even say
Black pyramids don't have circumferences. Only circles do. There's no circles on the pyramid.
Listen what I said. The circumference that is mentioned is the body that surrounds the land.
I'm giving you
the pyramid does not have a circumference, Lance.
I'm gonna help you.
I'm not making an argument. Let's just start me an argument that I'm not trying to have an argument about.
Lance, the perimeter is the base because it is a square. And then they have several triangular shapes.
Yeah, I don't know what
have a circumference.
But
Say it again, Flash?
I said I don't know what he's going through right now. I took off the circles to illustrate this more and to show you where you can fix your theory if you want to take it someplace, right? Because the spherical stuff, you got to get the word sphere out of your whole dissertation. You talk about
I don't have the word sphere in it. Circles. I use circle because the earth is within a circle of water.
You still got to take that circular navigation system out of it if you
No,
just change
bro.
where the water was. So where does the water exist? Like, I'm saying, like, what is it bound to in your theory? Like, because in the theory of a circular earth, it's bound to the earth, forced down by gravity because of the spin. I'm asking you, in that theory that we seen, where was that at that the water was existing? It wasn't on the land mass, which you just said. The land was tied. That's the earth. So where is it just floating around? It's just floating around the earth?
No. I told you that the earth is in the top of a volcano. It's in a crater.
Huh?
Now you tripping. Now
You
tripping.
never said. You told
Yes,
me
I
that
did.
the earth was
Listen,
at
listen.
the top of a volcano.
Listen, I explained it to you
The
earlier. You're
volcano
gonna listen to
was
it later.
what?
You're gonna listen to it later. I said you can't fly to Mars.
Hey, you
right?
might work for somebody trying to
Listen what I
distract me
said.
this far, bro.
Listen what I said.
Did
I
you
said
say
you
the
cannot
earth
fly
was
to
on top
Mars.
of a
Mars is just a
volcano?
luminary.
I think he did say that,
However-
Flash. I think he said that.
I said, however, it represents a land being that luminary, a part of a greater expanse.
You hear how smart
Earth
you
is-
trying to be? You hear that?
Bro, this
You.
is 6 years old, bro. Everybody will tell you that. Everybody that know from whoever, no, I've been working on this, a working theory for
Do
6
you hear how smart you trying to be on the YouTube?
No, I'm not trying to be smart. My shit is called Pseudosciences University.
All right, well, I have the simplest image in the world on the screen. I'm trying to just be simple. And we all agree that the base of your pyramid is a square. That's the simplest agreement we could come to right now, right?
Yes, and I displayed that by showing you the continent.
I'm with you. We agree.
Continental layout.
We don't disagree. You ain't got to smash on me. Now, look. Now, I'm going to ask a simple question because we're starting over from scratch. And I'm going to illustrate something. Let's make a navigation system, right? To show people how to get to any point on this pyramid. That's what we're trying to do. And that'll help you fix your theory. So
I can show you how to make it already,
let's
bro. I
do
already
it. Come
done
on,
it.
I'm following you. So tell me where to start. I know how to make it too. We all know how to make
First
it.
thing you're gonna do is make an X.
Okay.
A perfect X down the middle of
an X or a
X.
plus sign?
X.
Okay. All right, keep it. I'll make it.
Hold on, make it perfect. Make it perfect.
I got you. I'm gonna fix everything. All right, but keep illustrating. Then what?
Then make a plus sign.
All right, then the plus sign, and then continue. Right.
Hold on.
I'm getting close. Hold on. It's not hard to do this, but you illustrating why. What you're about to do is what I was recommending you do in order to make your theory work. Hold on. But it's still not going to work. Because humans don't use this.
It's going to work.
Hold on. Because humans don't use this to get around Earth. But keep going. What's
yes,
the next
they do.
line?
Yes, they do. I'm about to show you what they use.
All right. I mean, we got the theory. Everybody know that if we continue this, it would be lines. If we did 360 just like circles, we'd have coordinate points where these lines touch, where you could possibly touch every place. But hold
on. Now that only would represent north and south. How do you get from this? Add circles.
Add circles?
Add circles.
What for?
Because that's how you determine that's how you get within coordinates from east to west. So the center represents if you put a circle right there in the center, put a circle in the center, a smaller circle around the.
Okay. Pseudoscience is fun, bro. Keep going.
Make it a little smaller.
Oh, I got something called Make It Up Mondays, but this ain't it. But yeah, this the type of stuff we do when people just make.
Okay, now make another circle.
All right.
Yo, hey, that's crazy.
I know my lines ain't converging right, but I ain't really tripping. We just doing the demonstration.
That's crazy, Smash.
What?
What he
Make
doing
another-
that's crazy, you know.
Yeah, I know it's crazy.
Right.
And,
Hold on,
and we
make
can
another
just
circle.
imagine like we play chess. We can
Now, hold
imagine
on.
the other circles, bro.
Now,
I do
watch
one
this.
more, man. I do one more. You can imagine the rest. All I'm gonna do is fill it in with circles. I still
All
see
right.
points that don't. Yeah, I know. All right, keep going. Now make your explanation.
All right, now watch this. Now we don't have the lines that you said imagine, so there would be more north to south lines in the center.
Here's
right?
another problem.
This
that I wanna
smaller
point
circle,
out.
so this smaller circle represents a higher the next circle represents a lower elevation. The next circle represents a lower elevation.
I'm with you. Keep
So
going.
now this is north and south. So when you say low, when I'm saying lower elevation, you're moving farther away from the north. Is the center.
I'm with you.
Put it in. You with me? Put it in right there. The Polaris star would be directly
In what
above
direction?
that. Where
Yo, what?
At
yo.
the top.
in the center. Put it in. Put it in right here
Okay, yeah, 'cause
directly.
that's where your north is. I'm about to. I mean, this ain't good, boy, but this better than you was doing it.
I already did it.
He gonna text me like, "Hey, can you send me that chart?"
Put that. Put it directly in the center.
In the center.
Yep.
All right. I'm gonna make it a color. Hopefully, we can see. Keep going.
You do realize that's not north, right? Nah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
It
just
is.
letting him do his thing, bro. I'm just sitting
It
here.
is.
You know what that is? That's in between north and south. That's not
So
north.
let him break his own leg,
No.
though. Go ahead. So keep continue.
Okay.
See? So where is south?
Everything away from the north.
That's
in
what
which, in which direction?
Now watch this. Now do this. Put in the top left. Put Australia
What?
in the top left corner in
I
this
don't
square
wanna
because
waste
this
no
Earth,
time
right?
no more. Nah, bro, I'm cool.
Just put
No.
AU.
Nah, you took it too far.
No.
In the other right corner, put AF, which is Africa. In the bottom right corner, put AM or SAM, which is South America.
Nah, because you're not addressing some shit. 'Cause
I
first
am
of all,
trying to address you.
You know that the circles going to the top would just come to it wouldn't be this big. It comes to a point at the top of a pyramid, and it would get infinitely smaller till we get to the top. How could that work in a?
No, because the top is collapsed inward. Top is like also like a crater.
So the top
Or,
is another circle, huh?
The top is a crater because it holds the Arctic Sea. The Arctic Sea is part of the ocean water that's coming in between Africa and North America.
But
That goes right
well,
in.
I don't have to keep telling you that I'm not believing nothing you saying. You already know that. But this is the
Oh,
good part about
Lance.
real quick. I'm gonna let you go, Joey. Just let me say this. The good part about what we're doing with this graph is simply, at least if you wanted to start forming the theory, you're starting a navigation system that you could say is how people navigate it on a pyramid Earth. But once you put eventually you'd have to put all the digits there that represent the digits, and you're going to start seeing that if you do that and complete this, you're going to see that this digit won't take you to where you're trying to get to on the Earth, bro. That's what you will see.
Right.
Let's do it, and I'll travel with you.
So do you know that everything between these lines, these little circles, right? Because we know by looking at this, right? Let's say north.
Yeah, that's
So
an end.
we know that the circles represent east and west.
Hold on.
Now
Okay.
you
Oh, you
bugging.
said okay, but it's still you could just still put it on a cardinal point like this, east or west, right? What would be the difference?
No. The north is the center because you're looking down on top of Earth.
Yeah, we
all
looking
of the
down on
continents
top
are
of
in
a
view.
pyramid. Okay, and the top is the north. We got that. Now keep going.
Right. So east and west are circles. Even in real life, east and west are circles. That's why I said
See,
it is.
This is why your shit really don't work, because it's a pyramid shape, so it got more cardinal points than the Earth would have.
No, it's
So
got.
I'm gonna illustrate it with letters, bro, and you're gonna see how this don't make no sense.
All of those are south and the outside.
No, I'm trying to help you make it work. Look, that wouldn't be south. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna put an S. If this was to make some sense, south would only be under north, just like real life. So you'd have to take.
No, bro.
South would be at the bottom side of the pyramid.
No.
Where is south?
Yes.
Show me where south is.
South is all of these lines leading away from the north.
So that's south right there?
Put a south in the next one.
Oh my gosh. Hold on. I'm gonna try it. So that's
put
south.
Put a south
this
in the next
south.
one.
Hold on.
All of the lines are souths.
All
and
right,
if you have more lines, they
understand.
still.
My brain can understand that somehow. Let me see. How is this all south? I don't get it. They're going different directions. That's all south. And this is north.
Yep.
No.
You making up some new stuff, bro.
No, I'm showing you the truth, bro. Now watch this. If let's just say we know that this is north. Let's say if you put Canada on the outer ring, that last outer ring that you drew.
I'm gonna see if they got an image of Canada. I'm gonna type Canada. C-A-N-A-D-A. What you say?
But you do know, Lance, pyramids don't have craters, right?
I mean,
it's destroyed. It's in ruins. I told you, it's not a
sense,
perfect.
Bro, but keep going. So you put Canada where? Hold on. Where I'm supposed to put? Damn, why I keep being so big? Where I'm supposed to put Canada?
Put it in the outer. Yeah, make it smaller. All right, now take that and put it below the north, below the end.
I ain't never made a pseudo presentation like this.
In your life, huh?
Yeah. Now, how far below the end?
Right there. Up higher.
That's
up higher at that outer ring, that small ring.
So coming down the pyramid, how many rings down the pyramid is Canada?
Let's just say this is suit because we don't got all of the rings in. So we just gonna put a roundabout. Put it right there. Put it higher. The Canada symbol, put it higher.
Yeah, hey.
Man, this is nonsense. I can't contribute no more, bro.
Watch, bro. Watch. I'm gonna show you. It's gonna make sense to you. Watch.
It don't already. No, it's not. You got four
It's not gonna make sense.
Watch, bro. Watch.
No, Lance, it's not gonna make sense.
You got four souths.
Pyramids.
Okay. Make Canada be a little higher, bro, because you're gonna put United States right beneath that.
Bro, tell me how you got four souths.
Because everything away from the north is south. And I'm proving it to you. Watch. I'm trying to show you that Canada is north of America, and you're gonna put it where it really is. And then we're gonna put Europe. We're gonna put England and Spain is to the right of that.
One thing at a time. Where is east and west?
East and west are the circles.
Blood, man, I can't even. Blood, you beat me, bro. I can't even.
Bro, watch what I show you. If you do what I show you,
end. I'm almost at 5 hours. I didn't let the flat Earth take over, but you got the floor for the end. You enjoy. So say what you're saying.
All I'm saying is this, bro. Is if you put Canada right up higher, put North America right below it, right, and below North America, put Mexico, right, and then to the right of that, put. You know what I'm saying? Portions of Africa, because that goes off into this upper right-hand corner. The bottom of Africa goes off into that upper right-hand corner. And then if you put Australia over here to the far left where South is, you can see that if you leave South America and head north, you're going to cross certain countries and continents. That's heading north to the center.
All I can say is that inside of your hypothesis, if you was to continue doing the mapping, you would have just worked out. If you figure out your four south theory, that don't make sense. But you would have at least got past the question about a hemispherical GPS system. Because this could have the same coordinates if you go up to 360 lines, right? But it ain't going to lead you to the same locations. That's
Well,
when you're
none
gonna
of-
fall off. And that'll be your
Well, that's-
proof that you're wrong, and then you can stop saying this shit. Do it. Finish this. I mean, I know you're not, but you could take this yourself and finish this type of a graph and then put coordinates on it. You can have, I can have, watch this.
I
This is why
already
we
got
fuck
it,
with-
bro.
Hold
That's
on,
what
I'm about
trying
to have
tell you.
AI do this shit. It's gonna do it right now, hella quick. And
You're
I'll
not
give
gonna
it
know how
right
to do it.
you. Huh?
You're not gonna know how to do it.
Well, I know how my AI is super AI, bro. I got God
do it
mode
though.
over here. So watch this. I need a graphic. Watch this. Of a. Is it called a position? What is latitude and longitude called? What is that ultimately called? A positioning system? Like what is it?
It deals with GPS, global positioning
Of
system.
a coordinate of a global. It ain't globe because that's circular.
Don't say global. Say
Yeah,
a worldwide
yeah.
It
coordinate
means the same
system.
thing. You know that, right?
I need a graphic and an explanation of what? Of a worldwide GPS, worldwide coordinate system.
For the pyramid Earth.
Based on the
On
land
pyramid
being
Earth.
shaped like a pyramid.
On this pyramid Earth. Worldwide, I mean, a worldwide
No,
coordinate
because
system on the pyramid Earth.
They always listen. If you don't, it's like you can't explain a pyramid Earth because it's gonna a Earth-shaped pyramid that's supposed to be a fucking globe shape.
On
You know,
a
it just
on a Earth that is not a globe but shaped like a pyramid. Right.
we use the same one.
All right, let's see what they say. They're gonna say this is stupid. Even AI about to be like, this hella dumb. I said, you need it's giving me the graphic right now. Watch it look just like ours.
No, it's gonna make a sideways
Bruh,
pyramid.
if we smart, it's gonna look dead on ours, cause I'm smarter than the mud. It's gonna be X's and circles and shit on top of a square. I'm telling you. If so, we kinda smart. What you think it's gonna be? You got a few more seconds to guess.
Go.
I'll make a game out of anything when I'm blowing one, bro. What you think it's gonna be? It's gonna be a square. Oh, they making some fake shit like this? Worldwide coordinate system. Let's see. On a pyramid Earth. Uh-oh, it's kind of looking like it. We just was doing it from a different angle.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Oh man, here you go. You want this image? Now, one thing you notice that on this image you don't see no circles. See? This is illustrating what I was talking about. Like, why your brain ain't working? Let me show you something, bro. That's just like on some real shit. That ain't no insult. This is when your brain working, you'll understand you can't have hoops coming off the pyramid because of a circle. Man, what's going on right here? Hold on. All this stuff on my screen. Hold on. Oh, I can download it right here. Now, there we go.
Okay.
Look. You see how they did a squares around. You have to put squares around the pyramid, not circles.
No, bro, you don't understand. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Ask it to use circles instead. Say make the latitude line circular.
Why you forcing it to do that? I just asked it. I didn't give it no bias.
Because the coordinates is based on the boundaries of the whole structure, which is what surrounds the water.
All right, we could agree to something right here, bro. That if we looked at this from the top view, some of these lines would look similar to the ones that we put on our chart, right? The end would be right here, remember?
Yes.
So these lines that are square now represent your circles.
That's why I'm trying to show you that they're actual circles because The pyramid land, the land is not square, it's conical. It's conical. You only know that it's a pyramid and not a mountain is because of the way the extended lands are, the continent,
you talking about
continents.
You might be talking about decay or something, but the shape of a pyramid is like what we see right here.
I know, but it's not like, it's like you got to break it up. Like you got to break it up. It's not perfectly in the shape of a pyramid. It's in ruins.
All right.
Like when you look at the Doja pyramid or some of them pyramids that's messed up, you can see the outline of it.
All right, we did this enough, bro. This ain't working. I done gave you hella tools. You want this image? Or you can just
No, I got one, bro.
Yeah. You can just go make it.
But nah, that's for you to understand my paradigm.
No,
but
that's for me to know you wasting my time. But I don't mind it though. I like just shooting the breeze. Kind of like when you're in the barbershop, niggas just talking shit that don't really mean nothing. And then disrespect.
And before we go smash, we have to acknowledge that you can't get a crater in a pyramid.
You can't get an earth on top of a volcano either, yo.
I agree with you.
No, I just, that's how I explain it to you. It's in a crater. It's, if you climb out of the crater, you're going to climb, and it's going to be more land. If you climb,
know, Lance, that craters are not natural. If you have a crater on Earth, something created it. Something has to impact the Earth to create it. And craters are circular, not square. You know that.
The crater is circular.
You know what, Lance?
Yes, the crater is circular.
Lance, is after 10 here time for you to go and sleep?
Oh, I think you gotta, I don't know, I haven't been reading, but you might got a supporter of your theory in the chat. I don't know, they said, nah, you high. The other dude was talking some actual physics. I'll admit, Harvey, I don't know physics like that. That ain't why I do my show. I like to learn publicly too. So if you right and I'm wrong, then I probably won't even investigate it. But if you came on and taught us about it, always feel free to join in. It's nothing. It's just a link. You could click it and say, what the fuck y'all talking about? Y'all wrong. This dude is my man, though, Lance, but he just got crazy theories. And I ain't even tripping off giving no leeway to that nonsense, bro.
Bro, you got to remember that my brand is to create an alternate to what you see, and it still line up. Pseudosciences University. Check me out. Subscribe.
You got the website? You need to get the website. You feel me?
Yeah.
All right, y'all. That was a good. Go ahead, Joey. You got the floor.
He needs to get some T-shirts with some Pyramid Earths on it too.
Yeah, I got an NFT already.
And it's a pyramid.
Pyramid Earth.
But
and
the
I see
water's not
that
on the earth, though?
The water surrounds the earth.
What does that mean?
Horrible. He don't know where it's at.
What does that mean?
He don't know where it's at. Because it ain't
The
no
ocean water
outer space in your
surround
theory.
the rivers.
It ain't no outer space in your theory.
The rivers in the outer space is above the land and the water.
But it's north to you.
Lance.
It's north to you.
No, Lance. Outer space.
Well, outer space
is a specific
not just
distance.
north to me.
Listen.
No.
Lance, outer space is a specific distance from the Earth upwards.
He thinks
anything above the Earth is not outer space.
No,
he think north will take you into the sky, bro.
No, I know north would take you to the center.
If the Earth is a pyramid, north would take you into the sky.
It would.
Well, it kind of does, but it don't. It kind of does. It does elevate. It does elevate. Yes.
North don't take you into the sky. You could be going up a mountains and still headed south, my friend.
Then why is the Arctic region cold and high and mountainous?
What the hell did you just say?
So you think
why
north
is the region cold, high, and mountainous?
So you think north take you into the sky?
Yes, it does. No, north take higher.
North would take you
to a higher latitude.
If north takes you into the sky, then south is right under your feet right now.
Well, south is downhill and beneath your feet. Yes.
Lance.
You got some geographical orientation that needs much fixing. You
Oh
know
my
about
God.
what we talk about ancient Egypt? It's just about orientation, my brother. So we're orientated to where the South is below the rest of our mainland, right? But it's not
I
like
know
that.
you
every-
trying to teach me what we went to school to learn. That's not my
No,
brand.
feel me though. See if you learn something or not. Really. If not, you don't have to learn nothing, but I'm offering something. Now look, if the river in ancient Egypt, we know it flowed from south to north, unlike other rivers. Because it would start deeper in the heart of Africa, right? And it
There's a reason for that.
Uh-huh. I don't know.
It's
I
because the
guess this-
Queen's Lake is a waterfall and it delivers thousands of pounds of water that causes pressure that push the water up north. But once it goes a little further before entering into the Mediterranean, it goes back south again because that's the natural route without
I
the
don't
pressure
know what
of the
that got to
Queen's
do
Lake.
with it, but it don't. No. I know when you're talking about the river, when rivers meander, they start to go different directions momentarily, but they continue along their path, along its trajectory. It's just a meandering river where it turns back south for a minute. I understand that point, but that's not, dang, you threw me off. Good one. Because I forgot now. You know how I be trying to remember.
Yeah, but Smash, that has nothing to do with what you were just
Yeah, I
talking
know,
about.
but he threw me off of what I was saying, and I can't remember.
It is that's the reason that it goes north.
No, this is what we were saying. We was talking about orientation. And so, fill me out real quick. Since the river flowed from south to north, right? And when Egyptians who actually came from the south, the predecessor to the Egyptians, they came from the south when they went to the Egypt areas to go there and set up shop or whatever. They were going downstream, right? And so just think about their orientation. Their heartland was upstream, but it's towards the cardinal points, it was south. Now, if you think of a lot of black people who come from the south, my family come from the south, right? But I live out of the south now, and the south to me is down right now. So ever since, have you lived in Detroit for a long time or whatever?
Yeah, I lived in many places, bro, but Detroit is my homeland.
Or have you or you got family from the south?
Yeah, I got family from the south.
So when y'all about to have a family reunion, what's the idiom for that vacation y'all about to take? Normally is we about to go down south, right?
That's what it is. We about to go down south.
Now check it out. That's because of our orientation to where that south is down to us here. But
see, you talking about a small area, a small space. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the overall from South America to the North Pole is an incline. From Australia to the North Pole is an overall, not the little crevices and rivers and valleys and hills and mountains in between. I'm talking about overall. It's an incline to go from South Africa across the Mediterranean up into the North Pole is an incline. The reason why I know that is because the Polaris star is not visible from those areas because the land blocks your view because you're downhill.
Gemini said that wasn't true.
Don't matter, man. I do the work. I know what I'm talking about.
It said
I'm a
incorrect.
drone. Hey,
That
bro,
was the
most
first
people
word.
talking, bro, ain't been over 800 feet in the sky under their own control. I'm a drone pilot, bro. I've been a couple of 1,000 feet, to be honest.
So let's get this clear. Because you fly a drone and you look through a first-person viewer, you're claiming that you have been up there?
I'm claiming that I have an understanding of perspective, how land is viewed from the top down.
All of us do it too, but ours is different than yours.
Yeah,
So where's
I'm
that?
trying to figure, can you see the whole pyramid from the drone?
No, you cannot.
Can
You cannot
see anything that indicates a pyramid from the drone?
No.
At
Well, you can
800 feet,
see. No, hold on.
At
I got it.
800 or 1,000 feet that you've flown a drone, can you see the pyramid?
No, but
course not.
what I did observe is that land does incline, leaving the ocean, any body of water.
All right, let me
Land
ask you a question.
inclines.
You should
So
know
what's
this
your point?
already, and I know you I ain't gonna say no harsh things, but it's kind of FOS to not notice, right? What's the sea level of South America?
Sea level.
You don't know.
It's 0 sea level.
So you told me it was inclined from South America to another place with 0 sea level.
No, sea level is 0. That's where the water meets the land.
That's how we measure altitude.
Yeah, from sea level.
So where's your second location?
Your first location is the most southern region of Australia.
I thought you said South America, South Africa. That's
it don't matter. I gave you the 4.
So you can
the 4
change that.
points.
So South.
No, I gave you 4. I said
Okay.
South America, Australia. I said South Africa.
So
you go
what's the-
uphill.
At what point and what sea level? Australia ain't mountainous. I've been there. I've been all over Australia. I took a train from one side to the other. It's all flat.
All right, and how is South America? Argentina, even around
Now
there.
they got mountains down there, but
they're still lower towards the sea level.
But
When
you're not
move
giving
more
me no
north-
slope that constitutes that was a pyramid slope. Like you can't even slide down that.
Bro, from South America to Alaska is a slope.
He'll be at the top of the slide trying to push. I'm just talking crazy.
He gonna slide about 2 feet down and get stuck.
I want to. We beat the brakes off that theory. I think we can put it to rest, man. That was a cool one. I don't mind doing flat Earth, but that's 5 hours on the dot, so I'm gonna let that be that. Y'all, I'd like to thank y'all for supporting me in trying to build up my channel. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody don't be clicking the link because it ain't as easy to click as when I be streaming from the other format.
So Smash. We have our guest for the first Make It Up Monday.
You got your guest for what?
I said you have your first guest right there in Lance for your first Make It Up Monday.
For Make It Up Mondays. Yeah, put together your pseudo presentation. I'm not even gonna argue against it.
Bro, that's messed up, man. Y'all gotta appreciate this black man created an alternate presentation and then it lines up to what you see.
No, I don't appreciate just anything, bro. People make up hella shit that ain't useful in life, just to keep it real. I like spending trivial time when I could do this, but when it come down to getting, this ain't doing nothing, bro. That ain't an insult, but this ain't no contribution to nothing. You see what I'm saying?
Well, then you
It's
gotta
just
say
like for us
that
to, like,
watching comedy ain't, and watching horror movies not, and
Oh yeah,
action
I'm with that.
films.
I'm with that. Yeah, if you saying I shouldn't take it so seriously and
It's
categorize
pseudoscience university, bro.
it as something that's making
Hey,
me
hold
push
on.
the envelope on the way
I'm a college grad. I'm a nurse, bro.
I'm with
I
you,
have
bro. I
common
just was
sense.
taking you too seriously, and just so that my viewership know that I but it's not no. This it's just saying, bro. I can't have people thinking I think that shit real, bro.
But Smash. Here's the reality. I came on here, said some wild shit, and got the brakes beat off me and had to apologize too. Because
But we do it right. We do it right. I mean, you know, people have taught me a lot of things on my show. Like, I just know when to stop persisting. I never would persist this far with some shit that you can't even prove, though. Because it's
But
just
that's why I
doing
would never.
something-
That's why I never debated. I only debate elements of it.
Man, that's jargon. That shit was whack. I mean, I don't know. I be trying to find. Trying to find tag, bro. I can't find the words.
Bro, I'm gonna write a diss song. I'm gonna write a diss song on Kimmy, nigga. And I'm gonna
Just
stamp
say
your
Kimmy.
name. I'm gonna tag your name, nigga.
Just say, call me Magi. Don't say casual. It's all good. You feel me? I might respond if you say Magi.
No, I'm gonna use Smash, nigga.
Let me give you relevant advice, Lance.
Don't say Smash.
Don't do that.
That's wrong.
Don't do that. Don't do that, Lance, because you'll get your feelings hurt. I wouldn't
No,
do
that's not cool. Lance, my partner. I mean, you know, he wouldn't do no silly shit like that.
No, I wouldn't do that.
The last person that tried that,
I wouldn't do that
Look, the
because
last
I'm
person that-
afraid.
you know how-
I would do it because I respect you, but
You know how
don't
when
get
we
me
was young-
fucked up, nigga.
you know how when we was young, parents used to have something from the 70s, they'd be like, last person that did that got knocked down. You remember the last person that did that? Y'all don't remember that? Oh, you gotta know that shit.
Who was it?
Like
the
if you
Flat
talk
Earther
some
nigga?
tough shit in the
Was it
70s or 80s, it was something about the last person who did that hit the floor. They hit. I hit them and they hit the floor. You don't remember?
He did a good song on Art or somebody.
Bro, the last dude that dissed me, really dissed me, went all on the world and dissed me. That motherfucker got in my inbox and asked me to take my reply down.
And I could see that. And I could see
And
that.
you might do that too. If you hopped out
Hell
your
no.
face, Lance, you would ask me, you'd be like, damn, I thought we was cool. I didn't know you was gonna go that hard.
Hell, bro. Listen. I respect you.
I respect you too. And I don't even
Right.
know you like that to go hard enough like that. I knew dude personally when he just dissed me in hip hop. Friday, man.
Yeah, I would never diss you because I don't have no reason to ever diss you.
It gotta
right?
be about the flat earth, bro.
But when I'm done with my Pyramid Earth song, I'm gonna mention Smash Rockwell.
Oh boy, people in hip hop gonna think you crazy. Is all I can say.
I'm
trying to tell you, don't say that name. You just say something else.
All I say is this.
I'm gonna end it like this. I'm gonna be like, nigga, what you think?
Go on Instagram and say you want to battle Smash Rockwell right now and see what the people on your page say.
I wouldn't do that.
No, we can do it live.
No, I wouldn't do it, bro. I wouldn't.
Yeah, because your boys from Detroit, they gonna put hella laughing emojis on the screen. I fucks with Detroit. You feel me? I remember a show. You remember a show 30 years ago? Was you there when we rocked Detroit?
I was here twice.
Well, in the 90s when we was there?
Yes.
Yes, bro. You wasn't really fucking with it because after that show in Detroit, whoever was the real Detroit niggas took us to the back and started trying to battle us. That wasn't you, was it?
No, we didn't. We was already in the back, nigga. I'm 31.
Oh, okay. Well, nah, you would have been not even able to get in the club, bro. I'm 50.
No, I'm 31 flavors.
Oh, I thought you were saying you're 31 years old.
No, nigga, I'm 51.
Oh, okay. You was right there. You could have been right there if you 51. You was there when Hyro came to Detroit back in the day?
2 times.
In the 90s?
Yes, bro.
I remember that club. We bodied that set. Guess what? I met Eminem at one of them motherfuckers.
Bro, they brought y'all to St. Andrews, the shelter.
It was some nice MCs. Oh, I do. I think I remember that too, but I don't think that was the 90s. That was 2000 something, right?
One of them times.
You talking about
y'all
way
came,
back, way, bro. I remember that.
The strip club was next door, bro. Legends.
What happened?
The strip club was next door to it. Legends.
I was young back then, so
it had 3 floors. It was 3 floors, bro.
Attention, but I don't know nothing about that.
Bro,
oh man,
DJ House Shoes and DJ Dez, bro, was the damn DJ.
DJ Dez, that's my dude. Tell Dez I said what's up.
Yeah, he be doing
he
Twitch.
Was DJing that night?
Yes, they was the DJs.
Slum Village was there?
Probably Mud and Found. I don't think the group as a group was there.
Was Dez with them back then?
Nah, Dez wasn't with them back then. Dez wasn't with them back then, bro. Dez, DJ House Shoes, DJ Head, Tough Tone, DJ Jules, all of them was all separate DJs that DJ sometime together and sometime different nights at that spot you was talking about.
Shout out to all y'all Detroit people. Shout out to House Shoes and everybody. They fucks with me, I fucks with them. You feel me?
Yeah. They the ones that introduced y'all to us.
Huh.
Or let me say this, they the ones that promoted y'all to us. Because a lot of us already had, 93 Till Infinity and Dale the Funky Homo Sapien, Casual, Domino. Domino was hieroglyphics too, wasn't he?
Yeah, but that's not the Domino from LA. People got that confused. He don't rap. He only a producer with us. Domino from LA did that song, Here We Go, Here We Go. That's not my
he not
Domino.
I bought his shit thinking he was
I
part of
know
y'all
hella
shit.
people went through that. Like, I thought that was high rock. That ain't
Damn.
even the same domino.
I just found that out today.
With the fat sack away. Ain't that song?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, keep it OG. Alright, y'all remember that West Coast domino from the 90s? People ain't old enough. That was slapping.
So Smash. Hopefully, I'll see you in the back chat soon. Hopefully,
Bruh, you gonna have to work on that accent. They out here hating, bruh. You got
Who,
your
me?
paperwork?
me?
Yeah, I'm telling you.
I got a social security card. I got a birth certificate. I got all that. They
Do
can't tell me I
your
can't go
best
back.
black American voice right now. Accent. Come on.
I can't help it. I've been there for 20 years, Smash. The accent just naturally changes. It's not my fault. I'm not faking.
Hey, bro, you know what?
It's not. I can't help it. I've
I
been
don't
here
think
20
y'all
years.
came to Detroit, bro. I think y'all came to what's that club
I
called?
remember promoted from Detroit. Or I know we definitely came to Detroit.
Yeah,
That's
Hicks.
how I met M. Fiddler and all them, bro. Come
Yeah,
on now.
Fiddler
Rest
and
in
Hicks and
peace.
all of that.
So what?
But no, I'm talking about where y'all performed at.
Okay. It was outside. It was
Yeah,
Saint something, though.
it would still be considered Detroit, though.
It
but-
was the venue called Saint something, like you said? Or what? No, I'm wrong,
Well, I'm talking about the 2000 one. I'm talking about St. Andrews. Y'all came to
Yeah.
the 2000 one, where I thought was like 90. I thought it was still in the 90s. Actually, like 99 and 98ish. I thought it was still when Dale
Well,
the
the show
Funky
I
Homo
was talking
Sapien.
about was the 90s show. Probably
Yeah, that's
97,
St. Andrews Hall.
It damn near was when we first came out. It might have been too early. I'm talking damn near out of high school type shit. I
Yeah.
mean, 97, 96. I was got out of high school 92.
Yeah, I graduated in 92 too.
Oh, okay. Well then,
Yeah, I'm like Dilla in them class. Like, I was doing music when Dilla was doing music. I was producer and known producer in Detroit when Dilla was doing production in Detroit. Like that group of niggas.
I know that was good to experience.
Where, it was almost like, it was competitive, bro. Like that shit was like Prince and the Time. When niggas getting together and performing what they have rehearsed all week and created for the next week.
What about Eminem?
You know what I'm saying? Nigga, I really didn't have, because I consider myself equal to Dilla. So until he passed and I seen his full body of work and how that shit, I still got all my beats from that time period too. You know what I'm saying? So I just didn't.
Any of them sound cool?
On SoundCloud?
Any of them sound cool?
Beats was dope.
Yeah. What about Eminem?
What? Like what?
Tell me something. You from Detroit?
Like when Eminem, back in the day when we was younger, M used to sound like A plus, and Nas. He used to rap like that, long words and shit like that.
Was he ever on the underground scene? Was he back?
Man, he came on a listen, bro. So honestly, bro, I was the real, like my crew, like that 8 Mile movie would have been about us. M came on the scene towards the latter part before his success. But we have been doing that shit for years and years and years, bro.
All right,
long
tell
before
us
that.
your name. Who was we?
Like niggas like
a crew? Are you
like
talking about
Proof,
various people?
like Proof.
Okay.
Used to be up
but
at
Proof is with him, rest in peace, right?
Nah, not all the time. Like that shit, like Detroit hip hop go all the way back to shit. Detroit Wanted, Awesome Dre,
So
Chaos
Proof
and
was
Maestro,
rocking, you said
Smiley.
Proof was rocking at a time when he wasn't with him.
Yes, everybody was. They got together later, like at the beginning of M's career is when they actually got together. They wasn't rocking, like, for instance, Swifty used to be in a rap group with Beretta, called the Rabies. And they also together was part of a rap group called with Swift Sister and Carlos called Raw Collection. You can Google them right now. You can YouTube it right now, Raw Collection. Bizarre was a rapper by himself. He used to be called Bizarre Kid. And he slept in his car sometimes. That's his little thing. Fuzz was in a group where it was by himself. He wasn't in D12. Bugs that got killed that was in D12 was in a rap group with me and Swing called the Mind Benders. Mud Thyme and Proof was called 5 Ella.
Who? Improve?
Mud Thyme and Proof. They was called 5 Ella. T3, Dilla, and not Shafi. My man that died that was in Slum Village. He used to dance and shit too. He used to sing too. He real poetic. He died. They was in Slum Village together. 31 Flavors. It was like at least 10 niggas in that group that formed groups within each other. Shadow Nation, which is B Flat, Dirty Rap. Like
MCs? This ain't no neighborhood on no side of the city, or this all the whole city. Are these motherfuckers? Everybody
they represent different parts of the city,
but everybody know each other.
Yes, yeah. Everybody was in the slum. Everybody was at the hip hop shop. Everybody on Saturdays and special days, and everybody was at St. Andrew's Hall.
So I'm just asking silly questions. So that battle from the 8 Mile, that was real?
The battle, nah, that wasn't real. That setup, that whole little setup, and had to go from, no, that wasn't real.
What you mean?
That was written like that. Battles was real, I guess you could say that at the shooting.
I heard
but the
actual battle somebody like that in real life though, and got
he battled bro. But that whole little competition and gotta go through and beat one. Nah, it wasn't set up like that. Like you battle on the spot. Like you.
I'm with you. It could not be set up like that. But what about the triumphant scene and shit? That's all imaginary. Like he slaughtered this black dude by being so humbled and rapping about his own self type shit?
Nah, that's movie, bro. That's movie.
I thought that shit was real.
Hell no, nah, bro. That's all movie. That didn't happen like that. That's movie. I told you the actuals, the setting, the scenery, bro. Like they pieced together different niggas' lives and created the
backstory,
yeah, exactly.
Some of it gotta be right though.
Like what? Like yeah, he probably was called White Boy. You know what I'm saying? So he didn't
battle Marv 1. Wait, is that who that was?
Marv 1. Let me say this. Marv 1 is a youngin, bro. He came later down the line.
Oh, okay.
Marv 1 is a lot younger than us.
So who
when he came out, he called himself Fuzz Scooter 2000.
Juice ain't from Detroit. He from Chicago.
I don't know nothing about Juice.
Yeah, he from Chicago.
So let me say this, bro. Just like you were running the niggas that you seen coming up and doing the rap shit, you know what I'm saying? They might be doing it, they might not be doing it. But you hold memories from y'all being in ciphers and seeing certain things. Like me, even though it's not focused on me, you can literally see me in interviews or right in the back doing rap battles. Like I'm on the Hip Hop Evolution on Netflix. Like my face is on there. I'm right behind Eminem in one of his most iconic pictures. I'm literally in the back right behind him.
Oh, so tell me that. So give us more. So what is it from?
Like from what you mean? Like the different
photograph.
things.
How do we find the photograph?
I can show you.
I mean, just tell me the source. I mean, I'm looking for sources.
Like Hip Hop Evolution on Netflix.
Okay, Hip Hop Evolution on Netflix. And you sitting behind them?
No, that's like the rap battles. And then in his so I don't know the name of the documentary on him, but on his documentary, they snapped a picture when club. We was in a VIP. Me, him, and DJ Head I'm sitting right behind him. DJ Head sitting right behind me, and I'm in that picture, right? Right in. So that picture showed up in his documentary, and then I'm also in a photo right with Proof and Swift before they was ever a group. We all right in a line. You know what I'm saying? In this last Proof documentary that DJ Butter just put out.
So you used to rhyme with them too? I'm not saying a group, but just like
I used to rap. I used to rap in that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
You did any battles?
Yeah, I was in battles. Matter of fact, it's an iconic battle. Talking about La Peace and M. Right before that battle, me and a dude. He may he rest in peace. He called the Prez, but back then he used to be called Bad Luck. And me and him battled.
So how much I don't want to say black racism, but how much do racism or whatever affect motherfuckers not saying M is one of the rawest?
Nah, man, can you rephrase that?
See, I try to give it to you from the shoulders, though. But I can't be finding better words sometimes.
Let me say this. Are you saying...
Go ahead.
Are you saying, is it racism involved with people not saying M is the coldest?
Yeah, or one of the coldest.
One of the coldest.
But I don't like calling that racism.
It's definitely reverse racism because he adopted something that was considered to be part of black culture. And he did, he reaching levels of like 97, 98% when it comes down to his ability. He don't have no God energy, so he can't reach that 99, 100%. He don't display no God energy. He ain't bringing nobody to life. He not raising the dead with, the intellect people, so he'll never reach that God status, but he have adopted the ability, and he does display it on levels of, I'd say he's reached to about 97, 90%, 98% in his ability towards his stand. But he'll never reach 99.
You just gave him a rating, and I'm going to take the ratings back. Were you ever a gamer?
Yeah.
So we doing ratings like we doing Madden ratings. You gave him a 98, but a 98 in what?
What I said is this. I said, if we was to do a rating, and throughout his career, he's only have reached the status of maybe 97, 98%.
Oh, 98%. I'm trying to figure that out.
If we was to just gauge his, albums he's put out, the content that he's put out, his ability to create, his continuous ability to have modern people involved during his, 53-year-old age. He continues to have people of different ages to reach multi-platinum statuses in everything that he put out. Even if it's a bomb, it's still moving.
So his grade would be 98%?
So I said his overall grade when it comes down to hip hop, in my preview, I said it only has ever reached, I don't think he's a 98 now. I think that it has reached 98%. I said I don't think it can never reach 99 or 100.
Who reached 100?
I don't think so, bro, because...
Who has, I said?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
I can't say that anyone has reached 100 because no one has progressed to the point to where they're awakening the dead.
Lance, hip-hop these days... Hip-hop,
you understand what I mean? Because hip-hop was designed to wake people and inform.
Yes, but guess what? In 2025, you got rap. And rap is not designed to raise any dead. It's not the same thing, and people need to recognize that. Rap is not hip-hop. Hip-hop is hip-hop. There's a big difference. Rap is not hip-hop. All rappers are not hip-hop artists.
I mean, that's true, but we just talking about how we should pay more focus on how we categorize our music, but I don't think to the ultimate point. Does that contradict the ultimate point? That rap is not hip hop?
Yes,
Interesting.
of course. All rappers are not hip hop.
Eminem hip hop.
Hip hop is social commentary. Rap
Is
is
Eminem hip hop.
hip hop is social commentary. These guys who are rappers don't make social commentary. They talk about bitches, hoes.
But hip hop isn't
That's not
limited
social
to
commentary.
hip
That's
hop
not
isn't
social
limited
commentary.
to social commentary though. But the
Yes, it is.
category that you'll play social commentary rap into is called hip hop. So I don't agree with you, but it ain't limited to that. But you probably won't find much. You find social commentary in gangster rap, but it's not. It's
Right.
like they live in the underworld or a different society.
But when you when you go back to original hip hop, that's what it was about. It was about a message and something to wake up people, not bitches and gold chains around your neck. And
Well,
hoes.
I mean, some of that
and
is
popping
cool,
Molly.
but that ain't really true too.
It is true.
No,
because
that's
you
just like the politically correct way to say that shit. But that ain't really why, as a kid, I didn't like hip hop because of the message. I wanted to hear more of, I wanted to learn more about my people from other places. I didn't care whether their message was positive or negative. I'm not contradicting, my words aren't against yours completely, but I'm just saying, think about why you really listened to rap when you was younger. It wasn't because somebody was like, you need to clean up your room and do your homework. And
Well, you do know I was a Christian, so I really wasn't allowed to listen to music, and I started getting to it much later in life.
Well, why
because
would
of my
you gravitate
background.
to it at any point? Like, at the point you did gravitate to it, was it like just because this was something you wasn't exposed to?
Let's be honest. There's an art to this. So if it have a catchy beat, you're pretty much like anything once the beat is catchy and once the words are arranged in a certain way. It doesn't have to be positive, because you're gonna hear some stuff that's total garbage and you're gonna like it because the beat is nice, the cadence is nice, and it's well put together.
Well,
I don't pop Molly.
You're
I don't
right,
pop
but to speak to the ultimate point, whether it had a message or not, it wasn't enough of it back then to split up categories. So I can understand it was just 2 or 3 songs a year almost. So everything was considered hip hop. But now that it proliferated and there's so much of this other stuff that don't even got no subject matter, some of the songs don't even got. It seemed like it'll be time to make them new classifications for what this is called.
I would agree with you, Smash. But remember, when you were never the kind to be popping this and popping that and writing songs. These dudes is popping all kind of pills and writing songs for other niggas who's popping pills. So you can't relate to that. You're not a pill popper.
At the same time, I wasn't popping pills and that did thing, but everybody had experimental stages and they might not have turned out favorable in some of these artists' instances. During the time of experimenting when I grew up, it wasn't nothing hard on the market that you could accidentally throw your life away with. You see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it was shit like mushrooms, you know what I mean? And but imagine if I was born 10 years earlier and during the experimentation, it was crack out there. Like the people who turned into them dope things didn't know that crack was that bad at first, bro.
Well, there's probably a nuance to that. But even now in 2025, back when we grew up, you knew what a crackhead looked like, what a weed head looked like.
Yeah, we found out
what
fast.
a meth head looked like, and what a dope head looked like. People popping pills now, and they're gaining weight. They're looking normal. You don't know who's doing drugs anymore. People looking normal. Long ago, you knew what a drug addict looked like.
Well, now I'm guilty of not remembering what caused me to even say that.
Say that again?
I said, now I'm guilty of not even remember what we was talking about that caused me to try to make such a point. What was we really talking about?
I was just saying that there's a difference between rap and hip hop.
Oh, okay. And I still don't know why I said that. Yeah.
Right. And there are young rappers now. Most of these guys talk about popping this and popping that.
Oh, okay. Now I see why.
When I was growing up, LL Cool J was talking about dealing with women, and that was a big thing then. Oh my God, how can he say that?
Man, I'll take you to a song. I ain't never been like, whenever the crew, or not the crew, not my crew, but like say you was out chilling with some dudes and they got on that cocaine hype or whatever that was, that never was tight to me. But what I'm trying to say is you do not remember the song White Lines Running Through Your Mind or whatever.
To be honest, I that was probably before my time.
Well, it's probably like 1981, and it's a straight song about doing straight coke.
No, well, I would have been listening to hip hop back then. I was too young.
Well, it wasn't even all the way hip hop. My point is the drugs.
Well, I don't be familiar with them songs. I wasn't
for,
listening to hip hop back then, Smash.
but don't you know about the psychedelic era and all the drugs they was going through when they was making music and shit?
I would agree with you, but all of that doesn't necessarily have to do with hip hop.
So I agree with you too. I don't appreciate that element in this young music, but it's just that life went on and now they got new drugs that we would never take. But these kids are in their experimental stage on Earth, and there's new shit out, and they make music.
So they don't have the parents to tell them stay away from that?
I mean, some of the ones who do it must not have them. But even people with two-parent households get caught up in fentanyl overdoses and shit.
Yeah, but we didn't have fentanyl back when we were growing up, to be fair. We didn't know nothing about fentanyl. We didn't know anything about that.
I mean, I don't even know how is it cool amongst young people or something? Like, I don't know how something that's detrimental, the way that they portray it on TV is, like, I'm not in no ciphers where that would, I don't know how it go down. But what is it? Is that like some hot shit that the people think they know how to manipulate and take the proper doses?
Here's how I would put it, right? When you look at movies like American Gangster, right? He would talk in the movie and say how that when things are killing people, those fiends would like it because of the strength of it, and they would gravitate towards this thing. Because in the movie, this thing, Blue Magic, was killing people. And they were still doing it because of the purity. It was that pure. Because they have no sense to understand to stay away from it. This is good stuff.
So that's what's happening.
So I'm gonna get a good high.
That's what the fentanyl phenomenon is.
But that was always the phenomenon back in Frank Lucas.
That's all drugs. I mean, what the hell?
I mean, but listen, weed is different weed is different. Weed is not like that. Regular weed.
Yeah, I don't
can't
disagree.
Can't kill you. People can't OD off of weed no matter what.
But I'm not a champion of weed either. I just am. I have a habit of it.
No. I'm not saying you're a champion. No. Listen, I respect what you're saying, Smash. But
he said, I'm not a champion of weed. I have a habit of it.
You know what? I respect that, Smash. But the reality is, it's not like those other substances. People don't die from smoking weed. You can't.
Oh yeah, that's why. But I mean, it just so happened that it was enough for me. You feel me? Like, I don't even know how much loaded the cats be wanting to get, especially if you had some drink in a joint. Now I understand there's different directions to go when you want to go cerebral, and that deal, liquor deal with motor skills, but smoking weed a lot, it deal with thinking, and I'm already a thinking person.
Well, I would agree that our ancestors definitely used weed to stimulate certain parts of the brain. That's a fact. We can't get past that. They have a lot of rituals with indigenous people where they did that.
Sometimes I debate with people, I can tell they don't smoke weed, and they get the brakes beat off them in the debate. It's a box they're not willing to go outside of and trying to figure out this discourse. And they are confined to that box just because they probably never been outside of it in the natural. It's not a problem, trust me. Like, I mean, I don't think there's no benefit, like, from, you just get different things from different things. Something you could get from smoking weed, another person could get from taking a jog. That same feeling. See what I'm saying?
Well,
it's all about the dopamine and how you train your brain to release dopamine when
yes. It's a fact that having sex, working out, and addiction, and even breastfeeding stimulate those sorts of hormones.
Yeah, it's all about the path that you choose. Hey, but before I know you about to get off, Mash. Before you get off, I'm about to get into. Oh, I wanted you to rank my verse, bro. See if I smash these niggas.
Oh, a verse?
Yeah.
Oh man, come on, play it.
I'ma say it.
Oh, say it.
Because I don't think you can hear the music through here.
Oh no, go ahead. Verse up.
Check it out.
We're gonna let this be taking us out. Thanks everybody for watching. My
Yeah,
man
man,
Lance
thanks.
from the D who be trying to argue that the earth is a pyramid got some bars. Or do you separate gang? You separate those two?
Yeah, they ain't the same, nigga.
Okay, well you don't let people know.
Lance Single, the producer and
you don't
rapper,
let
is
people know that your bars
in Pseudosciences University,
Okay,
nigga.
those two separate things. I'm gonna separate gang. My bad. Go ahead.
Check it out. This is my part. I scream, sirens, real screeches and high beams. Streets as hot as a movie plot scene. Hot steam, people down out of nowhere. Like it's no air, it's no fear. Little kids still gotta grow here with no fear. Somebody will walk up, pop 3 through your forehead. They vibration low here will stand around you with no care. Record you all live. The camera in your eyes and trend. The very moment in your lungs is no air. It's like people inoculated, immunized by the gut to suppress the God gene in them guys. But I love niggas. Support that hard niggas. Let's enterprise from Hebrew Album Morse to NY. Let's centralize in alliance the Lords. Iron sharpen the iron sword. May God box the enemy soon in pine board. Come together, ignite the celebration. The sight could be so amazing because consciousness is light, excited by vibration. I see melanation, I see federation. How can many align if any adjacent? It's weakness in the defense line if any can place it. When I see melanation, I see elevation. Darcy Astis Bumati, congratulations.
I heard a few lugs in there, boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounded good.
Think I got him?
Think you got who?
My niggas that's on 2 other niggas that's on the verse with me.
I ain't heard their verses.
I know, that's just mine. I'm just saying.
Yeah, bro, I'll set you up. I can't tell you got them. I ain't heard their verses, but I know you holding your own though.
Oh, I appreciate that. And he go to other verse, other song. Be like, she falls asleep and dream about me. She want to fly here to the D and only see me IG. DM the tummy get butterflies and the glasses get steamy. Your wifey panties get creamy when she thinks about me. Is it my Portuguese Sephardi descent look? Can I push a Bugatti? What your green body tint looking like Greenland and pushing probably? Ladies thank my mom for pushing out me and Pa for shooting us such a star and now routing me to the floor. Bless the mighty Yah. There's no other mightier. It's like I'm Moses, my mic's my ride, and I'm leading the chosen. A Ronin elite squad holding the Kimball's Glock scrolls. And when I pull up in them doors pop open, just get them boxes open, y'all check. Well, I check for commas, O's, and stocks and quotes. Carats so diamonds so rare when you wear you look shocked and frozen. And don't mind my cock, I'm holding this stock when hip hop is roll. It's winning the wheels to fit when on your jock and your pockets rolling. I'm from the D where we don't beef. We been on that vegan shit. I just want to keep the peace. You don't want to open spaces shown where your teeth will fit. You don't want no blank spaces shown where you used to live. Like that.
Oh, I like that, but one thing I was noticing is I couldn't nod my head to it because I couldn't tell what tempo you was rapping to. And so when I found out, it started being flyer to me. Like you said something at about bar maybe like 8 or 9. If that was a 16, at about bar maybe like, or line 8 or 9, whatever, you know, you would switch the flow up and I could start hearing, it was like you feel me? I could start hearing the tempo you was rapping at. But I'm not saying you was switching tempos. It was just something about the enunciation of the flow that I couldn't find out where to nod my head.
Right. This is about a 78 bar beat.
Oh yeah, and then that's exactly what my head thought when I heard that last bar. See, the whole time I was listening to you, I was trying to nod my head hella fast, bro. And I was like, what is he? I was hearing your lyrics, but I was like, where is he hitting that at? And then when I heard it slow, like the beat he rapping to going kind of slow, then it start opening up like he gassing. I heard a whole different flow once I realized that the beat you had in your head was going slow. You feel me?
Now that is a professional synopsis. And I don't think you're going to get any more professional than that, Swag.
Well, you know, we just be building like this all the time. I appreciate that, but I'm going to let that be the end of the show, and because I think I feel like I'm ignoring my family. All right,
Hey, I
I'll be back
appreciate you,
tomorrow,
bro.
same time, same place. Let's build on some more shit. All right,
Yes,
peace,
sir.
peace. Thank y'all for tapping in.
All right.
Peace. All right, y'all. I'm gonna go on and let me see. I'm gonna come on the screen. I don't be mad at letting my man holler about motherfucking pyramid earth, but y'all know how I feel about that. I don't have to over enforce it so that you know that ain't my theory. I don't care. It's all good. Because like I said earlier, I just like sometimes banging out to see if somebody know if their theory is sharp as they think it is. Shout out to everybody watching the show. It's the Smash Rock Wellington show, but I do got a family in this house, and streaming for 5-6 hours feel kind of crazy. It's 8 o'clock. Now I gotta go make up and watch some TV shows I ain't even interested in just because I've been doing this for so long. But peace, peace, peace. That's what it is. All right.